Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Ron's mind flashed back to a memory. In his previous life, he had read a manga, Full Metal Alchemist. In it, there was a notorious alchemist who, in order to cling to his title, created synthetic beasts through forbidden methods. That gentle-looking man had fused his own daughter with a dog. That tragic scene had etched itself deep into Ron's memory. And now, before his very eyes, the same nightmare had resurfaced. Carlisle's new puppet bore Lena's face. The expression, the eyes, they were unmistakably hers. Yet her altered body carried traces of the dog that had once stood faithfully at her side. Ron's chest tightened. If it were some stranger, perhaps he could have detached himself. But Lena wasn't just anyone. She was kind, sweet, and had grown close to him, almost like a friend. Ron had even considered recruiting her into his future team. After all, he was not the heir of the Zoldyck family. One day, he would have to form his own path and his own allies. The family's rules, etched in centuries of tradition, would never bend for him, and he himself would not wish to rely on them forever. But this outcome he had never foreseen. Carlisle, a man who had seemed so unremarkably normal, had done the unthinkable, turning his own daughter into such a grotesque creation. It takes a special kind of madness to do this, even to your own child, Ron muttered bitterly. Carlisle had already lost 4 matches, and, with it, his right to remain in the Sky Arena. The audience trickled out in silence, and staff hurried to escort the broken man to the hospital. No one spared a glance for the twisted puppet left behind. No one except Ron. He hesitated, then approached. Lena's distorted form trembled as her eyes followed her father being carried away. Even like this, her feelings for him hadn't vanished. She tried to move, to follow, but her injuries were too grave. Lena, Ron's voice came low, weighted with conflict. Her lips twisted into a faint smile. Big brother, is my father okay? Ron clenched his fists. Do you still care about him? After everything? Her smile didn't falter. He's still my father. The simplicity of her words struck Ron harder than he expected. His heart grew heavier. I don't know. I couldn't see his condition clearly. But you need treatment. Let me take you back. She wanted to argue, but the staff had already taken Carlisle away. The Sky Arena's management, at least, would ensure he wasn't abandoned, even if the bill was his own burden to bear. On the 200th floor, money wasn't something Carlisle lacked. Ron carried Lena back to his quarters. Once inside, he asked quietly, Lena, will you take off the hood? She hesitated. Then, with what was no longer quite a hand, more paw than fingers, she pulled back the hood. The cloak slid off her shoulders, revealing her form. Ron froze. Her body was a grotesque fusion of human and beast, just like the cursed child from his memory of Full Metal Alchemist. Big brother, am I ugly now? Her voice was soft, fragile. Ron's lips parted, but no words came out. She, however, forced a small laugh. Don't worry. I'll be fine. There will be a way, Ron said firmly, more to himself than to her. Sit here. If you're hungry, help yourself. I need to make a call. Stepping outside into the night air, Ron's thoughts raced. In Full Metal Alchemist, the tragedy of the girl fused with the dog could never be undone. But this wasn't alchemy, it was none, and then carried possibilities. There was a rare profession, mind exorcists, who specialized in removing abilities and conditions imposed by others. He remembered how one had dealt with Greed Island's card bombers, and how even Kurapika's chains on Krallo had eventually been undone. Perhaps Lena's fate wasn't sealed. Ron pulled out his phone and dialed. After a pause, the line connected. Master Ron, came a respectful voice. Your great-grandfather is still in seclusion. Then contact Grandpa Zeno. I need to speak with him. Yes, sir. Moments later, an unfamiliar number flashed on Ron's screen. He accepted. Ron, came the calm, familiar voice of Zeno Zoldyck. Grandpa Zeno, Ron said, relief tinging his words. I need your help. On the other end, in a hotel not far from the Sky Arena, Zeno sat by a window, gaze fixed in the direction of the towering structure. You're still there? Convenient. I'm on a mission nearby. Give me your exact location. I'll come once I'm done. It's good. Ron gave his exact location over the phone and ended the call. Then he returned to the room. Lena lifted her head when he entered. Little big brother. Ron nodded slightly, but said nothing. Seeing his expression, Lena dared not press further. Quietly, she curled into the corner, her posture almost the same as the dog she had once been. The visitor. That evening. Bang, bang, bang. A firm knock rattled the door. Ron moved cautiously, peering through the cat's eye. Condensation. Activating Ning, he confirmed the aura outside. Relieved, he opened the door. Grandpa Zeno. Zeno Zoldyck stepped inside, sharp eyes sweeping across the room. What happened? Ron gestured toward the corner where Lena sat. This. Zeno's gaze settled on her. He had seen the girl once before and dismissed her as a monster. But now, looking carefully, he frowned. Something was off. She was my neighbor, Ron explained. Her father, Carlisle, is also a 200-floor player. I don't know exactly what he did, but Lena, she ended up like this. It's as if he merged her with her dog. Zeno's appraisal. Zeno narrowed his eyes and used Gyo. In his enhanced vision, Lena's body writhed under a thick layer of nun, twisted, black as ink, steeped in malice. This reeks of a specialist's ability, he said flatly. Ron straightened. Grandpa Zeno, can she be helped? I want to restore her. She's talented. I was thinking of having her join my future team. The corner of Zeno's mouth twitched. Among the Zoldicks, friends were unnecessary. Killers had no need for bonds. Yet forming a team, that was another matter. As a branch member, Ron would indeed need allies of his own. Zeno stayed silent for a moment, then said, only a nun-exorcist can undo this. But this case is unusual. An ordinary one won't suffice. You'll need someone extremely skilled. And even then, the price will be steep. Ron clenched his jaw. How steep? 1 billion Jenny. Ron inhaled sharply. For common folk, an impossible sum. But for non-users, perhaps not insurmountable. Greed Island loggers had fetched prices in the tens of billions. From floor 1 to 200 of the Sky Arena, even average players could earn close to 200 million. Zeno gave a small nod. If the girl's talent is as you say, 1 billion isn't wasted. The value of a strong non-user far exceeds that. The dilemma. Her father. Zeno asked. Ron frowned. He was badly injured. The arena staff sent him to the hospital. And the child's feelings toward him? She still cares. Ron's voice grew heavy. Then, more firmly, Grandpa Zeno, I've decided. I want to save her. But you don't have the money. Zeno's eyes narrowed. Ron lowered his gaze. I have a little over 100 million left. Then you have two options. Zeno raised 2 fingers. First, borrow from me. But remember, Zoldyck debts are repaid in full. Even Silva settles accounts with me. Killua, Maluki, Illumi, all the same. Ron nodded slowly. I understand. Second, Zeno continued, take on assassination jobs. With your current strength, you're ready. Killers earn their keep through contracts. That is our way. Ron thought briefly, then met Zeno's eyes. I'll choose the second option. Guidance. Zeno pulled out his phone and sent a message. This is a commission site for freelance killers. Every newcomer starts here. Build your record, complete tasks, and soon you'll form your own network. My contacts are mine. I won't hand them to you. Ron accepted this without argument. Another weakness, Zeno went on, is that you're alone. No team means no intel gathering, and without intelligence, a killer is half blind. I'll recommend someone. Ron's brow lifted. Ooh, Maluki. Zeno's tone was calm. He handles intelligence well. I'll pass you his contact. Cooperate until you find your own subordinates. But remember, he'll take a cut of the commission. The rest of the arrangement is between you two. Ron hesitated, then nodded. Please give me his details, Grandpa. You're welcome. Zeno sent over the contact. When you've gathered 1 billion, call me again. I'll connect you with the exorcist. Understood. Departure. Anything else? Zeno asked, already turning toward the door. Ron shook his head. Would you like to stay for dinner? The food here isn't bad. No. Ron escorted him out, bowing respectfully. The heavy silence lingered in the room long after Zeno's presence faded. By the way, Ron, how long are you going to be in Sky Arena? It will take a while. Ron said, I want to see today's fighting tournament. The fighting tournament in the Sky Arena is held every 2 years. The first stage is the battle between the floor master and the floor master. The second stage is the battle between the winner among the floor masters and the landlord. After the battle between Carlisle and Juliana ended, Ron saw that the absorption speed of the crystal ball slowed down further. The overall progress has reached 90%, only the last 10%. Ron felt that this 10% should fall into the fighting tournament. After all, this is the essence of Sky Arena. A fighting tournament. Gino nodded and said, Remember the principles of our Zoldyck family. Yes. Watching Gino leave until Gino's figure completely disappeared, Ron looked away. Ron went downstairs to the nearby electronics store and bought a laptop to take with him. Go upstairs and connect to the internet. The Bear network card used. First sent an email to Mi-Ji. Zoldyck Estate. At this time, Mi-Ji had just returned from beating Killua. He opened the refrigerator, took a bottle of soda, downed it in one gulp, sat on the sofa chair, and let out a sharp breath. Comfortable. After that, he came to the computer desktop. Dididi. The email notification sounded. Who is looking for me? Mi-Ji frowned slightly. A strange account. Mi-Ji opened the email, and there was only a phone number on it. After hesitating for a while, Mi-Ji first checked the situation of his phone number, but found nothing. This is a number that has just been processed. Not much information. Jingle bell. Ron picked up the phone. Hey, who are you? What are you emailing me for? Mi-Ji deliberately changed his voice. But Ron could hear it. Ron hadn't seen Mickey before, but he had heard Mickey's voice. Cousin Mi-Ji, it's me. Ron Zoldyck, your email address was given to me by Grandpa Gino. I came to you to cooperate with you. Ron. Mi-Ji frowned slightly. Mi-Ji knew about Ron's existence. Another branch member of the Zoldyck family, who lived with Maya Zoldyck since he was a child. I've been staying in the back mountain. Younger than myself. Is indeed his cousin. How to prove? You can call and check with Grandpa Gino. Mi-Ji narrowed his eyes slightly. When Ron said this, Mi-Ji believed it. But you're not at Zoldyck Manor anymore. The news of Ron's departure from the Zoldyck estate was not told to Mickey. Even Kaluto didn't even know that he met Ron. The members of the Zoldyck family get along differently than normal families. In addition, Mi-Ji is also a special one among them. I'm in Sky Arena. What do you want me to do for you? Ron said, I'm going to start accepting assassination missions now, but I don't have anyone in intelligence. Grandpa Gino said you're doing better in this regard. It is true, but I have to pay for it. 2 ways. The first one, you get a commission from the entrustment, and the second one, I pay you a fixed amount of money. I thought about it for a while. I choose the second. Okay, once I have selected the mission, I will send you the mission information. Ron hung up the phone. Intelligence is a must for a killer. Without intelligence, action is hampered. Ron has an advantage here. For one thing, both Mi-Ji and Ron are members of the Zoldyck family, and they were introduced by Gino. Ron doesn't have to worry about the problem that Mi-Ji will deceive him. This problem exists when he finds other intelligence personnel. The second, the ability to be funny, is a very good one among intelligence personnel. Ron started browsing the killer missions. In fact, there is no such thing as Lena, and Ron plans to start soon. Continuing to stay in the Sky Arena is of no use to Ron. The competition is held every 3 months. As for the progress of the crystal ball, it cannot be improved until the fighting tournament is held. It's still a while now. After a month and a half, it will officially start. It's still just in the warm-up state. But because it has already started to warm up, many people have come to this city. A large number of people flocked into the city. Some are none and want to see other Nen fight. Others are big forces. For example, the leader of the world's gangsters, the elite troops under the 10 old men, Nen Beasts. Nen Beasts has a total of 10 members. Some members were absorbed from the Sky Arena. There are even those who have grown up from rookie killers. There was no way Ron would be wasting the free time in between. Simply doing basic training, the improvement will not be that great. Only by accepting the killer mission and conducting a proper actual combat will there be a greater improvement. Suddenly, Ron's mouse stopped. Is this a commission for me? Ooh, it's no wonder that when I was outside, someone was assassinated again and again. Ron thought back to the man who had sneaked into his hotel room, and the man in the alley holding scissors who wanted to kill himself. The entrustment fee is 5 million nuns, but it's not enough for my current strength. Ron continued to swipe down. Death row prisoner. Ron stopped on a commission task. There are a total of 5 people in the task target. They're all death row inmates who escaped from death row prisons. The client is directly the prison official. Both kill and capture a fine. One person, 100 million monks. The prison officials must have failed after the hunt, and failed many times. They have no choice but to offer rewards to these death row prisoners on such a website. Being able to give this price, there is a high probability that these people have reached the category of none, or at least passed the Hunter exam. Ron remembered that the mortgage price of Hunter's license was exactly 100 million guineas. However, it should not reach the level of Phantom Troop and Nen Beast. If I break through each one, I won't have a big problem. Mainly, I will have an advantage in intelligence. But they don't know anything about my intelligence. Let's choose this task first, and let me get the information. Try to approach again. Through close contact, judge. If you can make a shot, look for an opportunity to make a shot. If you can't make a move, cancel the mission. Neither the Zoldyck family's rules nor Ron's own character would take too many risks. After confirming, Ron called me G0612. Ron first talked about the website and then the entrustment number. Michi sat in front of the computer, eating potato chips and inquiring about this commission. A carriage returned. The next moment, the funny expression froze. Ron, are you sure? What's wrong? Are you sure you want to take this task? The funny expression turned a little serious. The goal of this mission is not simple, and the degree of danger is extremely high. This should not be within the range of your actions, right? That guy from Yermi is about the same. I'm sure. You help me check the intelligence of these people first. I will approach them myself, whether I can carry out the task. I will approach them and make my own judgment. Sure. Miji was silent for a while. Okay, give me 2 days. No problem. 2 days later, an email was sent to Ron's email address. Ron opened it. The above is the information about these prisoners on death row. Meanwhile, Miji calls Ron. I've obtained the specific location of 3 of these death row prisoners, and the specific location of the other 2 is unclear, and it will take more time. I have obtained all the abilities of the 5 condemned prisoners. However, they're only shown before. The possibility of hidden abilities cannot be ruled out. You can judge by yourself. Ron nodded. How long will it take to obtain the positions of the other 2 condemned prisoners? I don't know. I can't be sure. That's all right. I'll start to act. Maybe I can use these 3 condemned prisoners to lure the remaining 2 out. Ron paused. How much is the total? 8 million monks. Miji said, I will continue to try to obtain the approximate location of the 2 condemned prisoners. After obtaining it, you will give me another 2 million ring nuns. But if you have already found them after I give you the information, then you don't need to give them. Clear. Also, be careful, don't die. The phone hangs up. Ron frowned slightly. Ron remembered that in the original plot, the relationship between Miji and Ilmi, Killua, and Kaluto was not very good. Ron knows that parody must be trustworthy. But Ron didn't expect that Miji could still say something he cared about. However, in the original plot, there's a lot of Killua, so I still care a little bit. After all, the same blood runs through them. There is still a kinship between members of the Zoldyck family. Ron looked out the window. Grandpa Gino, it's unlikely that he happened to be on a mission in this city. It's more like protecting me in secret. This possibility is not small. Ron shook his head. Still weak. Get stronger quickly. After my second Nen Beast appears, My own basic attributes should usher in another wave of improvement, just like what happened to the Killer Queen at that time. I don't know if I can step into the C grade that Silva Uncle said at that time. Ron opened the ridiculous email to check the specific information of those condemned prisoners. Death Row Prisoner Number 1. France guy, with the ability to climb smooth buildings hundreds of meters high, has a very strong body, and small caliber bullets can't do much damage to him. This should be the nun of Enhancer. Ron couldn't help thinking of Xiaoji, a member of the Phantom Troop. Xiaoji is the nun of Enhancer. Not only can it resist bullets, but it can also resist rocket launchers. But Fransky's strength should be much worse than Xiaoji's. Small caliber bullets can't hurt, but large caliber bullets can probably hurt, let alone the bazooka. Death Row Prisoner Number 2. Cole, whose body has been modified, has a very vicious attack method. He is not only good at cold weapons, but also good at hot weapons, causing more damage than Fransky. This, I can't determine whether is a nun person. Under normal circumstances, nun people will not develop into this form, unless it is something similar to a rookie killer. Death Row Prisoner Number 3. Keck. Among the 5 condemned prisoners, Kiki was the oldest and had the least number of shots. The target's ability was only in fighting, and he had no other information. There are 2 types of nun. One is like Netero, whose lifespan has been greatly enhanced. Even though it looks old, its strength is even stronger than when it was young. One is ordinary nun. The older the appearance, the worse the body. This Kiki, there's a high probability that it is the latter. If you really meet, you shouldn't need to worry too much. The main advantage should lie in the hidden ability and experience. But I'm a killer. I am in the dark myself. Death Row Prisoner Number 4. Killian. A conjurer's ability user, mainly manifested as nun, is the Mind Line. This name reminded Ron of a manga he read in his previous life, Grim Reaper. In the world of the God of Death, there is a stage in the virtual circle called Killian. This ability is similar to Maggie in Phantom Troop. I don't know who will be stronger. Death Row Prisoner Number 5. Lu Jingmei. A feminine name, but he is actually a man. The manipulator's ability, user, can manifest various forms of weapons. The strength he has shown so far is the strongest among the 5. The positions provided by Meiji are Number 1, Number 2, and Number 4. Ron hesitated. Let's start with Number 2 first. In terms of location, it's the closest to me. Ron opened the map and marked a red dot on the map. The location where Cole is now is the city where the Sky Arena is located. By the way, I forgot to transfer money to Meiji. Ron fiddled with the phone. 8 million monks. That's a lot of money for the average person. But to Ron, it was nothing. Compared with the task target, it is also much worse. The reward for a death row prisoner reached 100 million monks, and 8 million is only 8%. Lena, I'm going out for a while. You stay here. Don't open the door to anyone, understand? Okay, little big brother. Ron left the Sky Arena. After that, it moved at an extremely fast speed in the direction of Cole. Call out. A man and woman in love stand under a street lamp. Sudden, the woman's eyes widened. Something just passed by. The man opened his eyes, a little confused. Where's there something? Did you read it wrong? That's right, there's something, a black shadow. No, I didn't see it. So whatever, let's continue. No, I'm going home. The woman's face turned cold. She shook off the man and walked to the other side. The man stared at the woman blankly. There was strong regret in his eyes, but eventually caught up. I'll take you back. It's too late. It's not safe to be alone. Ron glanced back. Not long after, Ron came to a tall building. Standing on top of a tall building. Opposite is a hotel. According to the information provided by Meiji, Cole's foothold is this hotel. As long as I am here to observe, I can squat to Cole. Time passed little by little. The sky became darker, and the lights of the surrounding buildings were turned off one after another. Ron stood on the roof, just maintaining a state of entanglement. The line of sight is constantly moving, looking at the entry and exit of the hotel. Sudden, a figure came into Ron's sight. Appeared, however, just when Ron was about to make a move. Several other figures appeared from the darkness, making the first move. Ron frowned slightly. Is this another killer? Ron can understand. Anyone can accept the commission on the killer's website, and whoever completes it will get the commission. Just like in the original plot, in the Ukexan auction event, the world gangsters offered rewards for Phantom Troop members. Anyone can hunt and kill Phantom Troop members. Because the bonus is huge, it attracts many people. But most of them are not that powerful. Gon and Killua, also one of them. To get the bonus, buy a login for Isle of Greed. Regarding the Ukexan incident, what Ron cares about is not the actions of Gon, Killua, and others. What matters is the actions of the Zoldyck family. In this incident, the Zoldyck family accepted the commission of World Gangster and Phantom Troop respectively. Among them, the World Gang entrusts Gino and Silva to take action against Krallo. While Phantom Troop was here, he entrusted Ilmi and Maha Zoldyck to attack the 10 Old Man. To deal with 10 old men, even the great-grandfather took action, which proves that Yirmi alone is not enough. But the strength of IL fans at that time was already very strong. Even if it is placed in the Phantom Troop, it can also be ranked in the forefront. According to Hisoka's evaluation standard, Krallo and Hisoka can be above IL fans. Not even Phaeton. Phantom Troop is extremely powerful. As the team leader, Krallo is ahead of everyone by relying on the particularity of his abilities and combat IQ. And Phaeton is the existence of Phantom Troop in the period of Ukexan, second only to Krallo in strength. Hisoka is not counted because Hisoka is just a fake member. Grandpa Gino and Silva Uncle are completely acting when facing Krallo. Not serious at all. The Phantom Troop must have given the Zoldyck family some special commission, not just money. In terms of money, it is impossible for Phantom Troop to have as many gangsters as there are in the world. And money alone, there is no way to get Maha Zoldyck to make a move. This is a simple arithmetic problem. First of all, it is certain that the Zoldyck family can kill no matter whether it is the 10 Old Man or the Phantom Troop. In the original plot, the 10 Old Man had been killed. As for Phantom Troop, Krallo is basically impossible to be the opponent of Silva and Gino. The remaining members of the brigade combined cannot be the opponents of Maha Zoldyck and IL fans. All in all, the Zoldyck family must be bigger than the Phantom Troop. Therefore, when the 10 Old Man and Phantom Troop are entrusted at the same time, the Zoldyck family can accomplish both tasks. Then the only thing that determines the Zoldyck family's choice is the entrustment money. A stream of blood spattered out, and Cole showed a perverted smile. A killer fell in front of Cole. Cole looked at the corpse in front of him. When I was doing something like this back then, you didn't know where I was juniors. But soon, 3 figures appeared again, blocked the exit of the alley. Cole frowned slightly. How much is my bounty? Is it worthy of your continuous efforts? The 3 people on the opposite side did not answer, but raised their guns and shot them. They have all seen Cole's battle before. I have to admit that in close combat, the 3 of them may not be Cole's opponent. So go straight to the gun. However, with a flash, Cole dodged all the bullets. As soon as his stature became shorter, his speed increased sharply. In an instant, he came in front of the 3 of them, and he flew up with a kick. This is not a simple kick. Cole's shoe hides a blade. So when Cole kicked up, the blade directly cut the opponent's throat. A lot of blood gushed out. Facing the other, Cole raised his elbow. There is also a blade hidden in this elbow. Hit the opponent's temple. The remaining one showed a terrified expression, turned around, and fled abruptly. Cole opened his mouth, and a grenade appeared in Cole's mouth. He opened the safety of the grenade with his flexible tongue and spat towards the fleeing person. Boom! Accompanied by a huge explosion, the man was directly blown over. The eyes of everyone around were attracted. Soon sirens sounded. However, Cole had already left long before. Came to another alley. A young man and woman were chatting and walking. When Cole passed by, he waved his wrist, and immediately there was the sound of 2 sharp knives piercing his throat. The pair of men and women stared wide-eyed, unwilling to fall down. Kerr quickly changed the man's clothes. Ron frowned, because this pair of men and women made Ron feel a little familiar. It was the man and woman that Ron had disturbed before. Unexpectedly, they came here again and were killed by Cole. Cole put on his hat, covered his face, looked back and smiled. Thanks. After that, go to the shadows. All the way to an abandoned building. Cole came to the attic. After taking a look, he sat down on a chair behind the window. The whole body seems to relax. I don't know what happened to the others. This game has only just begun. However, at this moment, Cole suddenly felt something was wrong. Cole looked around the corner abruptly, just saw that there was also a chair in that corner. A figure, sitting on a chair, is a teenager, who, for a moment, Cole became extremely vigilant. Before coming in, Cole was sure that there was no one here, but now, Cole's eyes really saw Ron. Two possibilities emerged in Cole's mind. One is, Ron was there before, and he didn't realize it. The second was that Ron had just arrived and entered without him noticing. But no matter which one it is worthy of Cole's fear, because it meant either that Ron was far stronger than him, or Ron has very special abilities. And looking at Ron's current situation, the probability is the former. Cole changed his mind and quickly made a decision. A sharp blade was thrown by Cole and came towards Ron's direction. Meanwhile, Cole lunges for the window, trying to get away. However, at the moment Cole's figure left the chair, boom! There was no explosion, but the huge impact directly fell on Cole's body, causing Cole's figure to fly to the ceiling involuntarily. In the process of flying up to the ceiling, Cole clearly saw that the sharp blade he threw stopped when it was about to touch Ron, as if it had hit some metal. Ding! But Cole could see clearly that there was clearly nothing in front of Ron. What's the situation? Cole didn't understand, but there was no chance to figure it out. The powerful impact of the explosion caused Cole's internal organs to be crushed and shattered when he hit the ceiling. Internal bleeding. When it landed, Cole's 7 orifices were bleeding. After confirming that Cole was dead, Ron took a photo of Cole's body. After that, Cole's body was taken away and taken to another place. Then hand in the task entrustment. Soon someone from the prison official came over. Ding dong, 100 million ring nuns arrive in the account. Ron took a look and looked away. Next, this person's talent in combat is really good. In the absence of none, this commission can be achieved, which makes the prison officials very afraid. Then the killer is in his hands. Assassin skills are very strong, and it's cold-blooded enough. If such a person goes to the Sky Arena, if he accepts the newcomer initiation, he will definitely become a very strong nun, far surpassing Isaiah. Maybe even up to the level of Phantom True members. Because this guy, like Hisoka, is a pervert. Hisoka is a psycho, and Cole is a psycho. However, the two are slightly different. The direction of metamorphosis is different. However, now that he is dead, there is no more. Ron took out the map, crossed out a red dot on it, and made a cross. Then look at another city on the map. These death row prisoners seem to be related to each other. From Cole's previous remarks, it can be seen that they seem to be playing a game. However, the relationship between them is not so good. Among the 5 condemned prisoners, there's a high probability that someone owns none. But Cole won't. Ron's eyes flickered. No matter what, find the next condemned prisoner first. In order to pursue the speed, Ron directly hired a car. The airship has a fixed departure time. Frankie's location is in a nearby city, so it would be more convenient to go there by car. Kid, are you alone? Ron nodded. Someone will be waiting for me at the destination. Please drive faster. The driver smiled. Okay, then sit still. Ron closed his eyes, feeling the jolt of the car, and a faint hint of malice emanating from the driver. It's a gut feeling. Ron had faintly felt this way before, but not so strongly. Or those who were malicious towards Ron before showed it more clearly. Ron can see it directly with his eyes and doesn't need to use his intuition to feel it. It's somewhat similar to Gon's intuition. Ron remembered that in the original plot, Gon showed this intuition several times. This is not an ability. It's a talent. Not all strong people have this kind of talent. More people just rely on experience. But those with this kind of talent have a high probability of becoming strong. Because seeing me alone gave birth to the idea of robbing money. Or life robbing. Ron's eyes flickered. 2 hours later, Ron's breathing became even, and he seemed to be asleep. The driver glanced at Ron in the rearview mirror and then looked ahead. Gradually, the speed of the car slowed down, declined at a constant speed. The driver didn't seem to want Ron to wake up, all the way to a complete stop. The driver opened the door, but instead of coming to the back seat, he made a phone call. A new product has arrived. It's in good condition. Do you want it? It must be worth a good price to sell to the nobles. Ron frowned slightly. Human traffickers? Not long after, the people who came to meet him came. A group of people came to the back of the car and opened the door, but Ron was no longer inside. No one. What's the meaning? The driver's face suddenly changed. These people are not good men and women. I called them to come over, but now Ron is gone. So what is this? This is equivalent to playing them. How are they treating themselves? Good guy, dare to play us? Court death. Ron stood on top, watching the beating of the driver by the crowd below. Judging from this situation, even if the driver is not dead, at least he will become paralyzed. And in this illusion, there is no shop in front of the village or behind the village. There is a high probability that it will be eaten by wild dogs passing by. Ron's figure flashed and disappeared. When it appeared again, it had already entered the city. Compared with the city where Sky Arena is located, this city is much smaller and less prosperous. It was not late at night, and there were not many lights left that were still on. Ding dong. A message pops up. Ron took a look. It was sent by Meiji. Made a few updates to the location of condemned inmates. According to the previous information, Fransky was staying in a hotel, but now it has turned into a boxing gym, and Fransky pretended to be a member of the boxing gym. Condensation. Ron came outside the boxing gym. Soon, the target was determined. A layer of faint air wrapped around the body of a young man. Short golden hair, strong body. Sure enough, it's none. At this moment, Fransky's cell phone rang suddenly. Fransky frowned, picked up the phone, and connected. Then he turned his face aside, looked around, packed his things calmly, and planned to leave. Is this the news? Still know that your location has been leaked? But unfortunately, I'm already here. Ron had already assessed Fransky's level by the magnanimity shown by Fransky. An E-rank none. It's impossible to pose any threat to Ron without some ability to hide. Fransky walked out of the boxing gym. A car stops. Fransky got into the car. Hurry up, just at this time. Boom. There was a sound of a heavy object falling. Fransky's expression changed. The next moment, the car exploded. The car explodes, and Fransky fails to escape before it explodes. The whole car was blown up. The driver died at the scene. A figure crawled out of the car with difficulty, its whole body black. Still alive, after climbing out, Fransky immediately crawled towards the alley. It wasn't until he came to the corner, with his back against the garbage, and carefully looked around to make sure that there was no one, that he breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Ron's figure appeared at the entrance of the alley. A pink figure stood beside Ron. The heavy object that fell on the car just now was the sound of the Killer Queen falling on the car. In that split second, the Killer Queen turned the car into a bomb. But Fransky couldn't see the existence of the Killer Queen. Ron looked at the Killer Queen, then at Fransky. An enhancer who can't even concentrate? Speaking of which, it's worse than some of the newcomer killers in Sky Arena. Fransky lunged at Ron. Limb bend. When Ron moved lightly, multiple phantoms appeared, and Fransky didn't know which one was Ron's body. Ron flicked the knife lightly. That nail cut Fransky's throat. Blood spurted out. You are unlucky, and the time to get the news is a little late. Ron took pictures, recorded, and dumped Fransky's body in the trash. Upload later. Not long after, Ron won another 100 million monks. It has to be said that for the killer job, after completing the task, the efficiency of the other party's money is still very high. Not in arrears. The money came, and it seems to be easier than expected. Ron hadn't had much idea of killer missions before, because this is the first time such a task has been carried out. Gino didn't say much. He just kept repeating the rules of the Zoldyck family with Ron. In addition, Meiji's reaction was a bit big, and he was surprised that Ron accepted such a high commission task and felt that it might be a little dangerous for Ron. But in fact, this task is completely within the scope of my strength. No, not just within the scope of strength. It's a little easier. A Cole, not even a none. A Fransky is only at the level of a rookie killer. The other three, even if they're stronger, must be limited. One person, 100 million monks, now that I think about it, it doesn't seem like a lot. I was a little bit in the wrong place before. There are too many tasks with low commissions on those killer websites. But that's because there are many killers with poor abilities. But I myself am among the killers, and I belong to the top batch. In this world, the number of none is not many. Ron's figure flashed and disappeared. One person, the task of 100 million monks is not difficult for me. Grandpa Genoa should know the mission I accepted. If it is difficult for me, he should stop it. Killua has 200 million ring nuns from the first floor to the 200th floor in the Sky Arena. It's not difficult for rookie killers to obtain 100 million ring nuns. Next time, I can accept the killer mission with a higher commission. Complete the goal of 1 billion precepts at one time. Ron pulled out the map. Look at the position of the number 4 condemned prisoner marked earlier, Killian. After hesitating for a moment, he called me G. Ron, has Killian's position not changed? No, it's still in that hotel. It is good. Ron hung up the phone. That's a little weird. Even Fransky got the news and wanted a transfer, and it was already transferred once before. It makes no sense to say that Killian didn't get the news. It's unlikely. Or does Killian feel that I'm not his opponent? Could it be that Killian is much better than Fransky and Cole? The other two, Ron wasn't sure about their situation. Because until now, Miji has not given the location information of those two to Ron. That is to say, I didn't get it myself. A successful intelligence officer has his own intelligence network. It's not just about being online, but have a lot of connections. Through these personal connections, collect, inquire, and gather intelligence. From the fact that Miji was able to obtain the information of these 5 death row prisoners so quickly, it can be judged that Miji's intelligence network is very strong. Logically speaking, death row prisoners number 3 and number 5 would not hide so much better than other death row prisoners. There must be something wrong here. However, Ron didn't stop. Instead, continued to the number 4 death row prisoner, and the city where Killian is located went to the past. This time Ron was in an airship, because the distance is so far apart. 3 days later, Ron disembarked the airship. I took a taxi and headed to a small town. According to the information obtained by Miji, Killian is in this town. This is the hometown of an old lover of Killian. Ding dong. Just after getting out of the car, a message was sent to Ron's phone. Killian left the town, went to Lurid Village, and went up the mountain. Ron frowned slightly. When don't you go up the mountain? Go up the mountain at this time. Did you hear that I'm coming? Is this intentional? Sudden. Ron thought of a possibility. That is, the other 2 condemned prisoners may not have been well hidden. Instead, it was hiding near Killian. Through Killian, hiding their stature. Now, they form an ambush against Ron. In a valley, Killian is sitting on a rock. Opposite Killian, there are 2 figures. A tall man with a bald head. It was Keck. The other one is much smaller and thinner, giving off a chilly aura. Cole and Fransky are gone. Killian said, it's very likely that the 2 of them have encountered an accident. I didn't expect that among the people in the prison, there were a few capable people who solved both of them. Lu Jingmei shook her head. It's not like someone in a prison. That is, before I came, I saw that the reward for the few of us were posted on the Killer Commission website. Kiki narrowed his eyes. So, it's not the people in the prison who killed Cole and Fransky, but the killer. Killian smiled. Are we meeting colleagues? Lu Jingmei glanced at the 2 of them and said, this person is not weak. Being able to locate Cole and Fransky in such a short period of time and kill them so quickly proves that this is a professional team with a high level. That's why I want to go up the mountain. Here, we have the advantage. Even if the opponent's strength is stronger than ours. But here, we are not without the possibility of winning. Lu Jingmei paused. I've already laid out the trap. Whether it can take effect or not, at least it can be delayed. It really depends on the 3 of us to decide the outcome. Cake, I'll leave it to you to fight head-on. Kiki nodded. No problem. There is a high probability that the opponent is also an player. However, I am an enhancer, and what I strengthen is the body. Even if the overall strength is stronger than me, I can definitely hold the opponent back. Yu Yomi looked at Killian again. Killian, you are assisting by the side. It is good. And as for me, Lu Jingmi said, I will wait for the opportunity and give the opponent a fatal blow. Suddenly, Killian asked a question. Wait, our current preparations are all aimed at the situation where there are only a few people on the other side. What if there are many people on the other side? Impossible. Lu Jingmei shook her head. If there are a lot of people, it proves that they are not strong alone. If they are not strong alone, there is no way to kill Cole and France Guy so quickly. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Jingmei's face changed suddenly. Lu Jingmei raised her head and saw a huge thought bomb attacking herself. Be careful. Lu Jingmei's pupil shrank, but Kiki and Killian didn't see it. Ron's heart skipped a beat. Looking at the way they discussed, I thought they had a good relationship. But in fact, they're still very wary of each other. Yu Zhengmi can see my thoughts, but Kiki and Killian can't. This proves that Lu Zhengmi did not teach this skill to Cuckoo and Killian when she was concentrating. However, Kiki and Killian, who were reminded by Lu Zhengmei, dodged in time. However, Ron didn't place his hopes on the mind bomb attack. What Ron developed was the transmuter ability. However, Ron is not just a Nen of transmuter, but a Nen of traits. Ron's ability lies more in Mind Beasts, special Mind Beasts, instead of reading bombs. For Ron, reading bombs is just a small supplementary method, not as good as Ron's own fighting ability. The fighting ability and killer skills trained in the Zoldyck family since childhood, just combined with the use of entanglement, are extremely strong. A pink figure appeared behind Killian. Killian, be careful. Lu Jingmei reminded again. But Killian turned around but saw nothing. The Killer Queen raised the scissors in her hand and stabbed Killian fiercely. Killian's face was turned aside, and he quickly pulled the thread in his hand, defending in front of him. The Killer Queen couldn't get any closer. Lu Jingmei breathed a sigh of relief. The Killer Queen quickly charged towards Keck. Because he couldn't see the existence of the Killer Queen, Kiki could only defend passively. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of fists hitting flesh and blood continued to resound. If it weren't for Keck being an enhancer, he would have been unable to handle it. Lu Jingmi's expression became very serious. The other party is a nun from Transmuter. The one who attacked us just now was a nun beast. Now Nen Beast is restrained by Kiki. We need to find that nun. Only in this way can we win. Now Lu Jingmei regrets that she did not teach Cuckoo and Killian Ning. If the two had learned it, the situation wouldn't have been so bad in the face of Ron's attack just now. But it's too late to say anything now. Moreover, this is not the only thing Lu Jingmei regrets. I also regret that the trap I set up was too simple. It didn't bother Ron in the slightest. There, Killian saw the shape of Ron. Superior. Lu Jingmei fell down, and the two rushed towards Ron's direction at the same time. However, the two of them didn't know that Ron had deliberately exposed his figure in order to allow Killian and Yu Zhongmi to get closer. When the two got closer, Ron's plan was completed. Killer Queen. The Killer Queen, who was fighting with Kiki, pressed the mechanism. Boom! There was no sound of the explosion, but the impact was no weaker. Lu Jingmei flew up into the air and hit the tree trunk, but it didn't stop. Crack! The trunk broke, and Lu Jingmei's figure hit the next trunk again. Lu Jingmei's eyes widened. What's the situation? Killian exploded? Is this also the ability of that killer? Or is there someone else? Lu Jingmei got up quickly and stared at her surroundings vigilantly. By this time, Killian had completely burst. The whole body is turned into powder. Above the ground, there is a huge depression. Ron walked over to Yu Zhengmi. Don't look at it. There's no one else, just me. Lu Jingmei stared at Ron, with disbelief in her eyes. Because now Yu Zhengmi can be sure that Ron is the only one who came. The one fighting Kiki was a Nen Beast. Kiki and Killian couldn't see it, but Yu Zhengmi could. Yu Zhongmi was surprised by Ron's age. Appears to be only 10 years old. Just such a person not only easily stepped over the trap he set up, not only was he not injured, he didn't even make any movement and went straight up the mountain. One person, surprise yourself, and wait for 3 people. Killian was dealt with in one go. Keck was also held back. This is such a powerful strength and ability. Is it really something a teenager can have? Simply unscientific. Who are you? A killer. Ron said flatly. I have accepted the task from the website commissioned by the killer to hunt you down. However, my pre-estimation was a little wrong. Lu Jingmei frowned. Error? What do you mean? I didn't expect you to be so weak. No, to be precise, I overestimated the difficulty of the killer mission of 100 million monks. Lu Jingmei's expression darkened. His situation was so bad that Ron even made a mocking comment. But more importantly, Lu Jingmei knew that Ron was telling the truth. Little devil, don't think that you are guaranteed to win. I'm different from them. I know, Ron said. You are stronger than them. At least you have the skill of condensing. Hit me. I'm a little disappointed in this killer mission, so please attack me with all your might. I hope you can bring me a little surprise. Lu Jingmei's eyes flickered. It has to be said that Ron's attitude made Lu Jingmei very uncomfortable. However, Lu Jingmei knew that this was not an opportunity for her. Arrogant brat. Do you really think you are invincible? If you shoot directly, I really have little chance of winning. But if you dare to give me a chance, I will seize it. When you die, don't blame me. If you want to blame, blame yourself. Arrogance, arrogance. What kind of killer is such a person? Lu Jingmei sneered in her heart. As far as the killer is concerned, Ron's current choice is indeed unwise. However, Ron is not a pure killer. In comparison, Ron felt more like a nun. What Ron wants to do is not to improve the killer's ability, accept more missions, and become famous in the killer world. Instead, the extreme intention of the observer is brought into full play. Create more and stronger beasts. Get stronger. This is what Ron is after. Whoosh! Suddenly, Yu Zhongmi rushed to Ron, and in the process of rushing, used the ability of the manipulator. Two sides appear. This is not an ordinary sickle, but a sickle tied with a rope. It is the rope that Lu Jingmei controls. Following Lu Jingmei's swing, the sickle turned rapidly. After that, Lu Jingmei slammed in the direction of Ron. The side strikes. Ron's figure flashed. Crack! A big tree as thick as an adult was broken in two under Lu Jingmei's sickle. One blow failed, and Lu Jingmei followed up with another attack. What Yu Yongmi wanted was to use an airtight attack to make it impossible for Ron to make a move. Afterwards, using the advantages of physical strength, Ron was consumed to death. In Lu Jingmei's view, no matter how strong Ron is, he is still just a child. The physical strength of children is usually not as good as that of ordinary people. Not bad attack. Ron nodded. This kind of attack is already stronger than what Isaiah showed. However, for me, it's not enough. Ron moved his feet, dodging Lu Jingmei's attack. At the same time, stretched out his hand, the palm of his hand was facing Lu Jingmei. Just in time, Lu Jingmei's sickle struck. Boom! The two collided together. Ron's bullet hit the rope on Lu Jingmei's sickle accurately. Even though it was a product of realization, the rope was also weak and was damaged by the bullet's attack. The sickle itself, which rotates at high speed, has a strong centrifugal force. Call out. The next moment, the sickle broke free from the rope and flew out. Lu Jingmei was stunned. Ron's mind bomb struck again, and this time it hit Lu Jingmei's feet. Lu Jingmei thought about it. The sickle in his hand disappeared, but turned into a bow and arrow. Lu Jingmei took the initiative to distance herself. Call out, call out, call out. Ron, what about this cruel dish? Such an attack was fine against ordinary people, but against Ron, it was useless at all. The speed of the bow and arrow, in Ron's opinion, was not fast enough at all. There is no pressure to dodge, etc. Looking at Lu Jingmei's actions, Ron couldn't help but have an idea. This guy, doesn't he want to run away? The next moment, 3 feathered arrows appeared on Lu Jingmei's bowstring at the same time. As soon as the shot was fired, Lu Jingmei turned around sharply. Run! Go straight down the mountain without any hesitation. Kiki, who was still fighting, was directly given up by Lu Jingmei. Want to run? No way. Ron would not give Yu Yongmi a chance to escape. Killer Queen. Ron gave orders to the Killer Queen. Just heard. Boom! With a huge explosion, Keek's body flew into the air. His eyes widened, revealing a deep sense of disbelief. Time goes back to before. After Ron gave the Killer Queen the order to fight freely, he confronted Yu Youngmi. So the Killer Queen is attacking Kiki at her own pace. The first bomb was not used. Pure use of fighting ability. This saves gas. But in this way, the Killer Queen will need more moments to kill Kiki. But Kek just thought he could do it. All of a sudden, after getting used to Killer Queen's attack rhythm, he actually thought that he had grasped Kek's attack pattern and could win. At this moment, Ron's order came down. Killer Queen didn't save her breath anymore. The first bomb. The Killer Queen swung the scissors in her hand and slashed at Kiki. A wound appeared, and the Killer Queen stuffed the stone she picked up into Keek's wound. Then back off. Detonate. A silent explosion appeared. The flesh and blood near Keek's wound were all shattered, annihilated, and turned into ashes under the action of the explosion. The severe pain made Kiki couldn't help crying, accompanied by the loss of vitality. Boom! Keek's figure hit the ground heavily. Because of its huge size, the entire ground seemed to vibrate. Killer Queen held the scissors and aimed them at Kek's throat. One blow completely took Kek's life. After confirming that Kiki was dead, the Killer Queen supported Ron in the direction at an extremely fast speed. Lu Jungmei fled down the mountain at an extremely fast speed. However, Ron is faster. The only thing Lu Jungmei could rely on was the traps he had set up before. Little devil, don't force me. Lu Jungmei turned her head and gave Ron a hard look. Ron's expression didn't change much. Soon down the mountain, the distance between the two is getting closer. A bullet fell, and Lu Jungmei's figure couldn't help but pause. And at this moment, Ron caught up. Lu Jungmei turned around and wanted to run. But Lim Bin just saw that Ron's figure suddenly increased a lot, becoming as many as a dozen, forming a circle, and tightly besieging Lu Jungmei in it. Everywhere it's Ron. Lu Jungmei's pupil shrank. How is this possible? At this time, Lu Jungmei was still in a state of concentration. However, the limb-bending technique used by Ron is also combined with reading. This is not a fake clone, but just an afterimage caused by too fast speed. Therefore, it can also be said that each is an entity. When he first learned this ability, what Ron first thought of was Killua's demonstration of this ability in the original plot. After that, Ron couldn't help but think of another person in another world. In the world of Naruto, Uchiha Shursui, also known as Shursui Shursui. Uchiha Shursui's instant body art is similar to the Zoldyck family's limbs. Lu Jungmei's face darkened again. Hateful. Little ghost, you have to stare at me, right? Just for a little bounty for you. In that case, let me show you my true strength. On Lu Jungmei's hands, two fists appeared. This is also realized. Yu Zhongmi rushed to Ron. Unable to determine which Ron is, Yu Youngmi rushed towards one at random. Yu Youngmi knew that since Ron would not let her leave, she would definitely stop her. Sure enough, Ron stood in front of Yu Youngmi. Boom! The fists of the two collided together. At this moment, Lu Jungmei suddenly grinned. He just saw that Lu Jungmei's injured glove disappeared in that instant. Lu Jungmei's fist was revealed. However, it is obviously different from the previous state. Now Lu Jungmei's fist is swollen, and it is not a normal human skin color, but purple. The purple is very intense. Intense blackening. Yu Youngmi's fist touched Ron's. Brat, I'm not a manipulator. My real ability is this. Poison hand. My hands are highly poisonous. A ferocious beast with a weight of several tons will die in a short time after being poisoned by me. Even if you are strong, so what? Even if the talent is high, so what? Don't be too proud of yourself. If you want to blame, blame yourself. I've given you a chance. This is your courting death. What a pity such a good talent is about to die in my hands. Lu Jungmei showed a smug smile. Ron looked at his palm, then at Ron. A figure appeared beside Ron. The Killer Queen handed over the scissors. Using the scissors, Ron cut the point where his and Yu Youngmi's fists touched. A small wound appeared. Ron squeezed. A cloud of black blood spattered out. Afterwards, Ron flicked his wrist. The poison is really strong. Even I may have to rest for a few minutes. Killer Queen, the next battle is up to you. Ron took a few steps back. The Killer Queen rushed towards Lu Jingmei. Lu Jingmei showed an incredulous expression when she heard Ron's words. Little devil, stop talking big. After a while, you will die. However, after a few minutes, Ron was still alive and well. Nothing like being affected. Even the traces of poisoning on Ron's hands were almost gone. How is this possible? At this time, Lu Jingmei knew that what Ron said was not a lie. This made Lu Jingmei even more puzzled. Why? Know your own abilities. Lu Jingmei knew very well how strong her poisonous hand would be. Countless people have died under her poisonous hand, and there is no shortage of powerful nun people. There is no flesh and blood life that can stop it. The Killer Queen's offensive is getting more and more fierce, because after suppressing the toxin in his hand, Ron distributed more energy to the Killer Queen. As a mind beast, the more chi there is, the stronger the strength will be. Lu Jingmei was suppressed. At this moment, Lu Jingmei's heart was disturbed. On the one hand, he was puzzled by the fact that Ron was fine after being poisoned, and on the other hand, he was facing the onslaught of the Killer Queen. Boom! The Killer Queen punched Lu Jingmei's chest. Crack! Yu Zhongmi's sternum was shattered. It sank directly. Unsteady, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. But this time she didn't fall down. It doesn't mean that Lu Jingmei has regained 10%. The Killer Queen's second attack came again. This time, Lu Jingmei didn't have such good luck. Boom! The whole body hit the ground. Killer Queen jumped high. Boom! Both knees were directly on Lu Jingmei's body. Lu Jingmei's figure was sunk into the mud. Puff! A mouthful of blood spurted out. Ron stepped forward. Lu Jingmei's vision has become blurred, and the strength of her whole body is losing. Some pictures appeared in Lu Jingmei's mind. I remember. That kind of skill can only be known by members of the legendary number 1 killer family. The Zoldyck family. Are you from a Zoldyck family? Lu Jingmei held on, tried her best, and looked at Ron. Ron Zoldyck. Hearing Ron's voice, Lu Jingmei showed a touch of relief on her face. I see. It turned out to be someone from the Zoldyck family. Not bad. I, Lu Jingmei, have been a killer for so many years and have killed countless people. When I die, I can die at the hands of the Zoldyck family. My life is considered complete. Before she finished speaking, Lu Jingmei's breath stopped first. Vitality cut off. Ron tidied up and submitted the information to the client. After that, leave with your stuff. This thing was found by Ron from Lu Jingmei and others. Ron didn't know if Gino Silva and others had the habit of searching for corpses, but Ron felt that if they didn't search, it wouldn't be a waste. I didn't expect these few condemned prisoners to accumulate so much money not long after they left prison. Not long after, the entrustment money for the killer mission was transferred to Ron's unregistered account. Ron did a simple calculation. This task has a total commission of 500 million monies. I have accumulated more than 100 million Buddhist monks before. I paid a small amount of money and then went to various places to hunt down and kill criminals. I spent a lot of money during this journey, and the consumption was not small. However, touching the corpses of several condemned prisoners also made a fortune. Now the money in my account has reached 800 million precepts. It's only 200 million monks away from 1 billion monks. Based on the difficulty of this killer mission, 200 million monks is basically not a difficult task for me. Ron came to a nearby city and checked into a hotel. Take out the laptop from the Killer Queen's body. Open. Log in to the Killer Mission website. They search one by one. This time, Ron chose a task with a single target of more than 300 million rings and less than 5 rings. Lu Jingmei and other 5 people are still not strong enough for Ron. One of the reasons Ron came out was to get money. However, this is not Ron's only purpose. Ron wanted to do some real combat. In Ron's view, the battle in the Sky Arena is not a pure battle. Because of the method of calculating points, many people will be limited within the rules. In addition, the battle in the Sky Arena was announced. There is also video recording. Ron didn't like to show his full abilities. Half a month later, Ron is back in the Sky Arena. Little big brother. Lena looked up at Ron. surprise in her eyes. These days, Lena lived in fear. On the other hand, Lena worries about Carlisle's situation. On the one hand, Lena didn't know where Ron had gone. In the beginning, Lena didn't have the energy to care about her changes. Because he had just regained consciousness, he was brought into the ring by Carlisle. After calming down, Lena realized what had happened to her. Terrified, confused, terrified. Ron nodded. Lena, you must have understood by now what happened to you, right? Lena was silent for a while, then nodded. I found a way to help you recover. But it's not certain that it will recover. After speaking, Ron walked to the window. He took out his cell phone and called Gino. Grandpa Gino, 10 rings, I got it. I sent you an email, go to that place, and tell him that I sent you to find him. Okay, Grandpa Gino, thank you. Ron opened the email and looked at the address. A city as prosperous as Ukexen. However, the specific location made Ron a little strange. A park? Why is it a park? Does this person live in the park? Even if it is a staff, it is not a staff dormitory. Ron shook his head. The TV on the wall was on. A notice caught Ron's attention. There was a battle preview on it. On one side, it was Juliana who had defeated Carlisle before. The other party is a layer master. Challenge the battle of the floor master. I can't miss this. The progress of the observer's ultimate intention has not moved for a long, long time. However, this is a battle at the floor master level, and Ron felt that the progress of the crystal ball could be improved somewhat. In addition, Ron himself is also interested in this battle. In the original plot, there are actually very few appearances of the Sky Arena floor master. Just Hisoka and Krallo are 2 official ones. Even with the theatrical version, there will be one more Zoosi, and the other ones that appear don't even have names. They just show their faces, and they don't engage in any serious battles. It is completely the background board of the background board. But Hisoka, Krallo, Zoosi, the difference between these 3 is too big. It is so big that it is impossible to judge the real level of the floor master. After watching this game, go to that park. When it was time for dinner, Ron called, and within a short time, a staff member delivered the food. Ron closed the door and gave some of it to Lena. Ron glanced at his right hand. The wound has basically healed. In the battle with Lu Zhongmi, the poisonous hand was really good. With Ron's poison resistance, some poisonous blood must be discharged. However, compared to the original plot, Krallo's poison to Silva Uncle should be weaker. If Silva Uncle endured Yu Zhongmi's murder, there shouldn't be any problem. Lena sips towards the dinner. Because she lost her hands and turned into claws, Lena couldn't use the tableware at all. I can only lower my head like a puppy. Ron took a look and looked away. There are actually many reasons for Ron to help Lena. One is being friends with Lena. The second is that Lena is a kind child, and Ron thinks that Lena should not be like this. The third is, as Ron and Gino said, Lena has a good talent. It is a good choice for Ron to form a team and let Lena join, and he could do a good job as a member of Ron's team. Fourth point, when Ron was watching Full Metal Alchemist in his previous life, he felt very sorry for Nina. So when Ron saw Lena's state, he had an idea. Nina's tragedy, Ron can't change it, but at least it can prevent Lena from repeating Nina's tragedy. The price is not much, just 10 ring nuns. For none, it's really a small number. That's the conclusion Ron came to when he went on 2 killer missions. The first mission is to hunt down 5 condemned prisoners. The commission directly reached 500 million ring nuns. And from the 5 death row prisoners, Ron also got a lot of money. The second task is to assassinate a gang member named Jesse Long. Born in a dojo, he also had experience in the Sky Arena, but failed to get the qualification to challenge the floor master. After failing, he left the Sky Arena and was invited by the gangsters. Later became a member of the gang. The basics about Nun are well grasped. Congealing skills. None of Enhancer. The main ability is the fist in the pocket. There are restrictions and oaths in it. When fighting against people, he always puts his hands in his pockets and looks calm and unhurried. The longer the time in the pocket, the stronger the attack of the punch. This ability is somewhat similar to that of Finks, a member of Phantom Troop. Finks uses a rotating arm to increase the power of the fist. Jack Long increases the power of his fists by increasing the pocket time. Countless people died under the fist of Jack Long. Often it only takes one hit. This is the strongest opponent Ron has encountered since he learned to read. Stronger than Isaiah, Yu Young Mi, the D-rank butler of the Zoldyck Manor. All come here. Of course, Silva doesn't count. The fight between Ron and Silva wasn't really a fight at all. It was just Silva's advice to Ron. In terms of performance, Jack Long's strength is much stronger than Juliana's. I didn't qualify for the Floor Masters Challenge that year. Maybe it was because I was too anxious or it was bad luck. However, it may be that after leaving the Sky Arena, his strength has improved a lot over time. After killing Jack Long, Ron received a commission of 500 million monies. It's actually a bit uneconomical. No wonder no one has accepted this task for so long. Assessed by real strength, Jesse Long's strength is worth at least 1 billion guilds. Ron had a thought. A pink figure appeared. Ron took out an egg from the Killer Queen's body space. This is the biggest gain Ron got after looting Jack Long's residence. A red egg, one of the wonders of this world. It has something to do with the colored eggs, one of the 7 beauties in the world. The difference is that the colored eggs are colorful, and this egg is only monochrome. It is equivalent to a degraded version of the colored egg. Ron had already confirmed this with Gino. The main function of colored eggs is to watch. The secondary effect is that it can improve the physique of living things. The method used is very simple. Cook directly, just eat it. The same goes for the red eggs. It's just the aspect of improvement that is different. The promotion of colored eggs to creatures can be divided into 7 latitudes, and red eggs can only promote one of them. That is explosive power. Lena looked over curiously. Ron took a look at the kitchen here. The luxury suites provided by the Sky Arena have kitchens, but very few people use them. Neither would Ron. It has always been vacant. There's no such big kitchen utensils. Then it's the only way to try. Cooking food, to put it bluntly, destroys the structure of the food itself. Temperature can be used, or other methods can be used. Ron remembered a nun trick, that is to use chi to destroy the structure of food. Condensation, with a thought in Ron's mind. A large amount of chi condensed in Ron's hands. Ron put his hands on either side of the red egg. Immediately, Ron was so angry that he wrapped up the entire red egg. After a while, bursts of heat seemed to be steaming up. Ron could clearly feel, inside the red eggs, the vibrations of those egg liquids. It's very difficult. To maintain this state, you must concentrate all your energy. Ron's eyes lit up. In this way, this is actually a very good way to exercise the control of chi. Convenient and practical. Ron was a little surprised. This was a casual attempt, but I didn't expect such a harvest. Lena felt the anger on Ron's body and subconsciously backed away a little. Nervous people's chi naturally suppresses ordinary people. Even if Lena is not an ordinary person, but under the influence of Carlisle's ability, she becomes a state similar to a synthetic beast. But the same is true. Ron's strength crushed Carlisle. Crack! A cracking sound sounded. Ron stopped quickly, just saw that a crack appeared on the shell of the red egg. A burst of fragrance overflowed. The next moment, the color of the red egg shell faded away. No, those who were prepared said that they should all be restrained. That color is drawn back into the egg inside. Ron lifted an eggshell. The egg inside takes on a faint pink color. It is delicious in color, fragrance, and taste. Without hesitation, Ron took out a spoon from the kitchen and took a bite immediately. The entrance is a bit chewy, and the chewing taste is very good. After swallowing and entering his stomach, Ron could clearly feel a wave of heat overflowing from his body and spreading to his whole body. Good. Ron felt a change in his body. Because Ron's physique is very strong, such a change is not very obvious. However, Ron was still satisfied. Jack Dragon uses the red egg as an ornamental. Ron didn't need to. Soon, Ron ate the whole red egg. Being nun means having a huge stomach capacity and can eat food much larger than your own stomach capacity. Compared with ordinary people, the digestive ability has changed. Lena next to her looked at the red egg with eager eyes. But Ron didn't give a sip, because Ron is not sure whether this will affect Lena's state. If it has an impact on the subsequent elimination of thoughts because of eating something, then the gain outweighs the loss. 2 days later, Juliana's Floor Master Challenge officially started. Ron came to the auditorium early. The host introduced the situation of the two of them. After a while, the entire venue was full. This is the Layer Master Challenge. To be honest, in the Sky Arena, it is rare to have a few Layer Master Challenges a year, because it is not easy to qualify for the challenge. A one-eyed middle-aged man appeared opposite Juliana. Condensation. Ron used condensation to look at the state of the two of them. Just at this time. Start. With the sound of the referee falling, the two moved at the same time. Juliana rushed in front of the one-eyed middle-aged man. The fight between the two was in an instant. Pushing hands. Just a simple push. Boom. Juliana flew backwards at a faster speed than when she rushed. Suddenly, he came outside the arena. Winner. The entire venue was quiet for a while and was greatly surprised by the result. What's the situation? Is the gap that big? Even if Juliana is the challenger, Juliana has won so many games in a row before. One hit and you're defeated. It's too fake. Ron's eyes flickered. To be honest, the gap between Juliana and the one-eyed middle-aged man is not too big, but not too small. Still follow the set of evaluation criteria given by Silva. Juliana's level has surpassed the E level and entered the D level. But in the D rank, it belongs to the weaker level. As for the one-eyed middle-aged man, he has surpassed the D level and reached the C level. But because the one-eyed middle-aged man took too few shots, Ron couldn't make a precise judgment. Compared to Hisoka and Krallo, it should be much worse. I don't know what level this person's strength among the Layer Masters is. Ron followed the crowd and left the venue. When he came to the corridor, a figure just came towards him. It was the one-eyed middle-aged man who defeated Juliana in the ring before. Ron frowned slightly. Don't worry, I mean no harm. The one-eyed middle-aged man showed a smile. I just want to get to know you, my disciple before, thanks to your care. Let me introduce myself. I am Yanida Dapo, the owner of the 236th floor of the Sky Arena. My disciple, I fought against you on the 199th floor. Ron thought back. Lu Sheng Erling, that's right. Yontian Dubois nodded and said, as a disciple of mine, I think highly of myself, and I am used to going smoothly. Until I met you, I didn't know that there is a sky beyond the sky, and there are people beyond people. After being defeated by you, I returned to the dojo with peace of mind and train hard. It's finally on the right track. For that, I thank you very much. Ron didn't expect Lu Sheng Erlang to have a floor teacher. Ron couldn't help thinking, if I didn't win that match, Lu Sheng Erlang won. Those rookie killers caught Lu Sheng Erlang and bullied him vigorously. I don't know what expression I will have when I find out later that Lu Sheng Erlang's teacher is the floor master. It must be wonderful. No, I'm just playing normally. Yanida Dapo smiled and moved to another topic. Speaking of which, Ron, you seem to be alone and don't belong to any group. Are you interested in joining my dojo? I know your background is definitely not simple, but the dojo is only a matter of the Sky Arena, and it will not affect other things. Ron is only in his teens, and he has this ability, but if he is not stupid, he knows that there must be someone behind Ron. Otherwise, who raised Ron? Who taught Ron those fighting skills? Who taught Ron none? Ron hesitated, then shook his head. Forget it. I don't have any thoughts about this, and I won't stay in the Sky Arena for too long. I'm going to leave when the fighting tournament is over. Fighting tournament. Are you ready to participate? Of course not. Ron said, my current strength is not enough, and I don't have the qualifications. I just want to see. Ron didn't need to go to a fighting tournament. The ultimate intention of the observer is that as long as he sees it and is nearby, it will be fine. The crystal ball can automatically absorb the characteristics of the fighting tournament. Whether Ron participates or not, the characteristics of the Sky Arena absorbed by the crystal ball will not change. Okay, see you again when we have a chance. Goodbye. Yanida Dapo just tried it, but it didn't matter if he couldn't be invited. Ron went back to his room. Look at the crystal ball first. Witnessing a battle between Yanida Dapo and Juliana made the progress of the crystal ball a little bit better. But very little, almost invisible. We still have to wait until the fighting tournament. Ron looked at Lena. Lena, pack up. We're going to go. Lena didn't have many things to pack. She just covered her body with a huge black cloak. After all, going out in Lena's current image would scare everyone. Had to hide. Not to mention the others. Even Ron would feel panicked if he took a few more glances. Not that ugly. There are a lot of monsters uglier than Lena. It is the source of Lena's current appearance. Yes, little big brother. In the evening, the two left the Sky Arena. A car stopped at the door. This is a black car driver. Ron hired at night. There is no way. Lena's appearance cannot take an airship, and serious taxis are rarely willing to cross such a long distance to another city. So Ron can only choose the black car. Guatan's son. Ron looked at the driver, making sure of his identity first. Yes, you are Ron. It's me. Ron got into the car. Choosing a black car driver is a problem. That is, a safety problem. In the middle of the journey, there are not a few examples where the driver also works as a robber. Either way, it wasn't a problem for Ron. Ron is much stronger than Guatan's son. Guatan's son is not even a nun. Ron let Lena get in the car first and sat in the left back seat, while Ron himself sat in the right back seat. Guatan's son took a look at the two of them and quickly looked away. Can we go? Can. The next moment, a violent engine roar sounded. With one ejection, the car rushed out. Just leave a lot of exhaust in the previous position. Ron remained entangled. Once there is any situation, you can deal with it at any time. Not long after, the car left the city. It was getting darker and darker. Riding the car is boring. It will take a long time to reach the destination. If you are bored, you can close your eyes and take a rest in the car. Don't worry, I drive very steadily. For so many years, there has never been an accident. Ron nodded. Okay, we will. The voice just fell. Sudden, a lot of roaring cars sounded. Call out, call out, call out. Cars appeared from behind and rushed past the three of Ron at an extremely fast speed. Midnight drag party? Ron looked at the back of the other party's car going away and suddenly felt something was wrong. It's not right. Guatanson's expression became serious. We're in trouble. I'll fix it, though. Trust me, sit still. Seeing Guatanson operate in the driver's seat for a while, the next moment, Ron felt that the speed of the car increased sharply, surpassing the level of ordinary cars. This car has been remodeled. It's not an ordinary modification. Throttle boom. The tire marks on the ground formed perfect arcs. Sure enough, the cars in front stopped and blocked the road, as if they were about to do something big. However, just before they were encircled, Guatanson rushed over. Break it. Ron frowned slightly as he watched Guatanson's fancy operations. Among other things, Guatanson's driving skills are really good. It is now late at night. Sight is very poor. It was extremely dark. The convoy in front deliberately blocked the road again, and it was scattered all over with only very narrow gaps. It can be said that under such circumstances, even if the average person walks slowly, they may crash the car. But Guatanson did not slow down. Instead, maintaining the previous speed, through his own operation, he rushed over abruptly. This car skill, Ron's previous life, has only been seen in movies. However, this is not the end. This is just the beginning. The target of the other party is Ron and the three of them. How could they watch the cooked duck fly away like this? Chase. With a sound of falling, more than a dozen vehicles quickly caught up. Guatanson saw the convoy chasing him from the rearview mirror, and instead of being afraid, he became excited. Want to catch up with me? Dream talent. I'm the car God Guatanson. Ron glanced back. Originally, Ron had a plan to deal with the chasing army by himself. But now that 08 saw Guatanson's operation, Ron withdrew his idea. There's no need to make a move. Guatanson is enough. I just don't know whether these people are here for me or for Guatanson. It's just that if it came for me, it would be too weak. Ron recalled the two killers he met when he first came to Sky Arena. It seems that the reward has not been revoked until now. Who was trying to kill me? A reward of 5 million nuns was offered. Ron didn't care about the threat that this bounty could bring. After all, Ron himself has killed Jack Dragon, who was offering a bounty of 500 million rings. 5 million monks, That is 1% of 500 million monks. It is conceivable that the killer who will accept this task is who. 3 hours later, the cars behind were gone. Guotan's son successfully got rid of them, entered the town, refueled, replenished, and continued on the road. After 2 days, entered the city. Guotan's son found a cheap corner and stopped. Ron, the destination is here. Ron nodded. Thanks. You're welcome. Guotan's son smiled and said, I had a great time running this train. Those little brats came to chase me 2 days ago and brought you a bad experience. How about it? You can give me the commission. It's probably a good idea. It is good. Ron didn't force the full payment. No need. Since Guotan's son took the initiative to say it, it proves that this is what Guotan's son wanted. Also, those chasers did give Ron and Lena a bad experience. Guotan's son's driving skills are good, but driving that way, the experience of passengers sitting in the car will not be much better. Ron pulled the cash out of his pocket. Guotan's son took it and nodded. That's right. That's the number. Ron and Lena get out of the car. Guotan's son poked his head out of the car window. Ron, write down my contact information. There will be such a job in the future. Find me. I'm reliable. Guotan's son patted his chest. Okay, I'll introduce you to business later. Ron thinks Guotan's son is quite interesting. No evil intentions occurred along the way, and after accepting the commission, they sent Ron and Lena to their destination in earnest. And there's no slighting of Ron because he's a kid. Very equal, treated as peers. There are very few people like this who don't know Ron's true strength. Even the stewards of Zoldyck Manor don't have this mentality. When Ron competed with those butlers, it didn't mean that those butlers didn't respect Ron. They respected Ron's identity very much. But before Ron shows his strength, they will still be affected by Ron's age. Guotan's son. Watching the car leave, a figure appeared in Ron's mind. Together, in Ron's previous life, a character that appeared in the movie. Tough guy with thinning hair. But the character is a little different. Lena, let's go. The address of the exorcist that Jian Nuo gave was a park. Ron's location is not that park, but the distance from that park is not very far. Probably only a few kilometers. At the speed of Ron and Lena, it could be done in 10 minutes on foot. Ron is no ordinary person. The current Lena is not. It was still early at this time, but there were not many people around. The city was full of flowers, but it was located in a remote place. Walking all the way, only a dozen eyes fell on Ron and Lena. But it's just a little curiosity. No intention of exploring further. On the contrary, the beautiful women who came here to play attracted more attention. Some young people couldn't help but whistled at each other. However, such behavior can only usher in disgust, because they are not handsome enough. Many things are related to appearance. The effects of making a handsome person are completely different from those made by an ugly person. Not long after, a park came into the sight of Ron and Lena. Not abandoned, people come and go, just not much traffic. The gate is unguarded and anyone can enter. Ron walked in with Lena. The moment he walked in, Ron felt a sharp gaze falling on him. So Ron came up with the answer. Obviously, it should be the Nemesis Master introduced by Jian Nuo. Senior. 303. Ron walked over to meet the gaze. An old man walked out. An old man with a somewhat chubby figure, to be precise, should be strong, wearing ordinary work clothes, but Ron could see the shape of the muscles on the opponent's body. Stronger than most of the players in Sky Arena. Moreover, the chi on the body is very strong. Stronger than Yanita Dupo. Short silver hair. The eyes are slightly dead fish. The whole body exudes an aura that is integrated with the environment. If it weren't for Ron being a nun, if it weren't for the old man looking at Ron too sharply, it might just be ignored. This is a strong man. Senior. The old man took a serious look at Ron and asked, You were introduced by Senior Gino? That's right. Come with me. Certainly. The old man led the way, and Ron and Lena followed. Continue to go deep into the park. There are basically no traces of people here. Through another forest, the old man stopped. There is an open space in the middle of the woods, and there are 2 small wooden houses standing on the open space. In front of the small wooden houses is a piece of sand, and a young man is training on the sand. Hearing movement, look this way. Teacher. When he looked up, he saw Ron and Lena behind the old man, and he froze suddenly. "Teacher, what is this?" The old man just glanced at the young man lightly. "Guest, continue your training." His teacher, the old man, took Ron and Lena into the cabin and closed the door. "Sit." There is no stool in Konoha, so he can only sit cross-legged. Ron didn't mind, though. What is the specific situation? Ron motioned for Lena to take off the cloak. Lena shook her body. When the old man saw Lena, his pupils shrank slightly. "Whose idea is this?" "Lena's father, Carlisle." "Old man." There was a moment of silence. I have actually seen such a state before. The intensity of the thoughts is not high, but it is very troublesome to deal with. Except for such thoughts, the effort is much stronger than using such thoughts. "I need 10 days. Is the money ready?" Ron nodded and handed over an anonymous bank card. The old man took it. "You guys stay here now. I will give her this wooden house first. I need to prepare well so that I won't be disturbed. If you need anything, just tell my disciples." "The one outside?" "Right. Okay, Senior, I'm in trouble." The old man waved his hand. After finishing speaking, the old man got up and walked out of the wooden house. Ron looked at Lena. "Lena, you have heard the words of the senior. You should stay in the wooden house these few days." "Yes, little big brother." Ron also walked out of the cabin. The old man walked into another wooden house. The door and windows were closed tightly. The young man on the sand looked at Ron curiously. "Did you come to my teacher to get rid of thoughts?" "That's right." Ron nodded and said, "Senior told me that he should prepare well and not disturb him for 10 days. And he can talk to you if he needs anything during this period." "No problem. Just talk to me." The young man patted his chest and rolled his eyes. "You're also a nun person. Do you want to come and have a try?" Ron stared at the young man. Judging by the young man's temperament, he should have reached the level of D rank. Seeing that Ron didn't answer, the young man couldn't help but add something. "Don't worry, I will suppress my strength to the same level as yours. After all, I am so much older than you, so I can't bully you in this regard." "That's fine, you can try it." Ron said, "I am the nun of transmuter. If you want to fight, you can only fight with my Nen Beast." "It's okay, come on." There was a look of expectation in the young man's eyes. It can be seen that young people seem to be very bored at ordinary times, and they are very satisfied if they can have a competition. Ron had a thought. "Killer Queen." A pink figure appeared beside Ron. The young man's expression became serious, but the excitement in his eyes grew stronger. "Start." A series of fierce collisions sounded. After a while, the two stopped. In this competition, there was actually no winner. The young man suppressed a certain amount of strength, but Ron didn't let the Killer Queen use his full strength, so the fight was evenly matched. Because it's just a competition, so it's just a click away. "Cool," the young man said happily. "It's been a long time since I competed with anyone. There are so few people here, and the teacher won't let me leave, saying that my strength is not enough. By the way, my name is Kaiken. What's your name?" The young man turned to Ron. Ron, you are really powerful. I am far inferior to you at your age. I suppressed a little bit of strength just now, but I still took advantage of it. Because your Nen Beast is strong enough, I'll let go of it." Kaiken seems to be a chatterbox, and it may be because he hasn't seen other people for a long time, so he talks too much. Keep asking about the situation outside Ron Park. I am especially interested in things about the Sky Arena. I wish I could visit the Sky Arena someday. The fighting tournament will definitely be very interesting. But Ron felt that the Sky Arena was not a suitable stage for Kaiken. In the previous competition, Ron could see that Kaiken's fighting style needs to adapt to the environment, and the same is true for Nun. The more complicated the environment, the more capable it will be. And the matches in the Sky Arena are all on the ring. The arena was bare. Kaiken's fighting style and ability will be restrained. But it's a pity that people from our environment combat genre are not suitable. As Kaiken spoke, he sighed. He was still clear about his own situation. Hearing the word genre, Ron's heart moved slightly. Those who are none, there are genres. It's like the heart flow created by Netero. Bisji, Yungu, Zoosi, and later gone, Killua, can all be regarded as people with flow of heart. The Zoldyck family doesn't have any genres, more just a combination of killing skills and orders. If there is anything to say, it is the killer style. Kaikin, the environmental warfare genre. Was it created by your teacher? That's right. Kaikin nodded and said happily. The teacher is a very powerful person, and anyone who can create a genre is very strong. I have seen many people who came to challenge the teacher. They are actually very strong, but in front of the teacher, they were quickly defeated. No one won. Among those people, there are existences that are many, many times stronger than me. I really hope that one day I can reach the level of a teacher. There was hope in Kaiken's eyes. Ron smiled and said, sure. 10 days later, when the old man walked out of the wooden house, his whole demeanor changed greatly. Before, the old man gave Ron the feeling that he was perfectly integrated with the surrounding environment. But now, the old man gave Ron the feeling that he was out of tune with the surrounding environment. It's like stepping out of an abyss. Exudes a strong, chin, injung breath. Come on in, Ron. I'm going to start. Yes, senior. Kaikin was very curious, but the old man didn't speak, so Kaikin could only suppress his curiosity. Boom! Kanoa's door closed. Lena quickly raised her head. Little big brother. It's okay, don't worry. The old man came in front of Lena, stretched out his hand, and landed on top of Lena's head. Afterwards, the black color of the Een altar emerged from the old man's body. Following the old man's arm, he flocked towards Lena, until Lena is completely wrapped. Lena turned into a black sphere. Time passed the hall bit by bit. Sudden, the black sphere moved and seemed to be divided into two halves, one half to the left and the other to the right, divided into two black spheres. Wriggling constantly, the old man took Lena's cloak and covered it on the sphere. The elimination of thoughts is completed. I don't need to take care of the rest. You packed up and left. The old man got up with a tired face, walked out of the wooden house, and walked to the previous wooden house. Ron took the backpack out. Wow! Just saw a furry head emerge from under the cloak. It was Xiaoji. Little Hui, let's go out. Ron stepped out of the cabin and looked back. Lena, come out after changing your clothes. Yes, no lips. Ron closed the door behind him. Kaikin looked at the extra little gray and was very curious. But Xiaohui doesn't like Kaikin. After looking at Kaikin a few more times, Xiaohui couldn't help baring his teeth, threatening Kaikin. Kaikin smiled, not caring about Xiaoqing's threat. Ron, are you leaving? Okay. Ron nodded. My work is done, and I have bothered you for so long. It's time to leave. After a pause, Ron said, Kaikin, when you can leave to go outside, remember to contact me. It is good. Not long after, Lena walked out of the wooden house. This is how Ron looked when he first met Lena. However, there has been a slight change in the breath. Lena, let's go. Yes, little big brother. 2 people and 1 dog left the park. This time back to the city, Ron didn't plan to take a black car. Lena's form was already fully capable of taking an airship. Small gray can be checked. 2 days later, Ron is back in the Sky Arena. Just got back. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Ron opened the door. A figure stood at the door. Carlisle. Ron couldn't help frowning. For Carlisle, Ron has no affection at all. Ron, thank you for taking care of Lena during this time. Carlisle thanked Ron first, and then looked at Lena and sighed. Lena, it's time to go back with me. Just at this time. Roar. Xiaohui rushed in front of Carlisle, with its 2 front paws propped on the ground, staring fiercely at Carlisle, showing a threatening posture, as if it might attack Carlisle at any time. Carlisle took a step back subconsciously, but then I was a little upset. Have you ever been frightened by a dog? Carlisle spilled out his thoughts. However, Ron wouldn't let Cartier do the trick. An aura stronger than that of Carlisle emanated from Ron's body. Carlisle's face darkened. Father. Lena trotted up. Lena, it's time to go back with me. Carlisle repeated. Father, it's great that you're fine. When Lena arrived in Carlisle, there was still surprise in her eyes. Even though Carlisle did such a thing, Lena still respected Carlisle for her father in her heart. Lena didn't resent Carlisle for that. Lena, I'm fine, let's go back. Seeing Lena's attitude towards him, Carlisle couldn't help showing a smile. I think Lena will definitely leave with me. However, Lena's next words made Carlisle smile and had a freeze. Father, I am relieved to see that you are fine. However, I can't go back with you. The life you gave me was terminated on that day. My life now is given by my little big brother. There is also Xiaoji. Father, I'm sorry. After today, I'm not Lena anymore. I've given myself a new name. Nina, 21. I also gave Xiaoji a new name. Polar Bear. So, Father, don't bother me in the future, okay? Carlisle fell silent. Lena, no. What Nina said surprised Ron. Ron thought that Lena didn't resent Carlisle and would be willing to continue to follow Carlisle. I didn't expect Nina's attitude to be like this. Lena, are you blaming me? However, I can't help it. Carlisle hugged his face with one hand, AFJ, and said, I must get the position of Sky Arena Floor Master. It's been a lifelong dream of mine. As my family, shouldn't you support me? Nina shook her head. Father, Lena didn't hate you. You are Lena's father. Lena can do whatever you ask Lena to do. But Lena is dead. Carlisle looked at Nina, as if he wanted to see something in Nina's eyes. But Nina directly looked away. Xiaoji, no. Bai Xiong showed a more ferocious expression. Ron was here, and Ice Bear knew that Carlisle couldn't do anything about him. Lena could not resent Carlisle. That's because Carlisle is Lena's father. But Ice Bear is not. Ice Bear is just a dog. Is it wrong for a dog to hold a grudge? I see. Carlisle lowered his head and said, From today onwards, we will never see each other again. After speaking, Carlisle turned around and walked back to the corridor. At this moment, a trace of regret arose in Carlisle's heart. But it's just a trace. Carlisle knew that even if he was given another chance to do it all over again, he would still make the same choice. Because it was not a sudden idea, but the result of careful consideration. It's not just Lena. And Carlisle's wife, Lena's mother, too. The puppet that was shattered by Juliana before was a composite beast formed by Carlisle, using his own mind to fuse Lena's mother and Warcraft together. Boom! Ron closed the door. The white bear ran excitedly in the living room. For Carlisle, Ice Bear hates it to the extreme. Lena, no, Nina. Are you all right? It's all right, little big brother. Nina flashed a smile at Ron. After that, go behind the window and put your hands on your hips. Nina's new life has begun. For Nina, this is indeed a new life. If it weren't for Ron, it would be basically impossible for Nina to get rid of the yin on her body. Carlisle doesn't have that ability, nor does he have that network. Moreover, after experiencing this synthetic beast, Nina's essence has changed a little. Aura nodes turned on, automatically master wrapping, also strengthened. Now Nina, as long as she learns the basic 4 elements, she can immediately surpass those newcomer killers in the Sky Arena, even at Isaiah's level. In addition, the white bear has also benefited greatly in this process. It was a blessing in disguise. However, this blessing was not brought by Carlisle. It was brought by Ron. Nina is very aware of this. That's why Nina made the decision to sever ties with Carlisle and follow Ron forever. Little big brother, I want to become stronger and become as strong as you. Ron nodded. I'll teach you the skills of Juehel Yin first, and I'm going to conduct the water-seeing test. When you have mastered all these basic skills, you can develop your abilities. Lena was doing the basic practice of none, while Ron came to the 251st floor of the Sky Arena. The 2-day fighting tournament in the Sky Arena had officially started a few days ago. This attracted the attention of countless people. It's not just the city, adjacent cities, non-adjacent cities, or even other countries. Many people came because of this event. This made Ron think 2 things. One is the world's #1 martial arts tournament in the world of Dragon Ball. The second is Naruto World's joint Chunin exam. The entire conference lasted for a short time. A total of 21 layer masters. 2 games can be played in 1 day. You could get the top 11 in 5 days. In 3 more days, the top 6 can be drawn. The top 3 can be drawn in 2 more days. Another day, get Tion Diming. For the first place, you can get the chance to challenge the landlord. Ron saw Yanida Dapo. This was the only person Ron knew among the floor masters. When Ron looked over, Yanida Dapo also noticed Ron's gaze, looked over, and nodded. The 2 greeted each other. Ron withdrew his gaze and looked at the crystal ball in front of him. As Ron expected, After the fighting tournament in the Sky Arena started, the progress of the crystal ball, which had been stagnant for a long time, finally picked up quickly again. According to this progress, as long as the fighting tournament is over, the absorption of the crystal ball can reach 100%. My second Nen Beast can appear. There was a look of anticipation in Ron's eyes. Battle after battle is carried out in the arena. Ron didn't miss a game. Ron also had a clearer idea of the strength of the Layer Masters. The strength of the floor masters of the Sky Arena varies greatly. Some weak ones are just at Juliana's level. Unidadapo is considered average among them. But strong. Ron narrowed his eyes slightly. I can't assess it, because the strength is above the current me, much more than the current me. It's like I have no way to evaluate the strength of Silva, Uncle, and Grandpa Gino. My current strength is still not strong enough. The match in the arena is over. Everyone left one after another. Some people were still immersed in the previous battle scenes, and there was a lot of discussion about the results of the game, but in fact, most people couldn't understand it all. Ron went back to his room. Little big brother. Nina opened her eyes and jogged over happily. But the white bear came first, and came to Ron first. Around Ron, Fu was big head rubbed against Ron. Ron smiled and patted Ice Bear on the head. Nina, little big brother, entanglement, refining, absolute, I'm basically just getting started. Nina said excitedly. Is it? Ron nodded and said, good job, then let's test your Nun system. Go get a water glass and fill it with water, and then go to the balcony to pick a leaf. Nina went excitedly. After a while, he returned with his things. Put the leaves on the water, and then, holding the cup with both hands, focus on concentrating the chi on the hands. Yes, Nina does as Ron says. Next moment, the leaves on the water moved quickly. Emitter. Ron glanced at Nina. Nina, it's fine. Yes, little big brother. Nina put down the water glass. The white bear probed to lick the water in the cup, held the leaf in his mouth, chewed it twice, felt that the taste was not right, then went to the trash can and spit G into the trash can. After that, stared at Ron and Nina curiously. Ron began to introduce Nun-related content to Nina. Nun can be broadly divided into 6 categories. Enhancer, Manipulator, Emitter, Conjurer, Transmuter, Trait Department. Different departments are suitable for developing abilities in different directions. Only by choosing the right direction can we get twice the result with half the effort. Nina, you are the emitter. What is suitable for development is the ability to manipulate other people or things. There are many Nun of emitter in this world. For example, Shalnark in Phantom Troop. There is also Kurapika's temporary partner, Phagia, who can use kisses to control each other. IL fans are also capable of emitter. However, even if emitter is an emitter, he has not given up on physical training and learning of fighting skills. Without using emitter's ability, emitter is still very strong. 0. Seeking flowers. Both emitter and transmuter can be controlled by puppets, but different. Emitters often control existing creatures, while transmuters control their own beasts. Before you formally develop your abilities, Nina, you can read related novels and comics, or play a similar game. Speaking of this, Ron suddenly thought of one thing. That is, instead of letting Nina figure out by herself, why can't Nina just copy the template directly? Among the works that Ron had seen in his previous life, there were countless templates that he could refer to. The Red Sand Scorpion from the Naruto world, Doflamingo from the One Piece world, Puppetmon of the Digimon world. It's perfectly possible to do that. A template that has been successful is definitely better than blind exploration. And Nin has this possibility. Mind itself is an ability with a very high possibility. No matter what type of ability, ninjutsu, devil fruit, can be imitated. It's like Carlyle, who could develop nuns similar to synthetic alchemy. Ron didn't like what Carlyle did. However, it has to be admitted that Carlyle's nun proves the possibility of Nien even more. As long as it is the ability that can be imagined, it can be developed by using thoughts. You can choose a suitable template and give Nina a reference. Bursts of fireworks shot into the sky. Countless people raised their heads. The whole city, countless bars, are broadcasting the upcoming game on the screen. This is the city. This is the most important match in Sky Arena within 2 years. The winner of the 21 Floor Masters will challenge the master of the Sky Arena. After all, the previous landlord still defended his position. Or a new king. With excitement, Ron found his seat in the auditorium and sat down. But not like everyone else. Ron wasn't looking forward to watching a game like this. Rather, the observer's ultimate intention has reached 99% of the progress. It's just the last battle. As long as he watched the battle, Ron could get his second nostalgic. This was something Ron was looking forward to so much. Amid the cheers of countless people, 2 figures came to the ring. A gigantic arena, broad and dazzling, attracted the attention of countless people. Let countless people be fascinated, especially those failed layer masters. It's so enviable. I really envy. I'm almost the one standing on the ring is me. But these level masters are also the envy of many people. The lifelong goal of those rookie killers is nothing more than a floor master. Isaiah, Carlisle, Juliana, Partridge. These rookie killers just want to gain the qualification to challenge the floor master, so they don't have to use any means. But these rookie killers are also envied by others. Sedeso didn't watch the whole fight, because Sedeso knew that it was too far away from him. I have not yet qualified to watch the fighting tournament. What I want to do in 220 is to keep fighting, keep getting stronger, and strive to reach the 200th floor as soon as possible. Man is such a creature. What has already been obtained is nothing. What is not obtained is worth pursuing. Coagulation. Ron could clearly see that the 2 people on the ring were exuding extremely strong aura. The tolerance of the 2 has reached an extremely high level. Facing such none, if those rookie killers stand in front of them, none of them need to use none at all. Just with his aura, he can crush the rookie killer. That's it, the gap. Boom! Before the 2 of them even made a move, waves of air swept out from the arena. Boom! The next moment, the figures of the 2 people suddenly disappeared. Ron's attention was drawn unconsciously. Ordinary people can't understand this kind of battle at all, and they can't even understand what the 2 of them are doing. But Ron could barely see. That host is the nun of Enhancer. He is short in stature, an old man, wearing a red robe, already bald, with gray hair and wearing sunglasses. But it gives people a very strong sense of power. The challenger, on the other hand, is like a manipulator. A middle-aged man with a knife in one hand. I can vaguely feel the aura similar to Grandpa Genuo's on this host's body. And this challenger. Ron looked at the challenger. The way of fighting is somewhat similar to Nobunaga in Phantom Troop. I don't know who is stronger than Nobunaga, but this game, Ron could feel it. The challenger is still some distance away from the host. Even if this challenger is already the first person to stand out among the layer masters. But facing the landlord, there's still a lot of difference. Ron looked away, looking down at the progress of the crystal ball. With the battle between the challenger and the landlord, it is slowly improving, bit by bit. Finally, 100%, it's here. Ron's eyes lit up, and at this time, the battle between the host and the challenger came to an end. Boom! A huge depression appeared on the ring. Everyone only felt that the whole building seemed to be shaking. The center of the ring was completely sunken. The challenger was completely trapped in it, unable to move. Too strong, as expected of the landlord. The challenger is still a bit worse. This battle is exciting. Ron left the auditorium immediately, back to the luxury suite. Ron was about to enter the room. Jingle bell. A mobile phone rang. Grandpa Gino. Ron picked up the phone. Ron, is the fighting tournament over? Just ended. What's the result? The previous host won. There is a relatively large gap between the challenger and the host. What happened last time? Are you a teacher? That's right. Already solved. Ron glanced at Nina and said, Grandpa Gino, the nemesis master you introduced is very good, and it took more than 10 days to get rid of Nina's mind. By the way, Grandpa Gino, speaking of this, I'm a little curious. Gino paused. Curious what? The state of that senior exorcist is a bit strange. What do you see? That senior seems to be able to blend in with the surrounding environment, but it doesn't seem like something that could be done absolutely. Since the senior is a nemesis master, This must not be his ability. Ron asked, Grandpa Gino, does this have something to do with the genre? Environmental combat genre? Gino asked. Ron nodded. Yes, that senior's disciple, Kaikin, said this word to me. No. Gino denied this speculation, saying, environmental combat style means that the combat style blends into the environment, but it cannot achieve the level of 0. That's Matozo's ability. Hanzo's ability has strong constraints and Pew in it. In that park, Hanzo's strength can be extremely strong, with many special abilities. Comprehensive strength can reach the none category of A level. However, after leaving that park, Hanzo's overall strength will drop sharply, and it can only be equivalent to a C level none. This is the price of Hanzo's ability. Ron's pupils shrank slightly, but it wasn't surprising for long. Restrictions and O's are inherently buggy in none. Using constraints and vows can greatly increase the strength of none. Ron couldn't help but think about it. Will there be an extremely powerful none who sets restrictions and vows for himself, and can only punch one punch in his life? Practice for decades afterwards. One punch shattered the entire continent. Compared with that, Hanzo's restriction, an oath that he could not leave that park, can only be regarded as small. Grandpa Gino, I understand. Ron, are you okay for the time to come? No. Grandpa Gino, what's the matter? Get ready. 10 days later, accompany me to a place. Where are you going? You'll know when the time comes. It is good. Ron agreed. To be honest, the two of them didn't have a lot of contacts, and the number of times they met wasn't much, but both of them had the blood of the Zoldyck family flowing through them. Moreover, Ron can feel that 2.0 is coming out, and Gino is very good to himself. Hang up the phone. Ron looked at Nina beside him. Nina, I have something to do, so I can't be disturbed. If you are hungry, eat by yourself. Yes, little big brother. Ron entered the room, closed the door, and locked it. Then came to the site and sat down cross-legged. A crystal ball that only Ron can see is suspended in front of Ron. The progress is completely full. Start. The next moment, Ron felt the chi in his body rushing into the crystal ball at an extremely fast speed. It was exactly the same as the last scene. The color of the crystal ball begins to change. Boom! A voice exploded in Ron's mind. Immediately afterwards, Ron felt that his consciousness seemed to be trapped in another space, and phantoms entered Ron's sight. A young man with short and medium black hair. His muscles exuded a faint light. A boy with a red hedgehog head posed in a sumo wrestling pose. A man with a gloomy face was connected with metal. A woman with big shoulders and round waist. A red-haired teenager with a lazy expression. The next moment, all these figures enter the crystal ball. Boom! A crack sounded. Ron felt his consciousness withdraw at an extremely fast speed. Not long. Ron opened his eyes. With a thought, a figure appeared in front of Ron. At the same time, a burst of information surged into Ron's mind. Ma Saber. Ron digested the information in his head. Ma Saber, from the world of Saber. He is the son of Yujiro Fanma, the top creature in the Blade world. The only person who has the potential to surpass Yujiro Fanma. Combat talent is extremely strong. After many battles, he has learned quite a lot of fighting skills. Rigid body technique, D-strength, Triceratops strike, praying mantis sprint, and also awakened the innate ability brought by Fanma's blood. Ghost back, ghost brain, brain coffee. 08. Ron looked at the figure in front of him. A boy with short red curly hair, with a tight white vest on his upper body and wide-leg trousers on his lower body. A burst of aura belonging to fighters overflowed from Fanma, Renya's body. Ron thought again. Killer Queen. The figure of the Killer Queen appeared. The two spirit beasts stood in front of Ron together. The strength of the beast has something to do with the energy provided by the nun. However, my Nen Beast is not exactly like this. In addition to the chi I provided, there is also information about the character corresponding to the beast in my memory, and the information corresponding to that world, which will bring bonuses to the beast. In addition, there is also the improvement brought about by the extreme intention of the observer. Absorbing the characteristics of the Zoldyck Manor, absorbing the characteristics of the Sky Arena. These are not absorbed in vain. Therefore, my Nen Beast will be much stronger than Liza's Nen Beast and Gulyenu's Nen Beast. Of course, under the condition of using the same gas volume. Ron took a look at Ma Saber. The Killer Queen can also be regarded as a Nen Beast of the melee combat type, but her experience, skills, and talent in this area are definitely incomparable with FanFic. In the future, the Killer Queen can specialize in the use of bomb abilities. That's the proper way to use the Killer Queen. And the work of fighting can be completely handed over to FanFic. There is definitely no way to directly compare the real Killer Queen and FanFic. Neither of them exist in the same world. However, what stood in front of Ron was not the real Killer Queen and FanFic. It's Ron's mind beast, an existence derived from Ron's thoughts. The foundation of the two beasts is the same, so comparisons can be made. The absorbed characteristics are different, and the inherited experience and skill talents are different, so there will be different directions. Do you want to let the two beasts compete? After Ron had this idea in his mind, he couldn't help but want to try it. Open the door. Nina and White Bear looked over immediately. Little big brother. Wow. Ron glanced at the table. Eaten dinner yet? Not yet. Then order food and let them deliver it quickly. It is good. Nina picked up the phone and ordered food. The kitchen on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena is basically staffed 24 hours a day. Little big brother, is it still the same as last night? Not long after, dinner was delivered. There are 3 servings, one each for Ron, Nina, and Ice Bear. Mainly meat, but fruits and vegetables are also essential. As a nun person, the demand for testosterone and nutrition is great. Ron remembered that in many worlds, the strong ones all started from the big eaters. For example, Luffy in the world of One Piece, Natsu in the world of Fairy Tail, and the character corresponding to Ron's second beast, Ma Saber. Eat, eat. The more you eat, the stronger you become. But there are exceptions. For example, Hinata from Naruto destroying the world. Hinata can be regarded as the first person with a big appetite among the 12 Xiaoji. However, Hinata's talent and strength are not enough at all. The daughter of the head of the Hyuga clan. There is no caged bird spell. Have perfect, white eyes. But the upper limit reached is even worse than that of Sakura, who was born as a commoner. However, it is also possible that the talent is added wrongly. Hinata's son, Boruto Uzumaki, and daughter, Sunflower Uzumaki. The talents of these two are extremely amazing. Ice Bear also eats cooked food. For ordinary pet dogs, eating dog food may be more appropriate. But Ice Bear is no ordinary pet dog. After the experience of Synthetic Beast, Ice Bear also became a nun. Those who are naughty do not have to be human beings. As long as it is a living thing, there is the possibility of awakening. It's just that there will be a certain difference in difficulty. I'm done eating. Let's go out for a while. Nina, you continue training. Yes, little big brother. Ice Bear, watch over Nina. Wow. Ron left the direction and walked towards the 200-degree competition venue. At this time, there was no one in the venue. There were no lights, and no one was there. It was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. 2 figures came out from behind Ron. It was Killer Queen and FanFic. Go to 603. The 2 Nen Beasts walked towards the direction of the arena. Fight against each other. Start. With a sound, the 2 thoughts immediately moved. FanFic's sharp teeth erupted fiercely and rushed towards the Killer Queen, just as Ron expected. In terms of close combat ability, FanFic is indeed much stronger than Killer Queen. At the beginning of the game, the Killer Queen was suppressed. The kind of fighting skills that come in hand are really appreciated. The appearance of the Nen Beast not only increased my combat power, but also greatly improved me. The first is the feedback of gas volume. The appearance of the Killer Queen has increased Ron's spirit a lot. The same is true for the appearance of FanFic's blade. Ron's current stamina, among D-rank nun, is already beyond the concept, and it is not an exaggeration to say that his aura has reached the level of C-rank nun. There are also skills and physical skills. I can learn directly. That Killer Queen doesn't bring me much. Because the Killer Queen doesn't have many skills in this area, and I myself have been trained by the Zoldyck family since I was a child. But Ma blade is different. Ma Saber has a lot of skills, and it's not the same style as the Zoldyck family. If I learn them all, the strength of the main body will be raised to a higher level. Even if it is the nun of transmuter, the main body should not be too weak. But all top nun, no matter what department they are, will strengthen their main body. Silva from conjurer, Krallo from traits, Liza from transmuter, Ilmi from emitter. Physical strength is extremely strong and has top fighting ability and skills. This is what Ron needs too. When the Killer Queen realized that her ability in close combat was not as good as that of Marenya, she took the initiative to retreat, wanting to use her ability to win back a victory. Marenya pursued the Killer Queen closely. However, just as Ma took a step forward, the floor under Ma Saber's feet exploded violently. There is no sound, but the power of the explosion cannot be underestimated. Marenya's figure flew into the air. Under normal circumstances, a person who is blown into midair is a living target. Before Ron and the Killer Queen took advantage of this opportunity, they hit many people hard. The Killer Queen's eyes lit up when she saw Ma's blade flying into the air. He was ready to launch a more violent attack on Ma's blade. However, at this moment, relying on his excellent body control ability abruptly, Marenya managed to balance in midair. Take control of your body. Killer Queen's attack misses. The moment he landed, Marenya rushed towards the Killer Queen again. Ron didn't intend to let the two mind beasts keep their hands. After all, it is a beast. Even if it is destroyed in the eyes, the real loss is only Ron's anger. When Ron's energy is restored, the beast can be restored to its original state. Facing the onslaught of Ma's blade, the Killer Queen kept retreating. However, the Killer Queen is not completely incapable of fighting back. Marenya's body was also covered with scars, also missing an arm. The Killer Queen used a bomb to directly blow off one of Ma's blades. Crunch! There's a sound of opening the door. Ron quickly hid his figure in the dark. A patrolling worker walks in. Take a searchlight and shine around. What voice? The staff came only after hearing the commotion, but after looking around, there was no one there. But the sound is getting louder. Boom! 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 This is the collision of Killer Queen and Ma blade. Crack! Suddenly, a depression appeared above the ring. The floor was broken, and cracks spread like spider webs. The staff's pupils shrank. However, the staff are not none, let alone Ning, and they can't see Killer Queen and Marenya at all. In this case, the staff immediately thought of some bad possibilities. Is it a ghost? The staff showed a terrified expression, turned around, and ran away. Ron didn't come out until the staff left. Stop! Ron gave orders to Killer Queen and Ma blade. Then there was another thought. Immediately, the two beasts disappeared. Through this competition, Ron's evaluation of Ma's blade has come out. In terms of close combat, it is extremely strong, and it is basically a crushing effect on the Killer Queen. The two beasts are of the same level, but the focus is different. In the real battle of life and death, everyone has a chance. In encounters, head-on close combat, Marenya has a high probability of winning. But if the Killer Queen is given a certain amount of preparation time, then the winner will be the Killer Queen. The ability of the first bomb is also useful for mind beasts. To compare with the nun of this world, Marenya can be regarded as the enhancer nun of Phantom Troop, Xiaoji, good at going head-to-head. And the Killer Queen can be regarded as the conjurer ability user in the Greed Island, the explosive demon, good at fighting preparedness. Of course, the analogy Ron makes is merely a stylistic analogy. It has nothing to do with strength. The current strength of Killer Queen and Marenya is not strong enough. 11. But in the future, Ma blade will definitely be stronger than Xiaoji. And the Killer Queen must be stronger than the explosive demon. Ron still has this confidence. The blood of Zoldyck flowing in his body. Even in the Zoldyck family, his talent can be regarded as the excellent one, otherwise he would not be favored by Maha Zoldyck. In addition, he also has the advantage of being a traverser. The next day, Among the staff on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, a ghost rumor spread. There are ghosts in the arena, and they will make noises in the middle of the night. Don't go to the arena in the middle of the night. When Ron was passing by, he couldn't help being stunned for a moment when he heard such rumors. However, I didn't care too much. This matter happened because of me. There was no ghost at all, but just my Nen Beast was fighting, so it won't be long before the rumors will be forgotten. Ron is very satisfied with Ma Saber, a mind beast. Different styles of beasts can be suitable for different battle scenes. Grave accent, jingle bell. A mobile phone rang. Ron took out his phone and connected. Ron, Grandpa Gino. Is it still the address from last time? I'll be here in 2 days. It is good. After hanging up the phone, Ron counted the time. After that, a decision was made. Ron came to the front desk. I'll apply for the latest battle. Is it okay tomorrow? Someone just applied for tomorrow's battle. Tomorrow? Yes. The rule on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena is that after applying for a battle, it will be arranged in a battle preparation list. If there are only 2 people in the recent preparation list, they will be automatically matched together. If there are many individuals in the recent preparation list, they will be matched randomly. There is no way to directly choose between players, but it can be arranged through the application time, du Zhao. However, if both players agree that the opponent is the opponent, they can also make an agreement. Ron knew all the players on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. There are basically none that can pose a threat to Ron, so it doesn't matter who Ron plays against. If you fight a battle tomorrow, you can have a 3-month cooldown. The identity of the Sky Arena player can be retained. This luxury suite can also be kept. Ron filled out the application form. At this time, a young man came from the corner of the corridor. When he saw Ron at the front desk, his expression froze instantly, and his face became very ugly. After Ron filled out the application form, he left directly and returned to the room. The young man immediately came to the front desk and made inquiries. Did Ron apply for the latest competition? That's right, tomorrow. Staff reply. When Hugh saw Ron at the front desk, he guessed that Ron might have applied for the latest battle. Thinking of this possibility, Hugh's mood became extremely bad, because this conflicts with Hugh's plan. Not long ago, a player was promoted from the 199th floor to the 200th floor. Hughes thought of a way to let this player apply for a fight today, but Hughes applied half an hour earlier. Hughes had observed the other players and knew that they would not apply at this time. Therefore, I must be able to match up with that newcomer. Then you can win a victory. However, the appearance of Ron made Hughes completely desperate. In exactly half an hour, Ron applied for a fight. Then I will definitely match up with Ron, and that newcomer will continue to wait for other applicants. How could I be Ron's opponent? Partridge's failure was vividly seen by everyone. Among the rookie killers, Partridge is not very weak, but he was completely crushed and beaten by Ron. It is absolutely impossible for him to be Ron's opponent. If this matches, he will inevitably usher in a failure. Moreover, the newcomer whom I have worked so hard to find will also be missed by myself. We'll match up with others. This is exactly like making a wedding dress for someone else. 433. Damn it, Ron, why are you applying? Why are you fighting against me? Hughes was very angry, but there was nothing he could do about Ron. On the second day, when the game time was about to come, Ron walked to the ring through the player tunnel. Hughes got into the ring 1 step ahead of Ron. When seeing Ron appear, his face was cloudy. Even though he knew that he was not Ron's opponent, Hughes was not willing to try nothing, but wanted to try. Even if he couldn't win, he still wanted to try. Start. Ron had a thought. Immediately, Fan Ma's blade appeared. Without the slightest hesitation, he rushed directly to Hughes. And then, it turned into a one-sided fight. Hughes didn't even have the chance to show his ability. Originally, Ron was still looking forward to whether he could test the Fan Ma Blade Sutra again. But Hughes is too weak. The effect of this test is not as good as that of Killer Queen. Boom! Hughes' entire figure flew upside down out of the ring. The winner, Ron. A young man with long silver hair looked at Ron in the ring, raised his eyebrows slightly. A new mind beast. It looks pretty good. The potential is stronger than Juliana. I don't know when I can challenge the floor master. It's a bit exciting. An old man sat in the auditorium with a smile on his face. Hugh's plan was to let the rookie fight himself, but he didn't expect to be cut off by Ron. Then that newcomer was naturally left behind. After discovering this, the old man applied directly without hesitation and picked up the newcomer. It can be said that Hughes took advantage of it. You can get an easy victory by yourself. You can also see that Hughes, who has a bad relationship with him, suffers. It was a double blessing. Ron ignored the cheers from the audience and walked directly off the ring. Little big brother. When Nina heard the movement at the door, she immediately came up to meet her. The next day, Gino arrived. Grandpa Gino. Ron, are you ready? All right, let's go then. It is good. Before leaving, Gino took a look at Nina and Ice Bear. But when they got off the Sky Arena, they mentioned a few things about Nina. That kid, is that Ron the one you fancy? Okay. Ron nodded and said, Nina's talent is good, and after going through the experience of eliminating thoughts, she also got some benefits. The upper limit in the future will not be too bad. Have you developed the ability? Not yet. What department? Emitter. Is it the same department as IL fans? Gino paused, then asked, You watched the fighting tournament. How did you feel? Ron hesitated. I feel that there's a big gap in strength between none and none. There's a huge gap in strength between those ordinary players and the floor masters. And the strength gap between the floor master and the landlord is also very large. Gino smiled. This is for sure, not to mention the difference between none people. Even between none people of the same level, the gap may be larger than the gap between none people and ordinary people. Also, the Sky Arena is not on the same side as us. There is a battle in the ring, and what we need is killing skills. Ron nodded. There are indeed restrictions on the battles in the Sky Arena. It is different from real life and death battles in the wild. A car stopped in front of the two of them. Get in the car first. After getting the car, Ku and Nua didn't speak anymore. Ron didn't say either. It's quiet in the car. Sky Arena. Nina stood behind the window and looked out of the window for a long time before she looked away. Wow! White Bear stood next to Nina and rubbed against Nina. Nina put her hand on top of Ice Bear's head. We have to work hard. We can't let the little big brother down. I want to develop my nun as soon as possible. And in addition, within 3 months, I want to become a player on the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. Nina clenched her fists. Nina, store oil. Before leaving, Ron made arrangements for Nina. One is to develop specific nun. The other one is to challenge the Sky Arena. Ron didn't know how long he would be out this time. If it was more than 3 months, he would lose his status as a Sky Arena player, and the luxury suite would naturally be taken back. Therefore, it is a better choice for Nina to become a player in the Sky Arena. Moreover, Nina also has this strength. After all, below the 200th floor of the Sky Arena, there are almost no nun people. Even on the 200th floor, the nun are mainly rookie killers. Not even Ning. Nina doesn't necessarily suffer when she faces them. There was a roar of an engine. This is not the car, but the airship. Ron and Gino sat by the window. There were not many passengers on this airship, and many seats were vacant. It seemed a bit old and noisy. Ron, how many Hitman missions have you done? Twice. What does it feel like? I don't feel anything yet. Ron shook his head and said, The targets of the missions I have accepted are not very strong. That Jack Dragon caused me a little trouble, but not much. Gino nodded. That's normal. If a killer in the mission has to be extremely difficult or even pay an extremely heavy price to kill the opponent, it will prove that this plan has failed. What we're going to this time is a place called Meteor Street. Meteor Street? Xiaoji comes from Meteor Street. Gino said, It is a very special area in the human world, where garbage from all over the world is piled up, but it has gradually evolved into a living place for some people. The more difficult the environment, the easier it is to stimulate human potential. In that place, some pretty good talents will emerge from time to time. We have a certain cooperation with Meteor Street. Most of the housekeepers in Zoldyck Manor are from Meteor Street. Xiaoji, I personally went to Meteor Street to bring it back. This time, I want to find a housekeeper for Mijuo. Ron hesitated. But isn't cousin Mi Ji older than me? Gino glanced at Ron. Before Mi Ji didn't get in touch with Nien, but after working with you, Miji started to get in touch with Nen. The rule of the Zoldyck family is that you only need a dedicated butler after you start learning to read. Ron really didn't know that, but since Gino said so, it should be true. However, Killua's situation seems a bit inconsistent. Ron couldn't remember Killua having a dedicated butler. Kenalia followed Killua since she was a child, but at that time, Killua did not learn Lingwu. This point is inconsistent with what Gino said now. Or, because of Killua's special status, I prepared in advance. Or, it's because after Killua came into contact with Nun, he took the path of Netero's heart flow instead of the Nun path of the Zoldyck family. So there's no such thing. Two guesses came to Ron's mind. Ron had no objection to going to Meteor Street, because in Ron's plan, Meteor Street itself is one of the destinations he has set. Observers will. By observing, you can absorb the characteristics of the surrounding environment. Then these characteristics are integrated into the Mind Beast. Zoldyck Manor, Sky Arena, Meteor Street, Hunter Guild V5. These are Ron's goals. Originally, Ron's plan was to take a Hunter test first, absorb the characteristics of the Hunter test, create a Mind Beast, and then obtain a Hunter license, which will be more convenient for him in the future. Between Hunter and Hunter, there is an independent circle. There is a lot of intelligence to share in it. This cannot be obtained elsewhere. In addition, you can also hire other hunters here, and the credibility will be much higher. Grandpa Jianua, what is our arrangement for going to Meteor Street? Meteor Street is ruled by some elders. We find the elders directly. The elders will provide a group of people for us to choose from. We pick a group to take away, return to the manor, and then screen. Grandpa Jianua, is it urgent to choose an exclusive housekeeper for Cousin Miji? No hurry, what's the matter? Then, Grandpa Gino, do you have any other things to do recently? No. Gino really didn't have much to do. Leaving Zoldyck Manor, Gino spent most of his time guarding Ron in secret. Already in a semi-retired state, Jiannuo received very few tasks. With Silva's ability, it is enough to carry the Zoldyck Manor. As for killer missions that are beyond Silva's ability, they are rare. At least while Gino was away from Zoldyck Manor, he hadn't been there yet. Just because Silva was busy, Gino took the initiative to find an exclusive butler for Miji. It just so happened that the fighting tournament was over, and Ron had no reason to stay in the Sky Arena. Gino decided to take Ron to Meteor Street. While helping Miji find an exclusive butler, at the same time, let Ron see the dark side of the world. All worlds have light and dark. In this world, World Gangsters and Meteor Street belong to the dark side. If only I could. Ron said, Grandpa Gino, I want to see more on Meteor Street. Shinji told me something about Meteor Street. I am very interested in this place. Look more. Okay. Ron nodded. My ability, Grandpa Gino. As you know, I'm the master transmuter, and my main ability is to create beasts, so I need inspiration in this regard. Gino frowned slightly. You went to the Sky Arena and watched the fighting tournament. Is this also the reason? Yes. Ron's mind moved. The next moment, Fan Ma Blade appeared. Ron directly made Fan Ma's blade appear, because there's no hidden need for that. On the one hand, Gino and Ron are close, both being members of the Zoldyck family. 0. Seeking flowers. Members of the family will not persecute each other, at least not while Maha Zoldyck is alive. On the other hand, as long as Ron is fighting, he must take out things like Mind Beasts. There is no need for Nen Beasts to hide, only the specific ability to read beasts. It's like Killer Queen's bomb power. Ron would never take the initiative to say this to anyone, and Gino wouldn't ask either. It's a nun's private secret. Gino is not only like this for Ron, but also for IL fans. Ability details will not be specifically asked. In addition, Ron will not disclose the ability of the observer's ultimate intention. Gino sensed at the moment Fan Ma's blade appeared and looked over. 0. Coagulation. Gino Ninja took a look at Fan Ma Blade. It's a good Nen Beast, and it's a different style from your previous Nen Beast. This one should be a pure fighting beast, right? Ron nodded. Yes. It seems that, Ron, you have learned a lot and grown a lot during your time in Sky Arena. Gino agreed. But Meteor Street is not a stable place, especially for outsiders like us. They are very xenophobic. After entering Meteor Street, be careful. 3 days later, the airship landed and stopped in the square. Passengers stepped off the airship one after another. After Ron and the two got off the airship, they ate something first, then stayed at the hotel for one night. The next day, the two officially headed to Meteor Street. There are very few roads that lead directly to Meteor Street. The entire Meteor Street is actually like a city wrapped in garbage. No, to be precise, it should be the country. The area of Meteor Street is even bigger than that of some small countries, surrounded by towering city walls. Inside the walls is garbage. The city was surrounded by a huge circle. The accumulation of hundreds of years has already made this place full of garbage, densely packed, very tight. There is no road, just one side. More importantly, these years of garbage will emit a strange smell, which is highly toxic. As long as ordinary people get close, they will be poisoned, unless you're wearing protective clothing. And it can't be ordinary protective clothing. Jinon knew the elders of Meteor Street, so he naturally had a way to enter. A car stopped in front of the hotel. The driver is a middle-aged man who looks a bit sloppy, and the car is also tattered and tattered. It seems to have been modified, but the modified content is not in harmony with the car. The two got into the car. The sound of the car engine starting soon left the city. After driving on a main road for a short time, I came to a small road, which was sparsely populated, and the road was not smooth. Ordinary cars may not be able to drive on such roads. This car with a tattered appearance is unexpectedly strong. Ron went over the information he had about Meteor Street in his mind. First of all, this is a huge dump. Second, resources are scarce here. Third, it is controlled by the elders here. Fourth, there are many criminals out here. For example, the Phantom September 13th Brigade. But it's not just Phantom Troop. There are many people on Meteor Street, which leads to many people walking in all directions. Phantom Troop is just among them, the most famous. There are fewer and fewer people, all the way to nothing at all. Ron remembered that, half an hour ago, he hadn't seen any houses around him. A desolation. Another 2 hours later, a mountain appeared in Ron's sight. Huge, towering, give a very strong sense of oppression. At the same time, a strong odor entered Ron's nostrils. My lord, the main entrance has arrived. The driver glanced back at Jano and Ron. Gino nodded. Continue. The driver moves his foot on the brake and back on the accelerator. When he got closer, Ron realized that this was not a mountain at all, but a pile of rubbish. An extremely large amount of rubbish was piled up into the shape of a mountain. This is a mountain of rubbish. Behind the mountain of garbage is another mountain of garbage. And in the middle of the two mountains, there is a path. The driver saw that Ron was curious and introduced him actively. This is the main entrance to Meteor Street. The garbage mountain near this road has been processed. It still smells bad, but compared with other mountains of garbage, it has dropped a lot. Especially the smell that is harmful to the human body. As long as you pass quickly, you won't be affected too much. Of course, it can't be the weak one. This road is about 10 kilometers. There will be special guards. People outside can't enter casually, and people inside can't leave casually. Once someone breaks in or breaks out, they are attacked. They are all elites who belong directly to the elders. 10 kilometers is not a long journey, but the road is not going fast. The road is uneven, small, and has many twists and turns. Ron could feel a lot of eyes on the car, but after just one glance, just move away. Not long after, a huge iron door appeared in front of Ron. My lord, come down now. It is good. Gino and Ron get out of the car. Ron looked at the iron gate in front of him. It is a bit similar to the trial gate of Zoldyck Manor in appearance, but according to Ron's estimate, the weight should not have reached that level, and it may only be the weight of the first few doors. Grandpa Gino, did you come here the same way last time? No. Gino shook his head. The last time I took the airship, I went directly to the Elder City. More than a dozen guards looked over, and after confirming the driver's identity, the certificate that the driver presented, and the Elder's mark on it, they chose to let go. A small door opened. My lord, it's fine. The driver leads the way. After passing through the iron gate, A desolate and deadly atmosphere came over his face, which made Ron feel that he seemed to have come to another world, which was indeed completely different from the outside. "My lord, what do you want to see?" the driver asked. "Meteor Street is no different than the outside. It's very chaotic here. Even if I'm the elder's subordinate, I can't completely guarantee my safety in Meteor Street." Gino glanced at Ron. "Ron, what do you think?" Ron looked at the driver. "What's your name, senior?" "Seniors don't dare to be so. Adults can just call me Parker." The driver doesn't know the identities of Ron and Gino, but the driver knows that Gino is an elder who respects Xiaoji, and Ron is obviously close to Gino. It's all big shots. A big man whose status far exceeds his own. The driver dared not let Ron call himself a senior. Ron nodded. "Parker, have you lived in the Elder City since you were a child?" "No, I grew up on the Garbage Mountain, W." Parker said, "I was taken to the Elder City until I was favored by the Elder during a melee between gangs, and I became the Elder's subordinate. Can you introduce me to the basic situation of Meteor Street first?" "Can." Parker rationalized, and then he spoke slowly. "The entire Meteor Street is isolated from the outside world. Except for a few people, such as the elders, the others have no contact with the outside world." 17. It can be broadly divided into 3 areas. The first one is the Elder City. That's the most flowery area on Meteor Street. It's not much different from the outside cities, and it's controlled by the elders. In Meteor Street, there are a total of 12 elder cities. More than 80% of the resources of Meteor Street are gathered here. The second one is called the Chaos Zone. There are many gangs here. Food is no longer so scarce, but other resources are still lacking, and various conflicts and killings often break out. When he said this, Parker paused. The 12 elder cities are actually 12 factions that stood out from the previous gangs. After years of operation, they evolved into their current appearance. Where those gangs are, they usually call themselves camps. There are 2 types of people in the camp. One is gang members, and the other is other people who are protected by gangs. These people live in camps and have to hand in a lot of resources. If they don't hand in enough, they will be expelled on 1.3. The third one is called Garbage New District. Most of the people here live by picking up rubbish on the Rubbish Mountain. The fourth, the picture shows the old garbage area. The people here also pick up garbage on the Garbage Mountain as a way of life, but because there are fewer resources on the Garbage Mountain here, the state of the people here is also somewhat different. I don't know exactly how it is. It's a state that makes people frightened. Ron hesitated for a moment. "Let's go to the old garbage area first." Parker nodded. "It is good. However, we may have to walk. If we drive here, it will attract some undue attention and cause riots. Can adults accept it? In addition, you 2 adults, you also need to change your clothes." Ron and Gino changed into an outfit. It seems to be more integrated into the environment of Meteor Street. That way it doesn't attract too much attention. Parker, lead the way. Gino said, "Because." A group of 3 people went to the old garbage area. Ron glanced at the crystal ball in front of him. At this time, the crystal ball was slowly absorbing the characteristics of the surroundings, bit by bit, gathering towards the crystal ball. Ron looked forward to it. In fact, the Nun of Transmuter has a big advantage. The fighting styles of different beasts can be completely different. This is not so easy for those who are capable in other departments. Take a simple example. Xiaoji in Phantom Troop is good at fighting and can be equivalent to Ma Saber in Ron Phantom Beast. When Ron's strength reaches Xiaoji's level, Ma Renya can completely defeat Xiaoji, as long as Ron gives Ma Saber enough chi. And in another environment 08, facing another enemy, Ron can make the Killer Queen appear and give the Killer Queen enough energy, which is equivalent to creating a blaster of the same level as Xiaoji. Ron only needs one thought to make such a transformation. But if Xiaoji wants to master such an ability, it is not a simple matter. But it takes a lot of effort, a lot of time, not even good enough. But it didn't take much time for Ron to create the Killer Queen and Fama Bladia, the 2 mind beasts. Just describe it directly. It takes much less time for Ron to create a new Nen Beast than for other Nun to develop a new set of combat abilities. This is a great advantage for Ron. Why Ahsoka was disappointed with Toro Waysock and killed Toro Waysock. It is because Huasher Dolong's ability development is in the wrong direction. For an ordinary Nen person, he has to give up his previously developed abilities to develop new ones. This is not an easy matter. That's why Hisoka gave up Doru Huasher. Of course, not all transmuter ability users will have such a big advantage. Ron is not an ordinary transmuter, but a trait that is biased towards transmuter. Besides, Ron sent a time traveler. My lord, we are here. Parker stopped. Ron looked up, looking ahead. A huge mountain of garbage that smells of decay. The garbage on it seemed to have been silent for hundreds of years, and an ominous breath escaped from it. Some figures climbed up the garbage mountain and searched for it on the garbage mountain. The appearance of the three of Ron did not disturb these people. But it's not like nobody saw the Ron trio. But it's just that, seeing it, I can't be alarmed. Ron moved closer. It can be seen that the eyes of these people are full of numbness like robots, without the slightest mood swings like Walking Dead. Even Jin Nuo, after seeing such a scene, was also taken aback. The Zoldicks have had many transactions with Meteor Street, but Jin-O really didn't know that the periphery of Meteor Street turned out to be such a scene. A thin young man saw a black mass of unknown objects. He fixed his eyes and looked at it for a moment. After that, it seemed to be sure that the other party was something that could be eaten. So pick it up. Stuff in your mouth. Just chewed it up. Some black juice flowed out from the corners of the young man's mouth, dyeing the young man's mouth and the clothes on his chest black, accompanied by a faint smell. Sudden, boom, a figure fell down. After hearing the movement, the Walking Dead around looked towards this side. After that, they all walked over here. Come to the fallen body. 1 bite, 2 bites, 3 bites. This corpse was used as food by other Walking Dead, and as they gnawed on it, the bloody smell filled the air, and the clothes, faces, and hands of the Walking Dead were all dyed red. But Ron saw that they still didn't have any expression changes. I don't feel sick, don't feel guilty, but there is no greed either. There's no desire either. This is not the same as the kind of starving people in troubled times. There was an obvious ferocity in that man, but these people don't have it. Ron only felt one feeling from these people. That is icy cold, like a machine, water-cooled like metal. It gives a creepy feeling. Can't be called human at all. The surrounding atmosphere is very depressing, so depressing that people can hardly breathe. Now Ron can understand why Parker said that before. This is indeed an indescribable feeling. Before Ron came, he actually knew a lot of information about Meteor Street. Part of it comes from the original plot that Ron watched in his previous life. Part of it came from information Ron had inquired about in this world. But Ron never imagined that Meteor Street would have such a scene. Maybe this is what it feels like to be abandoned by the whole world. After the Walking Dead finished eating the corpse, they turned and left indifferently. Some who were already full walked down the garbage mountain, found a flat place, fell down, and fell asleep. No different from wild animals. Those who are not full are still searching on the garbage mountain. Some people passed the 3 of Ron, but they didn't even look at them. It's like the 3 of Ron don't exist. Parker's mood was a little complicated. Parker had seen the situation in the garbage old area of 853 before, but every time he saw it, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion, but Parker knew very well that there was nothing he could do. This is an existence that even the elders of Meteor Street cannot change. Parker, keep going. 11. A group of 3 people continue to walk in the old garbage area, but the scenes I saw were almost the same. Ron watched the progress of the crystal ball. The progress is still improving and shows no signs of slowing down, so Ron has no intention of leaving the old garbage area. The previous 2 experiences gave Ron a better understanding of the extreme intention of the observer. The core of this ability lies in observation. To observe is to see more. Because the area of the Zoldyck Manor is relatively small, it only took Ron a month to observe the Zoldyck Manor almost. The Sky Arena is bigger, and there are more places to observe. Meteor Street is bigger than Sky Arena. I don't know how long it will take to fill the crystal ball this time. At this moment, suddenly, there was a cry of a baby. Ron subconsciously looked over. The same goes for Jano and Parker. Just saw that some new garbage seemed to come from a mountain of garbage. and that baby's voice sounded in these new rubbish. Ron felt bad, based on what I saw before. A fallen corpse immediately became the food of this group of walking dead. So what happens to a baby? However, before Ron found the source of the sound, the walking dead had already arrived. However, the baby was not treated as food as Ron expected. Instead, he picked up the baby, flickering like a parent who is taking care of a child. This scene made Ron stunned for a moment. Parker, next to him, also breathed a sigh of relief. Ron tried to approach the person holding the baby, but was refused, and the baby, who seemed to like the person holding him, let out a cheerful laugh. Because he was tired, he soon fell into a deep sleep. The other walking dead around gathered together. One by one, they took out all the food they picked up on the garbage mountain. It's a very loving picture. Ron didn't expect these walking dead to have such a side. However, even at this time, the expression of the walking dead is still indifferent, cold like a machine. "My lord, I have a request." Parker looked at Gino and Ron and said, "These people won't hurt the child, but it's too difficult to support the child with the resources they can find. Can I take this kid with me? I want to save him." Gino glanced at Ron, obviously letting Ron decide. Ron hesitated, then nodded. "Can. Thank you, my lord." The reason to seek the opinions of Gino and Ron is because now Parker is working for Gino and Ron. Parker cautiously walked towards a group of walking corpses. According to previous experience, the group of walking dead would treat Parker as if they hadn't seen him. However, the situation at this time is different. After realizing Parker's intentions, the walking dead all around gathered together, surrounded the baby, and firmly blocked Parker from the outside. Parker didn't expect this situation. After reacting, tried to persuade these people, but it was of no use. Parker looked at the baby's position and wondered if he could forcibly snatch the baby out and take it away. But after observing for a while, Parker gave up this idea. In that case, there's a great probability that the baby will die during the snatching. Parker had to back off. The baby woke up, crying because of hunger, and the walking corpses around hurriedly delivered the food they had picked up. However, it was rejected. These foods are simply not something a baby can eat. At this moment, a figure came in front of the baby, and a not-so-sharp blade appeared in his hand. He raised his finger and cut on the fingertip. A wound appeared, and blood dripped down. The man stuffed his fingers into the baby's mouth. The baby sucked. Ron. This scene is a bit shocking. Ron didn't expect that these people would save the baby, let alone feed the baby with their own blood. Weird. It's as cold as a machine, and even corpses can be used as food. However, when facing a baby, you can pay to this extent. And everyone, after Parker saw this, he also gave up the idea of taking the baby away. Maybe this is the rule here. Parker returned to Gino and Ron. "My lord, shall we proceed?" "Continue." Moving on, Ron sees many different scenarios. Those who eat corpses, those who urinate while eating, those who fall asleep amidst the dirty garbage, and even eat what they just excreted. A corpse being eaten by rats. Some children survive under the care of many walking dead. These children have not lost their humanity, and they're very curious about the three of Ron. Then, Ron saw another child. This kid was much older than what Ron had seen before. The walking dead are banishing this kid. The child was puzzled and wanted to go back. "I don't understand why these people who take care of me so much want to drive me away," but was rejected, suffered a severe beating, and fell to the ground. Ron thought of a possibility. That is, these walking dead have not really lost their humanity, but have given up on themselves to the extreme, but they have not given up on these children. Therefore, these children will be raised, and these children will be brought up, even if they sacrifice their lives. When these children grow up, these children will be expelled. Let these children leave the old garbage area, leave this hopeless place, and live a slightly normal life. Lording. Parker looked at Ron. Ron saw what Parker meant and nodded. "Can." Parker came to the little boy and stretched out his hand. The little boy looked at Parker. He looked at Ron and Gino here again. Parker said, "Come with us. You don't belong here anymore. Maybe you don't understand now, but you will understand later. Hold my hand." The little boy hesitated for a moment, but finally reached out. So a group of 3 people became a group of 4 people. The little boy has no name. Parker gave the little boy a name, Peter. When he heard the name, Ron subconsciously frowned slightly, because Ron couldn't help but think of someone. If Parker and Peter's names are combined, is Peter Parker, the famous Spider-Man in the Marvel world. Even if he is not very strong in terms of strength, his reputation remains high, and he has much higher popularity than many powerful characters, but his life is not a good one. 10 days later, Ron looked into the crystal ball. The speed at which the crystal ball absorbs the properties has slowed down. This means that it doesn't make much sense to continue to stay in this area. Ron needs to change another area to allow the observer's extreme intention to perform characteristic absorption. Parker, let's take a look at the new garbage disposal area. Yes, my lord. Parker turned around and headed towards the direction of leaving the old garbage area. But at this moment, boom, on the road ahead, a huge garbage mountain seemed to collapse. Countless people were buried in it. The Walking Dead didn't seem to know to be afraid, but let the falling garbage crush themselves to death. One after another, they were buried in it. Ron narrowed his eyes slightly, because Ron felt an extremely strong cold in the collapsed garbage mountain. This thought is extraordinary, with extremely strong negative attributes. Back, Gino noticed it before Ron did. Boom! An extremely huge creature appeared in everyone's sight. It's a cockroach, but its shape is different from that of ordinary cockroaches. Huge. The height alone reached more than 10 meters, and the length reached tens of meters. Under the 2 huge compound eyes is not the face of a cockroach, but a human face. What is this? Ron frowned. For this world, what Ron knows are humans, ninjas, monsters. However, the creature in front of him is neither a human being nor a magical beast. It's a disaster. Gino's voice sounded. In the human world, under certain extreme environments, these things often appear. At the same time, it has the characteristics of multiple creatures, and it also has a very strong will. Astonishingly destructive. Very hard to kill. Once there, it can be disastrous for the surrounding area. Furthermore, disasters have a natural interest for the none. Will actively look for and attack none. However, disasters also have special value for Nen people. Under normal circumstances, if those who want to make 860 reading tools, either use the body parts of monsters as materials or use rare metals. Reaper fuse quite a lot of thoughts, constantly flushing. Only then can the thought tool be made. However, most of the reading tools produced in this way can only be regarded as ordinary. There are only very, very few probabilities, and a very good idea can be made, or pay a huge price. However, the material on the disaster body is naturally suitable as a prison material. The information that Gino said was something that Ron didn't know before. Ron had never heard of the word disaster. When it comes to disasters, Ron can only think of natural disasters. But Ron has heard of another word, disaster. 5 major disasters from the Dark Continent. They are Papu the educating beast, gold and silver ingots, the plant weapon, 2-tailed snake with hell bell, gas life form, and Zoba disease, the immortal disease, which is extremely terrifying. It makes Netero fearful. Ron felt that the disaster that Gino was talking about now might have something to do with those disasters. There are also thought tools. Ron's understanding of reading devices before was a cold thing. A thing, as long as enough thoughts are poured into it, it can become a thought tool. Because in the original plot, in the chapter of Ukexen, gone in Killua for money. After learning the Nun technique of condensate, use condensate to observe things on the flea market. Use this to pick up leaks, by judging whether there is gas on those things. If there is no chi, it is just an ordinary thing. If there is spirit, then judge this thing. The producer must have put a lot of energy into it when making it. People who generally do this are great people. Even ordinary people have paid a lot in their own industry, gained a lot, and have a certain reputation. Then this thing will have a relatively high value. In a standard sense, that kind of thing can also be called a thought tool, but Nen generally don't call it that. Those who are none prefer to think in a narrow sense. That is to get rid of those common, ineffective prisons. Ron didn't know the making of reading tools before, and it had such a big relationship with the materials. Judging from what Jianhua said now, the importance of materials for reading tools may not be lower than that of none who infused with reading. This disaster is not something Ron Yu can deal with now. Assessed by the level of none, this disaster has reached B level, or even higher. But even a B rank is much more difficult to deal with than a B rank none. A burst of powerful momentum erupted from Gino's body. The giant cockroach had already noticed Gino. Disasters are of interest to the nun. As for Gino, he was present, the strongest nun. Then the huge cockroach will definitely target Gino. Grandpa Gino, I'm going to the back. Ron was aware of his situation. Among his peers, Ron doesn't think there are many people who are stronger than himself. But what I lack is time. The current self is inexperienced when facing an opponent like a giant cockroach. Forcing to stay not only won't help much, but will only hinder Jianhua. Parker, let's go. A figure appeared beside Ron. It was Fan Marinya. Parker followed Ron with Peter. The number of dead and injured residents in the old garbage area has reached hundreds to thousands, and this number is still increasing. An extremely ear-piercing sound came from the giant cockroach. When some walking dead heard this sound, blood burst out of their ears. Gino's expression became serious. Ron remembered that in the original plot, Gino never showed such an expression when facing Krallo. But the expression did not change from the beginning to the end. But that battle was fruitless. Coupled with Jianhua's words, the strength of the two sides seemed a bit ambiguous. After the fight, Krallo asked, "If you were dueling me, what are my chances of winning?" Gino's answer is, 9 times out of 10, I win. However, I added one more sentence, but if you have the intention to kill me, then say it again. This statement raises 2 points of view. One is that in a normal duel, Gino will win, but in a life-and-death battle, Krallo will win. The other is that in a normal duel, Gino will win, but in a life-and-death battle, Krallo doesn't even have a 1 in 10 chance. Ron thinks that Gino is stronger than Krallo. Ron has analyzed it before. It is judged that the battle between Gino and Silva and Krallo in the original plot of Ukursen is just acting. But even if it's acting, Gino and Silva must have waited. The Zoldyck family will not have complete trust in Krallo. The Phantom Troop is, after all, a band of thieves, and it has a bad reputation. Therefore, if you go, you must guarantee to win. This is the Zoldyck family style. Do not engage in uncertain battles. And Silva uncle, who fought Krallo one-on-one a few years before the Ukexen incident. That time Silva accepted a mission to kill the original 8th member of Phantom Troop. So Krallo found Silva, wanting to avenge his brigade members. At that time, Krallo had the intention of killing Silva. Compared with when the friends and guests are exhausted, it is more informative. In contrast, Silva's attitude after returning to the Zoldyck Manor is like this. Don't accept tasks related to Phantom Troop in the future. It's not worthwhile. It can be seen that at that time, Krallo's strength was not as good as Silva's. Krallo wants to kill Silva, but can't. And Krallo and Silva's mouth, just not worth it. But after a few years, Krallo's strength must have improved a lot. But Ron still thinks it's impossible to surpass Gino and Silva. Through Hisoka's evaluation, we can also see a little bit. Hisoka rates himself 100 points. Krallo is likely to be 100 points, and IL fans' rate is 95 points. The gap is very small. However, Illinois fans have black hair. Among the bloodlines of the Zoldyck family, the gray-haired regiment was the heir. The heir's talent, potential, will be stronger than others, except for Ron. Therefore, fans of IL cannot reach the heights of Silva and Gino. Only Killua has this possibility. The gap between IL fans and Silva Gino is definitely not just 5 points. There is one more point that can be proved. When Silva killed the original number 8 member of the brigade, Krallo had murderous intentions for Silva. And at that time, the members of Phantom Troop were relatively young, and as time goes by, the strength of Phantom Troop's members will definitely become stronger and stronger. Naturally, the threat to the Zoldyck family will also increase. In this case, what is the reason for the Zoldyck family not to destroy Phantom Troop? Typically, there will be 2. One is it can't be done. The second is not necessary. But the Zoldyck family with the existence of Maha Zoldyck cannot say that it cannot be done, that it can only be the second. The family values of the Zoldyck family are actually very strong. Ron could feel it. Compared with the giant cockroach, Gino's body is much smaller, but the aura exuded by Gino is not worse than that of the giant cockroach at all. There's even a little bit of suppressing the opposite meaning. Dragonhead drama. Gino didn't fight the giant cockroach at close range, but drew a certain distance. Used chi to condense into a dragon shape. The giant cockroach raised its sharp claws and stabbed towards the position where Gino was. Boom! The two collided, and the ground was shaking. Grandpa Jianhua is not really attacking now, but testing. Still go back to that sentence. Intelligence. For nun lovers, intelligence is very important because the possibility of nun is too high. There are all kinds of strange nun. Once you hit the opponent's nun, even if the opponent's strength is weaker, you may fail. This is not allowed for members of the Zoldyck family. Members of the Zoldyck family only fight with certainty. The attacks of one person and one cockroach are very fast. In an instant, there were countless rounds of fighting. Ron compared the battle in front of him with the fighting tournament he had seen in the Sky Arena before. Grandpa Jianhua is stronger than all floor masters, including the floor master who has obtained the qualification to challenge the landlord. However, I can't judge who is stronger and who is weaker with that landlord. The landlord didn't use his full strength in the fighting tournament. Besides, the challenger's strength is too weak to see anything. Parker was right next to Ron. Parker was terrified by the appearance of the huge cockroach. This was something Parker had never seen before. For the first time, Parker's idea was to escape as much as possible, run as far away as possible, and stay away from the giant cockroach. But after calming down, Parker realized that running away is not necessarily safe. Staying with Ron might be the best option. The strongest player on the field is Gino. Gino will protect Ron. Once he escapes, Gino will definitely not care about himself. Ron glanced at Parker, but quickly looked away. The main energy was concentrated on the battle between Gino and the giant cockroach. Also, take a look at the crystal ball in front of you. Ron noticed that after the appearance of the giant cockroach, the speed of the absorption property of the crystal ball was actually faster again. This pleased Ron a little. Almost. Gino looked at the huge cockroach in front of him, and he had almost analyzed the fighting style and fighting intention of the huge cockroach. The next moment changed the fighting style. No longer use the leading drama, but directly approach. Limb bend, one of the physical techniques of the Zoldyck family. Ron has used it before. However, now that Gino uses it, the effect is completely different. After combining with Nen, dozens of Gino's big cockroaches appeared on the scene in an instant, all besieged by bandits. 0. Seeking flowers. The giant cockroach kept turning its eyes, wanting to capture Gino's specific location. Just at this time, boom, Gino slammed into one of the giant cockroach's legs. Aim at the joint of this giant cockroach's leg and attack continuously. Crack! The giant cockroach's leg joints were broken under Gino's attack, and a large amount of green slurry was sprayed out. Gino quickly backed away, and the slurry fell to the ground, causing corrosion to the garbage and land on the ground. A sharp hiss came from the body of the giant cockroach. Gino came to the other side again. It also attacked the leg joints of the giant cockroach. 1, 2, 3. The giant cockroach had nothing to do with Gino for a while. The speed gap between the two is too great. And in terms of flexibility, the size of the huge cockroach restricted him. Ron could clearly feel that the anger of the giant cockroach was getting stronger and stronger. Sudden, puff! The giant cockroach shrunk its body, curled up on the ground, and faced Gino with a hard shell. At the same time, the abdomen of the huge cockroach swelled up as if it was inflating air. Gino's eyes flickered. The next moment, he went straight to the compound eyes of the huge cockroach. Boom! A powerful attack directly hit the compound eye of the giant cockroach, causing the compound eye of the giant cockroach to burst violently. Countless slurry splashed out and the giant cockroach let out an even more painful roar. A mass of white liquid was ejected from the tail of a giant cockroach. Ron's pupils shrank. Parker couldn't see it, but Ron could. In the white liquid, there are countless densely packed figures, all of which are cockroaches. The giant cockroach roared. These little cockroaches swarmed out immediately, extremely fast. Compared with giant cockroaches, these small cockroaches perfectly avoid the 2 points of slow speed and poor flexibility. They can catch up with Gino's speed and are even more threatening than giant cockroaches. Some small cockroaches rushed towards the corpses that fell on the ground. Eat those corpses. There are also some small cockroaches. Seeing the existence of the three of Ron, they rushed towards the three of Ron. Parker showed a terrified expression. A figure stood in front of Ron, facing the little cockroach rushing towards him. FanFic showed a smile. Even if it is Nen Beasts, FanFic has inherited some characteristics of that character in the Blade world. FanFic is extremely eager for battle, especially challenging battles. Whip! He saw that FanFic's body became soft in an instant, like water flowing. This is a very good fighting technique. Use your own body shape to imitate the flow of water. Use super inertia to increase your attack power. This technique is actually somewhat similar to the snake work in the Zoldyck family. But the difference is that the snake is only waving its arms. The whipping is the whole body. I can use this technique directly. Apply the experience about snake life before 103 to the whole body. Ron divided his ki into 2 parts. Part of it is on FanFic's blade, and part is on Ron himself. Because Ron's aura is more than none of the same level. So even if Ron divides a lot of his aura, there will still be a lot of leftovers. Ron is completely equivalent to 2 Nun of the same level. Under normal circumstances, the Nun of Transmuter cannot achieve this level. Nen Beasts' abilities are limited. Non-automatic beasts will consume the user's energy to control. Even if it is an automatic type of beast, the fighting skills will be relatively simple, and it is still different from a real human being. But Ron's mind beast is different. No worse than normal humans. This is an advantage that only Ron has. Boom! FanFic's arm slapped the little cockroach's head, making a loud noise, and the little cockroach's head burst open under FanFic's attack. Green slurry is all over the place. Ron took a few steps back, not wanting to get the slurry on himself. My lord, is there anything I can do? Parker gritted his teeth and asked. Facing the huge cockroach, Parker didn't have any intention of fighting at all, because the two were not at the same level at all, and if he rushed up, he would only die. But after seeing the little cockroach so easily killed by FanFic's teeth, Parker felt that he should be able to deal with it. That being the case, I have to make a little contribution. Otherwise, when the situation gets worse, he may be given up directly. You can try. Ron naturally wouldn't stop Parker. Parker looked at a single little cockroach and chose it as his target. In the process of rushing forward, a long gun appeared in Parker's hand. The tip of the gun looked extremely sharp. The body of the gun was bright red, but the end was golden. Ding! Parker's spear landed on the little cockroach. There was a sound of metal clashing. Parker's expression changed, because he discovered that the physical strength of the little cockroach was stronger than he expected. Parker saw that FanFic's blade could headshot a small cockroach with such an easy blow, and he made a wrong estimate of the little cockroach. To be precise, he miscalculated FanFic's blade strength. Ma Saber is Ron's mind beast, and Ron was only in his teens. Therefore, Parker didn't think that FanFic's blade would be very strong. Now Parker knows that FanFic's blade is much stronger than he guessed. In other words, Ron is much stronger than he guessed. It's incredible. Do you have such strength when you're only 10 years old? Is this Zoldyck? The shape of the little cockroach was very similar to that of the giant cockroach. It was also the body of the cockroach. The human face first looked at the gun point that fell on him, and then at Parker. The little cockroach showed a mocking smile. One turned sideways, jumped over the spear in Parker's hand, and rushed towards Parker and bit him. Parker gritted his teeth, retracted the spear, and laid it across the front. Boom! Under the impact of the huge force, Parker's figure retreated more than 10 meters before he stabilized. But the next round of attack by the little cockroach came again. The smallness of the small cockroach is only compared with the giant cockroach. Compared with human beings, the small cockroach is not small. It is even taller than Parker in size. The continuous onslaught made Parker overwhelmed. Completely fell into a disadvantage. Peter looked at Parker worriedly. In the past few days, Peter has already recognized Parker, knowing that Parker is a very good person to him, and it can be said that all his future hopes are pinned on Parker for the time being. Peter clenched his fists. Ron glanced in Parker's direction and noticed something. That is, although Parker fell into a disadvantage, he did not panic but stabilized. He was disadvantaged but not defeated, and Ron also noticed one thing. The color of the spear in Parker's hand changed. Before, the entire body of the gun was red, with only a little gold at the end. But now, half of the gun body has turned golden. Restriction and oath. Ron guessed Parker's ability. In normal form, it is a long spear that is manifested, and the content of the restriction and oath is related to the attack of the long spear. The more times the long spear hits, the golden color of the gun body will accumulate. When the body of the gun is covered with gold, some kind of change will definitely occur. This point, Ron can see from Parker's attack intention. Ding, ding, ding. There were bursts of intense collision sounds. Finally, the body of Parker's gun turned golden. When he saw that Parker's face was filled with joy, he looked up at the little cockroach opposite him. Mere cockroach, do you really think I'm not your match? I'll let you see now Parker's true strength. Die to me. Parker raised the spear in his hand and stabbed straight at the little cockroach. A burst of golden light erupted from the spear in Parker's hand. The little cockroach realized something was wrong, but at this time it was too late to dodge. Boom! With one shot, the little cockroach was directly penetrated. Poof, 5.4 chi. A huge blood hole appeared, and the little cockroach was fatally injured. Light green blood flew out continuously, dyeing the surrounding ground green. Seeing this, Peter breathed a sigh of relief. Parker panted heavily, looked at the little cockroach's body, and smiled. After that, he subconsciously looked in the direction of Ron. Just see, not far from Ron, dozens of small cockroaches had fallen. All of these were killed by FanFic. Parker shook his head. There is really no comparison between people. The gap is too big. When I was a teenager, I was still picking up trash to eat. And at this moment, Jian Nua's figure suddenly came into midair. Ron, back off. Yes, Grandpa Gino. Ron's figure stepped back quickly. And FanFic also fought and retreated. Parker hurriedly came to Peter's side. Just see. Jian Nua's chi continuously condensed in midair. The shape of a dragon appeared, hovering in midair. A word floated in Ron's mind. Dragon stars. In the original plot, Gino only showed two abilities. One is drawn for the leading role, to suppress the opponent's attack at a medium distance. The second is the Dragon Star Group, a massive attack capability. The former is used against the enemy Krallo in the Ukexen event. The latter was used after receiving a commission from Netero during the Chimera Ant incident. The huge group of dragon stars covered the entire palace. However, such an ability usually has a problem. That is the limited destructiveness of a single hit. Plus, it's not that easy to hit enemies. In short, this is an ability that is more suitable for cleaning up miscellaneous soldiers, or to clean up the battlefield. If it's one-on-one, it's more appropriate to play the leading drama. But now this scene is usable. There are too many of these little 08 cockroaches. Dragon stars. Following Gino's thought, the huge dragon shape disintegrated in an instant, turning into countless light clusters, and these light clusters turned into the shape of light arrows, falling down. Boom! Boom! When it hit the ground exploded immediately, and a huge depression appeared. Hit the little cockroach, and the little cockroach immediately exploded under such an attack. This covers the vast majority of small roaches. Only a very small number of small cockroaches are outside the range. The huge cockroach let out an angry roar, but it was of no use. Gino looked at the huge cockroach below indifferently, and then condensed more chi on his hands, facing the head of the huge cockroach, and swooped down directly. Too fast. Too strong. Giant cockroaches cannot dodge. He could only raise his tentacles and take the initiative to meet Gino's attack. Boom! The earth shakes and the mountains shake. Ron was already far away at this time, but he could still feel the vibration of the ground. So strong. Parker looked at Gino in the distance, feeling so emotional in his heart. But in fact, Ron knew that this should not be Gino's strongest strength. The Dragonstar group used by Gino now is far inferior to the Dragonstar group used by Gino in the Chimera Ant incident in the original plot. The size gap is too large. The hiss of the huge cockroach sounded again. However, the appearance of the giant cockroach was completely different from before. One compound, I exploded, 2 tentacles were broken, and the head was in tatters. It looked very embarrassing, and its momentum was much weaker than before. However, the ferocity in the eyes did not decrease, but increased. However, what awaited the giant cockroach was Gino's more violent attack. In the previous attack, Gino had figured out the basic situation of the giant cockroach. The killer's job, the first half is done. Then the rest is to kill. Gino's figure disappeared. In the case of using the dark step technique, the giant cockroach couldn't hear Gino's footsteps, and Gino's speed became faster than before. And in an instant, he came to the tail of the huge cockroach. One blow pierced into the body of the giant cockroach. When the giant cockroach reacted, Gino had already come to another direction. Another blow, continuously. This looks very strange. The previous confrontation between Gino and the giant cockroach seemed comparable. Gino caused a lot of trouble to the giant cockroach, but the giant cockroach could also threaten Gino. With a body as big as a giant cockroach, the injuries Gino caused before are actually not very serious. Giant cockroaches are very resilient. But now, it looks like Gino is unilaterally beating the giant cockroach. The giant cockroach couldn't stop Gino's attack even once. But the attack of the giant cockroach did not fall on Gino's body at all. Seeing this, Ron immediately had a deeper understanding of the rules of the Zoldyck family. The stage of obtaining intelligence is completely different from the stage of actually killing people. Obtaining information is mainly about obtaining information, and you don't want to cause fatal damage to the other party. Wait until the information acquisition is complete, and use this information to kill the opponent more easily. There is no suspense in the battle between Gino and the giant cockroach. 3 minutes later, Gino's palm directly pierced into the giant cockroach's mind, and after stirring it, he pulled it out. After the giant cockroach twitched a few times, the breath of life began to flow away. The small cockroaches that were lucky enough to survive the attack of the Dragon Star group in the periphery before lost their vitality and no movement after the death of the giant cockroach. Gino stood in front of the giant cockroach. Grandpa Gino. Ron came next to Gino. Next moment, the corpse of the giant cockroach began to disintegrate. Little by little, make powder. But in the middle of the powder, Ron saw something. An existence similar to a bone, but the bone is covered with cockroach eggs, densely packed. Just looking at it will make people feel sick. Gino moved his fingers lightly. A cloud of thoughts attached to that bone and brought it back. By this time, Ron could see a little more clearly and feel a little more sick. Grandpa Gianua, is this what you said? Suitable as a reading device? On this bone, Ron felt the presence of Nen. 740. Very strong. That's right. Gino nodded and said, using such materials to make mines can make very good mines, which are much stronger than those made of ordinary metals. Do you want it? Only 100 crore ring nuns are needed. Sorry. 17. On credit. Ron hesitated but accepted. For this price, Ron knew that Gino definitely didn't say it was high, but it should be low. After all, this is a disaster. In the original plot, Ron had never heard of disasters. After coming to this world, this is also the first time I heard the name of a disaster. Then disasters must be rare. 10 billion renunciations sounds like a lot, but to none, it's not that much. A greedy island logger can be sold for more than 20 billion ringgits. The level of this disaster is B level, or even a level. Is it difficult for a B rank nun to earn 10 billion renunciations? Not difficult at all. What's more, Jinhua also said that he can pay on credit. This proves that this material should be very good, and it should work for you. So Ron took it down. Ron put the bones away and stuffed them into the Killer Queen's body space. After that, turned to Parker. Parker continued to lead the way. A group of 4 people went to the garbage new area. I should have gone to the new garbage area a long time ago, but it was delayed for some time because of the appearance of huge cockroaches. While walking towards the new garbage area, Ron couldn't help but take out the bone to watch. This bone is really disgusting, and it also made Ron bear a debt of 10 billion guilds early on. Ron wouldn't blame Gino for that. He wouldn't blame Gino for taking his own money instead of giving it directly to him, because in Zoldyck's family, that's the way it is. Even if Silva asks Miji for help, or Yermi for help, he still has to pay. The family values of the Zoldyck family are strong. However, economically they are relatively open. Gino's permission to pay on credit is already a bit of a violation of this principle. Not to mention the action on Meteor Street this time. Gino originally came here to help me find an exclusive butler, and brought Ron with him in order to prevent Ron from being secretly protected when he left. But after Ron made the request, he agreed immediately. Accompany Ron to observe Meteor Street. It can be said that without relatives, it is impossible to achieve this level. Ron knew that, but not long after the 4 of them left, a figure came to the place where the giant cockroach had disappeared. Looking at the empty surroundings, he couldn't help frowning. What's the situation? Why not? According to the plan, this is the right place for the disaster to occur. The man looked towards the garbage mountain not far away. That mountain of garbage collapsed, and it was clear that a disaster had occurred. Could it be that he appeared earlier and escaped? However, when this person looked around and saw many human beings in motion, he knew that this was impossible. The instinct of disasters is to feed on human beings. Those who are weak are favored by disasters. Suddenly, the man noticed the powder on the ground. He lowered his head, stretched out his hand, picked up a little powder, rubbed it on his fingers, then sniffed it with the tip of his nose, stuffed it into his mouth, and tasted the powder 10 times. Next moment, the man's face darkened. The disaster did appear, but it was killed in advance. Who is it? How dare you snatch something from our Kudo bandit group? Leaving the old garbage area and entering the new garbage area, the scene is completely different. Ron watched the progress of the crystal ball. In the old garbage area, the progress of the crystal ball has been increased by 10 points. After the disaster appeared, Gino fought the disaster, and after killing the disaster, it increased by 5 points. Ron estimates that the new garbage area and the chaotic area can also provide 10 progress points for the crystal ball. If calculated in this way, it is 35 points of progress. I don't know how much progress the Elder City can provide. Ron faintly felt that absorbing the characteristics of Meteor Street to 100% progress might be more troublesome than absorbing the characteristics of Sky Arena. In the Sky Arena, Ron was very clear that what he needed to wait for was the fighting tournament. But on Meteor Street, Ron wasn't sure what. Grandpa Jianhua can't stay on Meteor Street for too long. It's still more convenient for me to have enough strength myself. The most obvious difference between the old garbage area and the new garbage area lies in 2 points. 1 point is a mountain of garbage. Above the sky, airships from different regions and countries will go to Meteor Street regularly. To stay above the sky, open the hatch and release the trash. The continuous accumulation of these garbage will form a garbage mountain. In the old garbage area, there are very few airships staying. That means there will be very little new garbage, just old garbage. It is too difficult to find useful resources on such a mountain of garbage. One is the old garbage mountain, which has been rummaged many times by other people. The other is that, over time, garbage also deteriorates and rots. The second difference is people. The people in the old garbage area give people a cold feeling, like a machine, as if a specific program has been set. Those people all act according to the program. When you're hungry, go to the garbage mountain and look for food. After eating, find a place to rest. Get sick. Dead will not give any extra sight to other things. except babies and toddlers. The only human point shown by the people there is that they instinctively raise infants and young children. But the people in the Garbage New District are different. People here have their own ideas and desires. There will be a division of labor and cooperation. We'll fight for resources. We'll hide their collection. We'll trade. It can be said that this is a human society, except for a little chaos. A strong person who knows how to find resources and is in good physical condition. Those who are weak and cannot find resources will get worse and worse. Ron noticed something, that is, the light in the eyes of those weak people will gradually decrease. The eyes will gradually become numb. It is possible that some of the people in the old garbage district were transformed from the people in the new garbage district. Such a guess emerged in Ron's mind. A lot of eyes fell on the four of Ron. Even though Ron and Gino had changed into clothes suitable for Meteor Street, they still seemed a bit out of place here. This is not something that can be changed by using absolutely such techniques. Call out. A stone was shot at Peter at great speed. Someone secretly attacked Ron and the others. And the target is the weakest Peter. Boom! Parker sensed it and stood in front of Peter. The stone fell on Parker's body, but because of the entanglement, Parker didn't suffer any harm. But this angered Parker. Peter and Parker hadn't been together for long. However, Peter is the guy Parker brought out of the old junkie area. This point is very special. So Parker must protect Peter. But Parker will not forgive any behavior that hurts Peter. My lord, I'll go. Parker looked at Gino and Ron. Gino didn't express his opinion. Noted well. Ron nodded. Thank you, my lord. The next moment, Parker rushed out, rushing towards the assailants hiding in the dark. Ron didn't look. Parker is a nun. The opponent is not an tower. This is simply a battle without suspense. But Peter was nervous. My lord, Parker, will he be all right? It will be fine. Let's go first, and he will catch up later. Ron moved on. The progress in the crystal ball is accumulating bit by bit. The situation in the Garbage New District is exactly what Ron expected from Meteor Street before he came to Meteor Street. Ron wasn't interested in that. It's just the situation in the old garbage area, which really shocked Ron a little. Ron didn't expect humans to be like that. Not long after, Parker caught up. Grown-ups. Gino glanced back and narrowed his eyes slightly. Someone is following us. When Parker heard this, he subconsciously wanted to look back. However, Gino's thoughts immediately fell on Parker, forcibly stopping Parker's actions. Gino glanced at Parker. In this way, you should have nothing to do with those people. Ron frowned. Impetus. But there is no reason. Our Zoldyck family is just a killer family, and we have no clear hatred relationship with any force. I have worked with the elders of Meteor Street for many years. Not to mention the strength of our family. There are few forces that can provoke it. Ron couldn't think of any reason for the other party to target the four of them for the time being. First of all, this target must be aimed at himself and Gino. If it was aimed at Parker and Peter, the strength would definitely not be too strong. In this case, Gino didn't even care about it. Just like in the original plot, the head of the Leopard Division challenged Gino. Gino didn't care at all. Even without Silva's shot, Gino could easily kill the head of the Leopard Division. But now, Jianua's attitude clearly proves that the people behind are stronger than the head of the Leopard Division. That's certainly not a weakling. The division head of chimeric ants is extremely strong. When the Ant Queen died and the Ant King left, many division heads chose to leave. Among them, there is a small team that went to Meteor Street. 660. A Scorpion division head. And several captains. This level is really not that strong. But just such a few chimeric ants have forced out the abilities of Phaeton and others, making Shizuku and Shaoner quite embarrassed, and we can see the strength of the chimeric ants, at least stronger than Nen Beasts. In addition, there are even fewer people who know that they and Gino are here. Just that elder, and the elder's core subordinates. However, as an elder with a big family and a big career, there is no reason to deal with himself and Gino. The Zoldyck family's revenge, the elder couldn't handle it. Once Ma Zoldyck made a move, even all the elders of Meteor Street would not be opponents. It may be related to previous disasters. Gino said as he walked. Huge cockroach. That's right. Gina paused, then asked, Ron, in your understanding, what is reading? A collection of physical energy and mental energy. Then do you know what kind of spiritual energy is divided into? Ron thought for a moment, shaking his head. Have no idea. Mind is indeed the collection of physical energy, and spiritual energy. Physical energy is easy to understand. It is the energy contained in the body. All living things have bodies, Gino said, but spiritual energy is much more complicated and divided into many aspects. Will, desire, 11. Resentment, sap, fear, anger, pain, sap, lonely, disgust, happiness. Most people can only use a few of them. For too negative spiritual energy, not many people dare to try, and they will often go nowhere. It's me too. So Ron, you should pay special attention to this in the future. Some Nen people touch these psychic energies that are so negative that they lose control in order to gain power. Hearing this, Ron couldn't help but think of someone. That is to say, in the theatrical version of the original plot, there was such a person, named Jed. This Jade claims that his power is not yin, but resentment. But judging from what Gino said now, the resentment used by Jed is actually a kind of recitation. It's just different from regular Nen. Too much negative spiritual energy is used, and one's own consciousness is also affected. However, there are some people who have come up with applications for negative psychic energy. That is disaster. In this world, most disasters occur naturally, born in extremely harsh environments. However, there is also the possibility of artificial manufacturing. That huge cockroach, with a high probability, is the case. Using human beings' aversion, fear, and resentment towards cockroaches, collect and concentrate these negative spiritual energies and combine them in a special way to create disasters. Such a thing, Ron is also in the original plot, never heard of it, and it reminded Ron of something from another world, a world called Magic Return. In that world, there are many terrifying existences called cursed spirits. Most of the spell spirits were born out of human fear. Fear of volcanoes, fear of forests, fear of oceans, fear of humans. These fears gave birth to the cursed spirit. Let these spell spirits have extremely powerful power. Humans are almost invincible against them. The birth of the cursed spirit is very similar to the birth of the disaster proposed by Gino now. If you're right, that huge cockroach was made by the people behind us. The purpose may be to obtain materials for the manufacture of telepathy. Ron's eyes flickered. The bone? Grandpa Gino, shall we give it back to them? Of course not. Gino shook his head and said, Ron, don't forget our identities. What are we? Killer. No, it's the #1 killer in the world. Gino said, you only knew part of the family rules before, and now I will repeat it to you. We, the Zoldyck family, live by the rules. First, before actually carrying out the killer mission, before actually doing it, you must investigate the opponent's situation clearly. If there is no chance of more than 99%, don't make a move. Second, don't do bad deals. Third, what has been in our hands is ours. Fourth, once there is a life and death enemy who can threaten us, we will use all the strength of the whole clan to kill him, unless we cannot defeat them. Ron asked subconsciously, Grandpa Gino, regarding the fourth point, have we encountered anyone we can't beat? Gino nodded, then shook his head again. It is true that there is someone who cannot be beaten, but it is not a life and death enmity. Hearing this sentence, Ron already had an answer in his heart. It can only be the president of the Hunter Association, the founder of the Hunter Association, one of the 5 greatest warriors in the world, and the former first warrior in the human continent, Netero. Ron asked anyway, who? President of the Hunter Association, Tantro.y. Gino said, a person who looked like an old man when I was young. When I am old, he still looks like that, and has lived for hundreds of years. An old guy. He is the only one who survived after fighting your great-grandfather. There is no need for us to hand over this material. Gino said, however, we can't stay here for long. According to the rules of the Zoldyck family, first obtain information and then fight. Now that the opponent's situation is unknown, Gino will not fight rashly. Ron, Your plan may have to be temporarily suspended, and the exclusive butler of the joke can only wait for a while. It is good. Ron glanced at the crystal ball in front of him. I feel a little bit sorry. When encountering such a thing, one cannot absorb the characteristics of Meteor Street to 100% at one time. The time for the third mind beast to appear will be delayed again. However, compared with life, this is not so important. No matter how good Nen Beast is, the prerequisite is to be alive. There is only one reason why Gino didn't make a move to capture the people behind him, and that was that he was not absolutely sure. Even Jian Nuo is afraid of being such a person. It must not be easy. Moreover, it is impossible to determine whether there are other people on the other side. This is very important. I will try to attack that person later, but it won't last long. If I can succeed, it is naturally the best situation. If I can't succeed, I will leave directly. Ron, you take the first step and go in the direction of Meteor Street. Ron nodded. Okay, Grandpa Gino. After a pause, Ron said again, Grandpa Gino, I have a plan, and I want you to refer to it. What's the plan? Gino looked at Ron. My Nen Beast, Killer Queen, has a very special ability to make bombs. Ron said, the Killer Queen's bomb explodes in two ways. One is that the bomb itself explodes, and the other is that something that touches the bomb explodes. In the case of the former, if the opponent is strong enough, there is a high probability that he can overwhelm him. But for the latter, there's a high probability that the other party will not be able to avoid it without knowing the information. I haven't told anyone about the Killer Queen's ability. The other party definitely doesn't know. I think we could take advantage of this and design it. Gino's eyes lit up slightly. Is this the ability of your mind beast? With such a complexity? What are the conditions for the explosion? Ron replied, just touch it. So simple. Gino was a little surprised. Because none follows a rule, restriction, and oath, the stronger the ability, the more complicated and more difficult the conditions required for activation. Like Krallo's thief's intent. For preconditions need to be met in order to steal the opponent's ability. The ability that Ron proposes now is actually very strong in terms of setting. Not only can the bomb itself explode, but also the things in the contact list can explode. Here, according to Gino's understanding, there should be many preconditions. Otherwise, it is impossible to do it. Does not comply with the rules of constraints and oaths. Gino didn't quite understand. However, at this time, Gino will definitely not ask Ron in detail. And this is Ron's own ability. In fact, Ron also paid complicated constraints and vows. It's important to spend a lot of time absorbing the characteristics of Zoldyck Manor. The second point is that Ron is a time traveler. This in itself is a very strong restriction and oath content. The third point is, in Ron's mind, the memory about the world of JoJo. So Ron is the one who doesn't need more conditions. It's really hard for people to guard against it. With Ron's current stamina, the bomb you can create won't be too weak, and it can completely pose a threat. Those who are none cannot be calculated completely according to the level. A low-level enemy can also cause damage to a high-level enemy. It's like the battle between Hwasher Doru and Hisoka in the original plot. Hwasher Doru, who doesn't even know the skill of congealing, and Hwasher Doru, who has developed the wrong main direction of ability, is much, much worse than Hisoka in terms of level. However, Kawashi Turo still broke both of Hisoka's arms, even if there is Hisoka water in it. But this can also prove that the abilities of low-level ninjas can also cause damage to high-level ninjas. I will create opportunities for you, Gino said. However, be careful. Grandpa Gino, don't worry. I'm a transmuter-capable user, and I'm still a Nen Beast. This is natural. Ron would do the same without Gino stressing. After all, Ron wasn't some war-crazed brat. Ron puts life first. Gino nodded. The two looked at each other, and the next moment they both rushed forward at the same time, an extremely fast speed, completely abandoning Parker and Peter. After the man in the dark saw it, he panicked. Jian Nuo and Ron's speed is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they have already gone far, far away. The man in the dark didn't care that he would be exposed, so he rushed out. And at this time, the person in the dark also knew that he had been exposed. Gino glanced back. A middle-aged man came into Gino's sight. Gino narrowed his eyes slightly and stopped instantly. Boom! He turned around and rushed towards the middle-aged. At the same time, Ron also turned back. To be exact, it was FanMa Bladia. Gino attacked the middle-aged man at an extremely fast speed, leaving the middle-aged man with no time to do other things besides defense. 0. FanMa Renya ran beside the two of them. FanMa's blade was gathering momentum. Little by little, continuous improvement. Ma Saber's back muscles began to change, constantly twisting and deforming, until it turned into the shape of a ghost face. Ghost back form. The FanMa blade in this form is much stronger than the FanMa blade in the normal form. This made the middle-aged man even feel a little threatened, mainly because Gino put too much pressure on him. It's so big that as long as you insert a little something that affects the balance, the middle-aged person will lose. The result of defeat, the high probability, is death. This is not acceptable to middle-aged people. Damn it, these two guys don't want to escape at all, but want to kill me. That's not surprising. But I didn't expect these two guys to be so strong. It doesn't matter if this old man is so strong. After all, he can kill the existence of disasters. But that kid, a kid at that age, is actually so obedient? Could it be that we can only escape? The middle-aged people are a little reconciled. These disasters are the existence that middle-aged people and others have planned for a long time. They have spent such a high price, and they're about to get their hands on it. In the end, other people actually picked the peaches. And the whole thing, there's a risk of exposure. When will old T come over? Middle-aged people really want to look back, but now there's no time to look back. Looking at the scene in front of him, Ron suddenly thought of a picture. That is, in the original plot, the scene where Gino and Silva besiege Krallo. Very similar to now. The only difference is that it is not Silva who cooperates with Gino, but himself. His current strength is much worse than Silva. But Gino's attack on the middle-aged man was very similar to Gino's attack on Krallo at that time. It's now. Attack with me. Even if you kill me together, it doesn't matter. Gino's voice sounded. The middle-aged man was shocked. What kind of lunatic is this? The moment Gino finished speaking, FanMa Renya rushed towards the two of them. A large amount of chi condensed on the hands. Boom! A burst of powerful bombardment directly hit Gino and the Huxia. The two stopped 787 at the same time, retreating while resisting FanMa Renya's attack. The middle-aged man breathed a sigh of relief, because after FanMa Renya's attack fell, the middle-aged man found that it was not as strong as he expected. After using hard for defense, it was only a slight scratch. On the other hand, Gino's situation is better than that of the middle-aged. Gino looked at the middle-aged man and said lightly, "Both of us have recovered a life." At this moment, FanMa Renya rushed towards the middle-aged man again. Blast out with a punch. The middle-aged man looked at FanMa Renya, who was rushing towards him, and snorted coldly. Even the attack just now can't do anything to me, let alone now. Facing Gino's impenetrable attack before, and because of FanMa Renya's aura, the middle-aged people miscalculated FanMa Renya's attack. When FanMa Renya's attack really fell, the middle-aged people realized until I overestimated the other party. So now, they underestimate each other a bit. In this case, the middle-aged man didn't care about FanMa Renya's attack at all. Boom! The middle-aged man directly greeted him with his fists. The fists of the two collided together. However, there's one thing that middle-aged people don't notice. At this moment, FanMa Renya's fist was somewhat different from before. FanMa Renya put a glove on his fist. This glove is very special. Added the Killer Queen's first bomb ability to it. However, because FanMa Renya condensed chi on his fist, hiding this thought, coupled with the contempt of the middle-aged people, I didn't notice it. So until the fists of the two collided together, Yurin realized that something was wrong. The face of the middle-aged man changed. Subconsciously pulled away and wanted to leave. The middle-aged man's reaction is already extremely fast. If the first bomb of the Killer Queen set by Ron is the first wave of explosion, that is, if the bomb explodes by itself, it will not cause any harm to the middle-aged man. But Ron chose the second option. Not the bomb itself exploded. Instead, Whatever touches the bomb explodes. After the fist of the middle-aged man collided with Fan Marinya's fist, the force of the explosion was instantly transmitted to the middle-aged man's arm. Can't dodge it all. A violent, silent explosion erupted. The middle-aged man used a lot of chi to suppress him. However, the explosion cannot be completely suppressed. I saw that the middle-aged man's arms were shattered inch by inch, and the flesh and blood on those arms were turned into powdered ashes in the explosion, or even annihilated. Up to the upper arm, the lower half of the arm disappeared directly. The wound was black. Middle-aged people used chi to control muscles, shrink the wound, and prevent blood from flowing out. This is an easy wound treatment that all Nen people will have. The middle-aged man stared at Fan Mabinya. After that, the eyes shifted to Ron. Brat! The eyes of the middle-aged man were full of resentment. Gino's eyes moved. Boom! The middle-aged man raised his other intact arm, and a large ball of flame spewed out in the direction of Gino. No, to be precise, it should be magma. Countless magma splashed out. Stop Gino abruptly. Ron, let's go. Gino's voice sounded. Ron followed without hesitation. On the other side, Parker and Peter also headed towards the Elder City at an extremely fast speed. Soon, it disappeared from the sight of the middle-aged man. But the middle-aged man himself retreated a lot. The middle-aged man was worried that Gino's departure was just a cover, and he would turn back and attack him. He was no match for Gino now. Gino and Ron kept moving at high speed. Ron could keep up. Even if Ron is now integrated, he is still only a C-rank Nun. But in terms of capacity, Ron is much more than none of the same level. It wasn't until they were far away that the two of them slowed down a little. Grandpa Gino, do you know that person? Gino nodded. If you're right, it should be the Kudo Bandit, a thieves group whose bounty level has reached S level in the Hunter Association. There are 4 members in total. Not many people know their real names, and they're usually called by code names. There are Old K, Old U, Old T, and Old Zero. These 4 are all very strong. They're all none who have reached the A rank. 1-on-1, 9 out of 10 I win, but it's very troublesome to kill them. 2-to-1, the probability of my winning is much smaller. The one just now should be Old O. For Conjurer's ability user, the main ability is Magma Flame. Old T is a manipulator's ability user, and his main ability is to materialize trees. Old U is an ability user of Conjurer. The main ability is water. Old K, like you, is a transmuter ability user, and his main ability is Nen Beast. The combination of 4 is extremely fierce. Ordinary Nen people will not be their opponents at all. Ron analyzed Gino's evaluation. 1-on-1, 9 times out of 10, Gino wins. Gino said this to Krallo in the original plot. With 2 people, Jianhua is not sure of winning. This is enough to prove the strength of the Kudo Thieves group. 3.4 in addition, Ron actually has some impressions of this Kudo Bandit group. I remember that in the original plot, this Kudo Bandit group was mentioned. Never appeared in front, but only in the description of Kim Freaks. The main achievement of Gene Freaks is defeating and capturing the Kudo Bandit group. The same fugitive captured by Gene Freaks, Liza, was not mentioned. Liza is also a bounty offender of S rank. 11. From this point of view, the strength of the Kudo Thieves group is definitely higher than that of Leijia. Ron looked at Gino. Then Grandpa Gino, what should we do next? Leave Meteor Street first and tell the Hunter Association about this matter, and the rest depends on whether the Hunter Association will entrust our Zoldyck family. A figure appeared beside the Old O with the broken arm. Old K, you came too slowly. Old C's tone was somewhat complaining, but Old K didn't care. I was free to support you after I solved the disaster I was responsible for. Compared to saying that I came slowly, it is better to say that you are too weak. Not only did you lose the disaster, but even your arm was broken. The Old snorted coldly. That's Zoldyck. Even if you meet, can you perform better than me? That's for sure. After all, I'm stronger than you. Old O glared at Old K. Forget it. I won't quarrel with you. Now that the situation has been exposed, the elders of Meteor Street and the Hunter Association will definitely get the news. How long will it take for the remaining 2 disasters to be born? 3 days. 3 days. Damn it. It would be great if it could be done sooner. It really won't be easy to deal with it until the elders of Meteor Street come to their senses and the Hunter Association sends people. The old looked in the direction of the distance. Old K said lightly, "The elders on Meteor Street are nothing, and the Hunter Association, except for those few people, it is unlikely that other people want 08 to pose a threat to us. People from a Hunter Association will not come so fast. As for Zoldyck's people, after they have left, unless someone hires them, otherwise they will not continue to attack us." Old O frowned. Don't underestimate the elders of Meteor Street. The elite and they cultivated, there's still a few good ones. Especially that group named Wild Beast. Meteor Street has provided the world with many, many talents. In the world, there are many forces buying goods on Meteor Street. The environment here is harsh, but good talents can often be born. World gangsters, the Zoldyck family, criminal groups, and even the governments of some small countries. It can be said that this is the biggest source of income for Meteor Street. However, before providing so many talents to outsiders, the elders of Meteor Street will also think about their own problems. That is, how to protect your own rights and interests. That must have enough powerful force. Therefore, the elders will keep some talents, not provide them to outsiders, but keep them and cultivate them by themselves, and give them enough resources to let them realize their talents. The 12 Meteor Street elders will all do such things. Moreover, the elders of Meteor Street will hold together. An elder pushed out the strongest nun among his subordinates, and formed a group with the nun who were pushed out by other elders, called Wild Beast. Lu corresponds. There are 12 wild beasts in total. There are 10 beasts in total, and the Japanese belong to an old man named Tian respectively. The situation of the two is somewhat similar. However, the strength of wild beasts is obviously stronger than that of beasts, because only in this way, the elders of Meteor Street can control Meteor Street, protect Meteor Street, and prevent other forces from reaching into Meteor Street. Otherwise, the world's gangsters would have controlled Meteor Street long ago. If this kind of business can be obtained at your fingertips, the world's gangsters will never give up. The reason why you don't reach out is because you can't reach in. Meteor Street is very strong. Named street, but actually country. And among the countries, it can still be regarded as the kind with the highest strength. No matter how big the world's gangsters are, they are just gangsters. They are organizations that operate underground. It is impossible to compete with a real country. There is too much difference between the two sides. In addition, the world's gangsters are only big in name. Gangsters in many countries have not actually joined them. For example, the gangsters of the Kajin Empire. Those gangsters are all involved with the Kajin royal family, and they're actually the dark side of the Kajin royal family. These gangsters have nothing to do with the world's gangsters. The situation of E5 is similar to that of Kajin Empire. Therefore, the so-called world gangsters are just a good-sounding name, and they don't reach the word world at all. Ron looked at the crystal ball in front of him. The progress of the crystal ball has come to a complete halt. After all, he had already left Meteor Street. Because of the appearance of the Kudo bandits, Ron will not be able to return to Meteor Street for a while. And at this point, Ron took out another thing. The extra bone you got from killing a giant cockroach. The entire upper half of the bone takes on the shape of a blade, and the lower part is round and cylindrical. It can be said that after a little polishing, this is a knife, but the resurrected eggs on it are very disgusting. Ron took the bone out. Instead of directly touching the skin, he used chi to lift the bone up. After that, use your own chi to continuously wash away this bone. Once, twice, 3 times, Gino came to another room, took out his mobile phone, and called the Hunter Association. The Zoldyck family and the Hunter Association can be said to be a cooperative relationship. Netero has a relationship with Maya Zoldyck, and Gino and Netero have also met many times. In the past, the Hunter Association also commissioned the Zoldyck family to carry out killer missions. I see. Such a reply came from the other side, and Gino immediately hung up the phone. The exclusive butler of Miji, we can only wait a little longer. With the current situation on Meteor Street, even Gino dare not step into it easily. Kudo Thieves Group is already very strong. And if the Kudo Thieves Group and the Elders of Meteor Street are in the same group, then it will be even more difficult to deal with. With Gino's strength, even if he went, 143 would never return. Of course, this possibility is not great. From Gino's point of view, there is a high probability that the Kudo bandits and the Elders of Meteor Street are in opposition. However, no matter how small the odds are, Gino would not gamble. This is not in line with the Zoldyck family style of doing things. Why do things you're not sure about? What is the most important thing to be a killer? Of course, to be alive, to kill. Commission money? Join in the fun? Curiosity? None of this matters. A real killer would never risk his life to accept a mission for someone outside of him. A figure rushed into the Elder City. It was Peter. I want to see the Elders. Peter took out the token Parker handed over, but fell to the ground. All of a sudden, there were many onlookers. Patrollers soon appeared and brought Peter to the Elder's Manor. Wake him up. An old man walked out, looked at the fainted Peter, and felt a bad premonition in his heart. A nun patient stepped forward and treated Peter. Not long after, Peter woke up. Master Elder, please save Lord Parker. These are the first words Peter said after waking up. What happened to Parker? The Elder stared at Peter, frowning. Peter spoke for a long time before he made it clear. One is that Peter is not very old, and he was in the old garbage area before, so he didn't have many opportunities to talk. There are not many moments of knowing Parker. I don't know many words at all. I can only haw and haw. Impatiently, the Elder directly found none. Using the ability of this nun person, Peter's speaking ability was strengthened. It was only afterward that Peter could clarify the matter. I met Mr. Parker in the old garbage area. Mr. Parker took me with him, along with 2 other people. Master Parker called those 2 people adults. Those 2 are strong. When we were about to leave the old garbage area, we encountered a monster. A mountain collapsed, and a giant cockroach appeared. The old man fought the giant cockroach and killed the giant cockroach. There are a lot of little cockroaches. Master Parker also killed a little cockroach. Then, we headed to the new garbage area. There, we met a guy who was amazing. Those 2 adults fought against him, and there was no winner. Master Parker took me to run. After running for a while, Lord Parker pointed me in a direction and asked me to run in this direction, while Lord Parker himself went in another direction. I ran here. Master Parker asked me to bring a message to Mr. Elder. The Elder asked subconsciously, "What words?" "Kuto." Hearing this sentence, the old pupil shrank immediately. The Kudo Thieves Group, this name, the Elders have also heard of it. There are not many S-level wanted criminals in the Hunter Association, but Kudo can be regarded as the best among the S-level wanted criminals and has killed many powerful people, has attacked many powerful forces. The Elder's eyes flickered. The 2 adults Peter is talking about are obviously members of the Zoldyck. Both of them are not weak, especially Jano Zoldyck. But the Kudo Thieves Group is only one person, and it is comparable to Zoldyck. The strength of this thieves group is probably stronger than what was rumored outside before. These guys, why did they come to Meteor Street? What are they trying to do? For Zoldyck? Or for Meteor Street? Wait, Parker shouldn't be able to recognize the Kudo Thieves Group. This name should be said to him by Zoldyck's people. And the huge cockroach that appeared before. The Elder suddenly thought of a possibility, and his face became a little ugly. After that, the Elder quickly returned to his office. The documents were taken out by the Elders one by one. Really, Meteor Street is divided into 4 areas, which are the old garbage area, the new garbage area, the chaotic area, and the Elder City. But for the Elders, Meteor Street is divided into 12 areas. There are 12 Elders, each of whom controls an area. The Elder is equivalent to the king of this area. The king, on the other hand, has to control the following situation. The Elders will send subordinates to investigate the situation below, patrol, and report regularly. At this time, the Elder took out the documents and found that there was an area that had not been reported for a long time, and the adjacent area could clearly feel the population decrease. Huge cockroach, how big is it? The elder came to Peter again. Large like a hill. Hearing this sentence, the elder confirmed his guess. It is absolutely impossible for a normal cockroach to be this big. Not even a monster. Moreover, in the environment of Meteor Street, there are not many monsters. This is an environment so bad that even monsters can hardly survive. Then, there is only one answer. Disaster. Disasters will be born in extremely harsh environments. And there is also the possibility that they will be born. The Kudo bandit group chose Meteor Street and used some means to actively guide the birth of disasters. However, even if it is Meteor Street, it must at least cause the death of millions of people before it can be done. These are the lives of Meteor Street. Kudo thieves group is disgusting. Those are all my property. For the elders of Meteor Street, everything on Meteor Street belongs to them. Wrap the land and the people on it. The elder came outside. Pass my order. Send people to the place where the members of the Kudo thieves appear, attack them, shoot them to death, and bring Parker back. One person hesitated. But my lord, this Kudo is so powerful. But even Gino Zoldyck has chosen to retreat. Will we really be their opponents? The elder glanced at the man. So what? No matter how strong they are, they're still made of flesh and blood. Under the action of guns, bombs, and shells, can they also withstand it? What's more, our none are not weak. Gino Zoldyck backed off, and that's because that's the way they do things. Grave accent. As a killer, he will not engage in unsure battles, and will not engage in meaningless battles. But we are different. This is my place. Kudo bandits are running wild on my territory. Absolutely unforgivable. Following the elder's order, a team of hundreds of people appeared, starting from the elder city, heading for the possible location of the Kudo bandit group. More than a dozen trucks. In addition to people, there are guns on the truck. There are also those who are none. It can be regarded as an elite army. The elder stood on the wall and looked outside. In fact, when encountering the appearance of the Kudo thieves group, it is the best choice to let the wild beast take action. The wild beast is the most elite subordinate of the 12 elders. Personal strength is extremely tyrannical. He can be regarded as an expert in dealing with this aspect. Only the top none can deal with the top none. Those ordinary people have no concept of powerful Nen people, Wang Zhao at all. Of course, except for things like Gui. That is the existence that even the king ant can get down on the ground. No matter how strong the Kudo thieves group is, there will be no Ant Wang Chong. The reason why the elders are arranged this way, and the reason why they are willing to take such a risk, is because the elders want to get what the Kudo bandit group wants to get. The reason is simple. The people who died on Meteor Street have all died. The dead cannot be resurrected, but things are still there. If the wild beast makes a move, how should it be distributed at that time? There are only so few things in total, and there are 12 elders, and each elder can only be divided into 1/12. However, if his current subordinates get it, then it will all be his own. I just need to pay the price of some manpower and guns. I have quite a few of these things. The elder felt that even the Kudo thieves group would not be able to please them under such a situation of suppressing firepower. Old O and Old K were not in a hurry to go to the other two places where disasters were about to occur. Instead, they pursued Parker first. Ron and Gino, they couldn't catch up. However, chasing Parker to death can at least slow down the leak of news. Did that material fall into Zoldyck's hands? Old K looked at Old O. Old Zero nodded. That's right, I saw from a distance that the kid took it out. It's a special bone with a strong yin aura, which cannot be achieved by ordinary yin materials. Unfortunately, it is not an easy matter to get it back from Zoldyck's hands. Old O sighed. Jano Zoldyck and Silva Zoldyck are already hard to deal with, and there's a rotten old man who doesn't die. Now, we have almost exhausted our own potential, and if we continue to practice penance, we will not improve too much. We must rely on thinking tools to further improve. I didn't expect Zoldyck's people to appear on Meteor Street. Old O's eyes flickered. There was a look of resentment in his eyes. So, what about Zoldyck? Old O, don't worry. The two of them got the materials for the relics, and our Kudo Thieves group has 3 copies of the relics materials. Using this to make recitations, it will definitely be very popular. This is the material that was obtained after sacrificing so many lives. At that time, even Zoldyck, we were not afraid. Kill Korong 397 to kill the mountain, kill that bad old man, and get back the material for the study. Our Kudo Thieves group is destined to become the most powerful group in this world. Even the Hunter Association will be under us. We're going to be history. Suddenly, Old K showed a smile. That guy found it. The next moment, Old K's figure flashed. A grotesque Nen Beast appeared, came into the midair, aimed at the ground, and slammed a punch. Boom! Suddenly, a huge pothole appeared on the ground. Parker, on the other hand, hid in the pothole. Parker showed a terrified expression, clenched the spear in his hand. Still, was it found? A gloomy look flashed across Old O's face. This person, let me come. Old K shrugged and stepped aside. Old O raised his one arm. A stream of magma flowed out of Old O's arm and rushed over. In an instant, he came at Parker. Parker couldn't dodge at all. What? The moment the magma touched his body, Parker wailed in pain. The moment the high temperature touched Parker's flesh and blood, he caused extremely serious burn injuries to Parker. Even Parker can use entanglement for defense. However, after fleeing for so long, Parker's energy has already been almost exhausted. Old O came in front of Parker, as if he wanted to vent all his previous anger on Parker. Continuously use magma to torture Parker. Parker couldn't do anything but howl in pain. The strength gap between the two sides is too great. Until Parker was dying, Old K stepped forward and came to the side of Old O. Take it easy. Don't kill him now. Maybe we can get some information from him about the fight between Zoldyck and the disaster, which will be of some use to us. Old O nodded, and he restrained himself a little, no longer focused on torturing Parker. Instead, torture. At this time, there was a roar of the engine, accompanied by the sound of the car pressing on the uneven road, intertwined together. Old O and Old K looked up at the same time and looked over. The two narrowed their eyes slightly. If you're right, this should be the Elder of Meteor Street. I didn't expect Zoldyck's people to notify the Elders of Meteor Street. Aren't they worried that we are allies with the Elders of Meteor Street? Zoldyck did things so hastily. Old K frowned slightly. No. Old O shook his head and said, beside this guy, there's a kid who is only a few years old and looks dull. I didn't take it to heart. That kid doesn't look very familiar with him. I didn't expect this guy to take the initiative to attract attention for that age, kid, and create a chance to escape. The message from the Elder of Meteor Street should have been sent by that brat. Old K's face darkened slightly. Old O glanced at Parker. After that, with a thought, Parker's face was completely covered with magma, killing Parker completely. These people came just in time. Killing such a man will not assuage my anger. When those people come, they will all die. Old K, don't make a move. I want someone alone. Kill them all. Old K was a little dissatisfied with this decision of Old O, and he also wanted to make a move. But after seeing the broken arm of Old O, he still gave in. Then you just watch and don't let anyone go. Otherwise, I will have to take action. These people, we can't let them go. Give it to me. Old O took the initiative to meet the convoy of the Elders on Meteor Street. A person ran towards a dozen cars. The people in the car quickly noticed Old O. All attention. With a sound of falling, everyone became vigilant, guns, shells, rocket launchers. Most of these people sent by the Elders of Meteor Street are just ordinary people. There are not so many none. It still has something to do with talent. Don't look at the weakness of the newcomer killers in the Sky Arena, but those people are all able to hit the 200 floor with their own talents and strength. As far as Ron, Gon, Killua, they are mediocre. But for ordinary people, they're already geniuses among geniuses. A truly mediocre person, no matter how much effort he puts in, cannot reach the 200th floor of the Sky Arena. In other words, geniuses among geniuses can only reach the level of rookie killers. Even if it is Meteor Street, how many people are talented enough to surpass those people? Even if someone teaches. However, talent is talent, and people without talent are only at that level when they are taught. Shooting. Everyone aimed at the old man and started shooting. However, the old O's speed is too fast. These bullets in the old O's view are so slow. As long as he moves his body slightly, he can avoid the trajectory of these bullets. Even if it's a bazooka, if it can't hit, it's meaningless. When everyone saw this picture, they showed some panicked expressions. Old K stood on a high place, looked down at old O below, and showed a smile. For this plan, our Kudo Thieves group has not vented in this way for a long, long time. I really envy old O. After the plan is completed, I also want to vent it. Just choose Meteor Street as your target. The Elder's City. The ninth Elder's face was extremely gloomy. Completely annihilated? Below, a figure stood in front of the ninth Elder, with his head lowered very low. Yes, only 2 members of Kudo. Only one person made a move. The other member of the Kudo bandit group did not. This is impossible. The ninth Elder's voice became hoarse. Because too angry. Can the Kudo bandit group be so strong? I sent hundreds of elites. Give them the best weapons. And my elite subordinates. The ninth Elder knew very well the strength of the subordinates he sent over, especially those nun ones. They were not weak at all. One person can defeat many people. Even if it is placed in the outside world, it is also a top existence. There are quite a few who are better than Parker. Such a team of hundreds of people can defeat even a medium-sized gangster outside. The opponent is just one person and defeated his team? One person, hundreds of people? The Kudo bandits are so strong. A young man stepped forward. My Lord Elder, now the wild beasts must be the ones to deal with the Kudo Thieves group. The ninth Elder's eyes flickered. But in the end, none of the ninth leaders contacted the other leaders. A conference room. All 12 elders gathered together. However, none of them are real people present, but just screen projections. The ninth Elder talked about the Kudo bandit group. So, your opinion is Rang Min? That's right. The ninth Elder said. The strength of the Kudo Thieves group is extremely strong. My elite team of hundreds of people will be completely wiped out by one of them. The strength of the remaining 3 must not be underestimated. And what they have done is hurting the foundation of our Meteor Street. The conflict between our 2 parties is irreconcilable. They must be killed. Otherwise, how can we continue to gain a foothold in this world after Meteor Street? How can the people below continue to obey us? The elders present are all human beings. Even if the ninth Elder didn't say the whole thing, they could still deduce the ins and outs of the matter. The ninth Elder didn't mention it before because he wanted to monopolize the Kudo bandit group. Now it is obvious that he has suffered a disadvantage, so he came to ask other elders for help. However, the Kudo Thieves group did stand on the opposite side of Meteor Street. Such an act of artificially creating disasters is equivalent to using Meteor Street as an altar and sacrificing an unknown number of people in Meteor Street to allow those disasters to be born. Population is the heel of Meteor Street. The biggest business on Meteor Street is selling people. Individuals are worthless. But causing Meteor Street to lose so many people at once is equivalent to overdrawing more than half of Meteor Street's potential for the next decade or so. These are substantial losses. It can be said that what the Kudo Thieves did to Meteor Street was too much. Compared with the original plot, what Phantom Troop did to the world's gangsters in the Ukexin incident is even more excessive. Of course, commissioning Zoldyck to assassinate 10 old men doesn't count among them. This is no longer a Ukexin incident, but something else. In addition, the Kudo Thieves have not taken the initiative to attack the Elders of Meteor Street. However, as long as the Elders of Meteor Street take more silent actions against the Kudo Thieves, then the KUT Thieves will definitely take revenge on the Elders of Meteor Street. If the strength of the Elders is not strong enough, they will also be killed by the Kudo bandit group. Then let the wild beast take action. After deliberation, the Elders made a decision. A top nun in Meteor Street stepped out. Wild Beast has 12 members in total. Each of them corresponds to an Elder, who is the strongest nun among the Elder subordinates. 12 people gathered. At this time, the 4 members of the Kudo Thieves group also gathered together. The old man shook his head. It's a pity, it's still a bit short. If we can wait a day or 2 at night, these two disasters will be born, and we will have the whole body materials in our hands. Old K looked forward. Forget it. Since you've been discovered, there's no need to force it. Let this next battle be the dessert before our plan is completed. With this battle, we celebrate the success of our plan. An extremely large team entered the site of the 4 members of the KUTC bandit group. In addition to the wild beasts, there are many people. They are all elites belonging to the elders of Meteor Street. Old K grinned. 0. Seeking flowers. There's so many people, these Meteor Street elders. They really think highly of us. Yes, enjoy it. It's been a long time since such a large-scale battle took place. It's really exciting. Old Yu's face was also full of excitement. It's a pity that those Zoldyck people didn't come. Otherwise, I would like to have a good fight with them. Old Yu looked at Lao. Old O, are the Zoldyck people really that strong? Is your arm broken because they were too strong? Or because you were too careless? You often do things like this. Old O glared at Old Yu. Shut up. 12 wild beasts stood at the front of the team. A young man in a suit and glasses looked forward with a serious expression. Be careful. The strength of this Kudo bandit group cannot be underestimated. Not your average nun. To deal with this kind of people, only those of us who specialize in dealing with such problems can deal with it. Others don't stay close. Otherwise, we won't rescue you. After that, he drew a weapon that looked like a kitchen knife from his waist and gave an order. Superior. The next moment, 12 wild beasts rushed out at the same time. On the other side, the Kudo thieves just stood there quietly, as if waiting for the wild beast to rush. Old K stood on a high place, looking down at the wild beast. Not bad. This amount of energy alone can make people excited. 12 wild beasts. 2 sea-level breaths, 8 B-level breaths, and 2 even reached A-level breaths. Not bad, really good. This kind of battle is interesting. Those people before are too weak. A figure rushed out. I'm going first. It was Old O from the Kudo Thieves group who killed hundreds of subordinates of the 9th Elder. Old O hadn't vented enough, and when he saw his severed arm, Old Q couldn't help becoming angry. Zoldyck, sooner or later, I will set foot on your Kukula Mountain. Destroy you all. That old man and that kid, just wait. The old punched out, and a large amount of magma splashed out. The wild beasts in the front dodged one after another. They didn't dare to accept such an attack. A very fit-looking woman rushed towards Lai Zero. Obviously, this is an enhancer nun. A large amount of chi condensed on the woman's fist. If you stare at it, you can see the dazzling light. These chi formed a glove-like existence. And this point made Old Q involuntarily recall his previous experience. That is, the scene when he fought Gino and Ron, and the moment when he collided with Fan Marinya's fist. It was because of that collision that Lao lost his arm. Old Q did not expect that Fan Marinya possessed such an ability. Humph, it's just a B-rank enhancer nun. Think you can threaten me? Old O condensed it on his feet. Then he turned around sharply. The next moment, he came behind the woman. The speed of the Old O was so fast that the woman didn't even react to 930. When she realized that the old had disappeared, she hurriedly turned her head. But it was too late. Magma jet, a cloud of magma, aimed at the woman's head. Boom! The woman's entire head was covered at once, and a high temperature burned the woman, causing great pain to the woman, especially the eyes, nose, and other key parts. Old O was short in stature. The fist was wrapped in magma. Boom! With a punch, it hit the woman's lower abdomen, directly piercing the woman's lower abdomen. Rubbish! Old O withdrew his hand, glanced at the woman's body lying on the ground, and quickly looked away. After seeing this picture, the other members of the wild beast all became very ugly. On the other side, Old K trampled a member of the sea-level wild beast under his feet. In a flash of effort, the mad beast has reduced its staff by 2 people. There are only 10 people left. As for the Kudo Thieves group, there was no loss at all. This can see the gap between the 2 sides. Even if the beast is already the most elite subordinate under the elders of Meteor Street, the nun won. But compared with the Kudo Thieves group, it is still a lot worse. Members of the Kudo Thieves group come from all over the world. Behind the beginning, it was all single-person actions. Even the members have played against each other. Somehow, the four agreed with each other and formed a group. When acting alone, the four of them won the S-level reward. After forming together, it is even more dreadful. It can be said that the most powerful criminal group at present is the Kudo Bandit group. For people, all of them are top-name players. A young man with a knife rushed towards Old K. Old K stood there calmly, motionless. Just when the young man with the knife was about to rush in front of Old K, a figure appeared and blocked Old K. A figure with a very ferocious face and a strange shape. Not human. He's not a creature. This is a mind beast. The abilities of Old K and Ron are somewhat similar. They both follow the way of the beast style. Nen Beast raised his fist and slammed it fiercely at the young man with the knife. The young man with the knife raised the knife in his hand and blocked it in front of him. Boom! It was a loud crash. The young man showed a smile. Next, it's my turn. This young man is a manipulator-capable user, and his main ability is to materialize the knife in his hand. This knife has a special ability. When attacked by the enemy, you can absorb the enemy's attack, and when you attack yourself, you can superimpose the absorbed attack from the enemy on top of your own attack. The young man with the knife raised the knife in his hand high and slashed at Old K's Nen Beast. You just saw a huge crack appearing on Old K's Nen Beast. Die! The young man with the knife saw that his attack was effective. His eyes lit up immediately, and he took a step forward, intending to slash the knife in his hand on Old K's body, kill him, and take his life. However, what the late youth didn't notice was that, after Old K's Nen Beast split apart, it didn't disappear. Instead, it recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye. When a young man with the knife took a step forward, Old K's Nen Beast opened its bloody mouth and bit the young man with the knife on the neck, tear off 10 pieces of flesh and blood. Blood splashed out. The young man with the knife stared wide-eyed and fell down out of his control. A middle-aged figure swelled up at a speed visible to the naked eye. There's also hair growing on the body, part white, part black. The whole person has become not like a human, but like some kind of beast, but has the ability to walk upright. Roar! There was a roar like a beast. Old Yu frowned slightly. Nice ability. This should be a trait system. Old Yu raised his finger. Call out. A drop of water shot towards the middle-aged man at an extremely fast speed. A hit to the heart. The middle-aged figure paused, but quickly resumed his actions, continuing to think about where the Old Yu was, and rushed towards him. Old Yu narrowed his eyes slightly. It's okay to even shoot in the heart. The vitality is a bit too strong, isn't it? Or the heart is no longer the key. However, no matter what it is, it's useless. If it's normal, I don't mind playing with you. But now no. Just when the middle-aged man was about to come in front of Old Yu, a ball of water on the ground rushed straight up, entwining the middle-aged man like a rope. The next moment, more and more water, more and more. Enveloped the whole middle age. The middle-aged man couldn't breathe and struggled desperately. But no matter how powerful the power is, it is difficult to exert it in such water. It can be said that the Old Yu's ability perfectly restrained the middle-aged. Middle age is actually not weak. Among the wild beasts, it can be ranked in the forefront. But firstly, the Old Yu is stronger, and secondly, the Old Yu's ability has restrained the middle-aged, so it is basically impossible for the middle-aged to defeat the Old Yu. The middle-aged face continued to flush red in the water, until he fell into a faint. It was the Old Yu 2.9 who had the idea to make the water in front of him disappear. However, there was still a trickle that entered the middle-aged body. I see. Not long after, Old Yu showed a dazed expression. Having 3 hearts, it's no wonder that one can still be alive if one is broken. That's all. I thought it would surprise me. A woman manifested a rifle and stood in the distance, supporting the other members of the beast, causing trouble to the Kudo bandit group from a distance. However, the moment the woman pulled the trigger, a sapling sprouted from the ground and pierced directly into the woman's body, then spread in the woman's body. The woman's pupils shrank and her body twitched. Old T took a look and looked away. It's annoying like a fly. A young man with cloudy eyes stood on the edge, his eyes constantly looking around, hiding his aura, looking for opportunities. Finally, the young man found his own opportunity. Came near the old O. The target is exactly where the old broke his arm. The wild beast who was fighting the old O saw the young man's actions and quickly stepped up his offensive, so that the old man had no energy to worry about the young man's actions. A sharp blade pierced the old S severed arm straight. Old O suffered from pain, and his expression became ferocious. Go away. One hit to the young man. Boom. The young man flew upside down. His chest was scorched black. Not only the clothes were burned, but even the flesh and blood on the chest were burned. But the young man didn't care at all. Instead, he showed a smug smile at old O. The battle is over. The young man picked up the dagger in his hand and licked the blood on it. My ability is to manipulate blood. Now that you have a wound, the blood will continue to flow out, and they will all obey my orders. The young man held up his hand, held up. The next moment, old O's expression changed and became a little ugly, because old felt that the blood in his body was indeed affected. Suddenly became excited. The blood, along the wound, wanted to squeeze out. The young man was very proud, as if he had already won. But at this moment, old O's face turned cold. The other hand was raised, close to the wound of his severed arm. A mass of magma gushes out. The old directly used magma to burn his wounds, abruptly making the wounds disappear temporarily. Blood cannot flow out. The young man's ability suddenly lost its effect. The old looked at the young man. A shadow flashed across his face. The young man panicked, but it was too late. Lai O rushed in front of the young man. Die! The member of the wild beast fell down again. Up to now, 5 people have fallen, and of the 12 members of the beast, there are only 7 left. That's nearly half the loss. The face of the young man in the suit became a little ugly. The strength of this Kudo bandit group is too strong. Our wild beasts are probably no match for us. This situation must be reported to the elders. The young man in the suit looked at a figure. Go back quickly and hide the information and reports here. This is a small woman, but in fact, she has grown up. The moment she received the order from the man in the suit, she withdrew from the battlefield, and a broom was materialized by her. The woman took a broom and came to the sky. Don't let him go. Members of the Kudo thieves group did not want the woman to leave. Old Yu controlled the water flow, forming a water dragon-like existence, and pounced on the woman. Old O violently threw a piece of magma. Old T patted the ground with one hand, and the next moment, a tree grew and spread at an extremely fast speed on the ground below the woman, sweeping towards the woman. Old K created another Nen Beast, which has wings and can fly. However, the other members of the wild beast are not completely useless. A shirtless young man clapped his hands. The next moment, the old K's Nen Beast swapped positions. A young boy with short hair looked at the water dragon formed by the water flow controlled by old Yu. Come down. Next moment, the water dragon formed by the water flow controlled by the old Yu just fell down involuntarily. The other side, a middle-aged man with a bald head, wearing a mask and wielding a big axe rushed towards the tree made by old T. As soon as the axe went down, a huge gap was cut in the tree. 2 axes go down, and the whole tree falls down. Don't underestimate our wild beasts. We are also the elite among the elites of Meteor Street. Now, there are only 6 people left in the wild beasts, but the momentum of the wild beast has not decreased but has increased a lot. Or in other words, the wild beasts who can still do it now are the real strong ones. Those weak ones are already dead. The man in the suit started making arrangements. You 2A level, 18 are in charge of 10. We have 4B levels. 2 of us are in charge of 1. Be careful, don't get on top. It's mainly about time. Our purpose is to delay time, not kill them. Time is on our side. The other 5 all nodded, including 2A level nin players. This seems a bit odd. In the case of 2A level ninjas, this B level man in a suit seems to be the leader of the wild beast, which obviously seems unreasonable. But the wild beast didn't think anything was wrong. Old K looked at the man in the suit with a little interest in his eyes. Interesting. The bald butcher came to Old T with a big axe in hand. On one side is the nun of the enhancer, and on the other is the nun of the manipulator. The bald butcher is holding a big axe, but this axe is not realized but a mental tool. Coupled with the fact that the bald butcher has strengthened the axe with his own mind, it can be said that it is invincible. Trouble. Old T looked at the bald butcher, wanting to exchange opponents. This is not the type of Old T likes to fight, but the bald butcher won't give Old T a chance. The young man who was shirtless before met Old K. These two people are the naughty ones of a rank among the wild beasts. The man in the suit came to Old O. The white-haired boy next to him serves as an assistant. In front of Old, you is a pair of twin women. Both of them have the ability of 283 transformation system. One person uses a melee weapon and the other uses a long-range weapon. The two cooperate and let the old you wait for a while. There is no good way to take the two of them. The situation seems to be temporarily stalemate. But the man in the suit is very clear. This is only temporary. The strength of the wild beasts is indeed not as good as that of the Kudo Thieves group. To switch to the previous combat strategy, I am afraid someone will fall again. Now they are able to stalemate for a while, entirely because the wild beasts have adopted a time-delaying fighting method. Once the Kudo Thieves figure out all the none of the wild beast, or the strength of the Kudo Thieves group has recovered a bit, then the Kudo Thieves group will definitely not be satisfied with the immediate situation. Time. At this moment, the man in the suit really hopes that time can pass quickly. Every minute and every second now is suffering. The man in the suit is waiting for two things. One is the possible support from the elders. The other is wait for yourself. The nun of men in suits needs time to activate. And now from that time, there's still a long way. Hopefully it can last until then. These guys are really tough. Is this the world's top criminal group? I really don't know how Zoldyck's people cut off that guy's arm. It's really troublesome. Old K looked at the shirtless young man opposite him. This ability of the space system is really rogue. Assessed by real strength, Old K is definitely above the shirtless youth, even if they are both A-level none. However, it is the same as what Gino said. The gap between those who are also A-level nurses may also be larger than the gap between A-level nurses and ordinary people. However, the ability of the shirtless youth is very rascal. It can exchange places with Old K's Nen Beast. Clap your hands together to complete the exchange. With this ability, Old K couldn't catch the shirtless youth's position at all. It's the only way to try. Old K had a thought. A large amount of chi overflowed from Old K's body and condensed together. The second Nen Beast appeared. The two beasts acted at the same time. Immediately, the shirtless youth's abilities became inconvenient to use. This is equivalent to the fact that the shirtless youth has to face 3 opponents at the same time. 3 are not weak opponents. Gradually, the shirtless youth was suppressed, and the situation became worse. On the other side, the battle between Old T and the Bald Butcher is much simpler. One makes, one destroys. One planted trees, and the other felled trees. The two were deadlocked. As for who can win, it depends on who has more tolerance. This point is undoubtedly the advantage of the Old T. As an A-level none, the Bald Butcher's energy is not as good as the Old T's. Moreover, the Bald Butcher consumes more energy than the Old T in the same period of time. If it weren't for the Old T, who is good at protracted warfare and not good at explosions, otherwise the Bald Butcher's persistence will be even shorter. The situation of the two twins was the worst. The young man in the suit is a B-level none, but he is extremely strong in combat skills and combat experience, even stronger than those two A-level none. In this case, it is difficult to take advantage of the old, half-past one. There is also the assistance of the white-haired boy. The white-haired boy also troubles the old. Just by talking, you can influence the oldo's actions. In addition, the old lost an arm in the process of fighting Gino and Ron. The escaped wild beast girl returned to the elder city. Elder, how is the situation? The elder rushed out to greet him. Regarding this matter, The elders could not help but not care about it. After all, here lies the strength of the Kudo bandit group. And there's also a card called Wild Beast on Meteor Street. My lord, we're not the opponents of the Kudo thieves group. The girls said, before I left, 5 members of the Wild Beast had died in the hands of the Kudo bandits, and the leader asked me to spread the information. We need more support. The elders' expression changed. Even the Wild Beasts are not the opponents of the Kudo bandits? Is this Kudo bandit group that powerful? You Wild Beasts are already the strongest nun in our Meteor Street. The girl hesitated. Master Elder, can you let the person who lost the arm of old come? You mean Zoldyck? The elder frowned. The girl nodded. Since the Zoldyck people can cut off the old man's arm and leave the old man with nothing to do, then this proves that they must have a way to deal with the old man. I need to consult with the other elders about hiring Zoldyck. Zoldyck is not cheap to hire, and in many cases, it is not enough to have the money in place. When the money reaches a certain level, it is already a number. It takes something else to attract someone as Zoldyck. Such a price cannot be paid by an elder. Of course, it doesn't mean that you can't pay at all, but it's just not worth it. This is a matter for the entire Meteor Street, so naturally all the elders should contribute together. This Kudo bandit group is so tough, Zoldyck doesn't know what kind of request he will make. The elder frowned and walked into the conference room. In the conference room, 12 elders were discussing. After that, a conclusion was drawn. No matter what the price is, the Kudo bandit group must be dealt with. Otherwise, we at Meteor Street may face extremely bad results this time. That's much higher than the commission for Zoldyck. An elder stepped out, picked up the phone, and pressed a number on it. Outside Meteor Street, a small city. Inside the hotel, Grandpa Gino, your phone is ringing. Gino nodded, picked up the phone, and connected. Hey, I see. I can accept this commission, but I have a few conditions. If you can do it, I can agree. After Gino hung up the phone, Ron couldn't help asking. Grandpa Gino, is it the phone number for Meteor Street? Good, Gino said. Meteor Street suffered heavy losses when facing the Kudo thieves group. Even their elite team, Wild Beast, suffered heavy casualties, so they had to seek help from foreign doctors. Crazy beast. Ron froze for a moment. This term was something Ron hadn't heard before. Ron had only heard of beasts. Moreover, it has nothing to do with Meteor Street. It is a world gangster, the old man's direct subordinate elite. There are a total of 12 elders in Meteor Street, and the Wild Beast stands out among the elders' subordinates. There are 12 people in total, and they are the strongest nun in Meteor Street. Ron frowned slightly. In the original plot, this so-called Wild Beast was indeed not mentioned. When it comes to Meteor Street, there are only 3 points. Junkyard, Phantom Troop, Chongnai. If Beast is really that strong, how does it compare to Phantom Troop? However, at this point in time, Phantom Troop should still be in the growth stage. Ron calculated. Now the members of Phantom Troop, Krallo is not yet 20 years old, Nabinaga, Featon, Yuvajin are in their early 20s, and Maggie and others are only 16 or 17 years old. There may not even be 13 members. Grandpa Gino, did you agree? I will only agree if my request is met. Gino said, currently, there are only 2 people in the Zoldyck family who are suitable for this task of Lee's. One is me, and the other is you, Silva uncle. IL fans are a little bit worse. As for your great-great-grandfather, he is still in retreat. Compared with the task, your great-great-grandfather's retreat is more important. So our Zoldyck family can only be responsible for one of the Kudo bandits. Ron hesitated. I remember you said before, Grandpa Gino, if you are one-on-one, if you face the Kudo bandits, 9 out of 10, you will win. If you add Silva uncle, you can deal with at least 2 of them. Gino shook his head. Ron, you're forgetting another very important point. We're killers. Killer. What you want to pursue is 100% certainty. 9 times out of 10, not enough. I and Silva teamed up to fight against a member of the Kudo bandit group. With a 100% probability, that's what we want. Ron, you remember, and you will do the same in the future. Then Grandpa Gino, what if the elders of Meteor Street can't meet your requirements? Then just give up this task. But wouldn't that have an effect on the reputation of our Zoldyck family? Affecting reputation? Why do you say that? Rejecting other people's entrustment actively, will others secretly say that our Zoldyck family is incapable? Gino smiled. Ron, do you know how many missions our Zoldyck family can receive in a year? Have no idea. From tens of thousands. Gino looked out of the window and said, there are only a few people in our Zoldyck family who can carry out missions outside. Your great-grandfather seldom made a move. I'm also in a semi-retired state. It is not a very attractive task. I will not make a move. The only ones who are currently active are Silva and Eeyore fans. Miji can only be regarded as a part-time job. Killa, Kaluto are too young. You're just getting started. All housekeepers do not perform tasks. It's full of calculations, and when put together, it's equivalent to 3 manpower. There are tens of thousands of entrusted tasks. How can we be so busy? So, it is inevitable to refuse the commission. What we did before was to choose some of the most cost-effective ones among the many entrusted tasks. It's too simple, there's no need to go. As for the difficulty, it depends on the entrustment 263. If you pay enough, you can go. If you don't pay enough, you won't go. However, the premise of all of this is to have 100% certainty. We are killers. Killing is just a job for us. Who would give their life for a job? That's just too stupid. Ron nodded. Grandpa Gino, I understand. Not long after, Gino's phone rang again. Gino picked up the phone and connected it. I see. I'll come over as soon as possible. Gino turned to Ron. Ron, the elders of Meteor Street have fulfilled my conditions. Silva is coming here as fast as possible. I'll leave later. Find a safer place. You can go to the Sky Arena, or you can go to the Exorcist Par from last time. The purpose of Gino leaving Zoldyck Manor is to secretly protect Ron. But now there's a mission conflict. The Kudo thieves are too dangerous for Gino to let Ron go. And for the past 4 weeks, Gino had investigated it before, and there was no existence secretly trying to harm Ron. Hence the arrangement. After the mission is over, Gino, Ayak, will return as soon as possible. Grandpa Jian Nuo, can I go and see this battle? No. Gino categorically refused. Your strength is too weak. Even if Ron used his own nun, he cheated the old and made the old lose his arm. However, this does not mean that Ron's strength is strong enough. What happens next is hard to predict. Once the Kudo thieves set Ron as the target, there is a high probability that Ron will be in danger. Grandpa Jianuo, I'm not going to the main body. Ron explained, I'm trying to get my Nunmon to pass. Ron had a thought. The next moment, Fan Marinya appeared next to Ron. At the same time, there is also the Killer Queen. Ron said, Grandpa Jianuo, I want Fan Ma Bingya to go with you, and bring a prop with the ability of the Killer Queen attached, so it will be more or less useful. Fan Ma Saber is my Nen Beast. Even if it is killed, I can create it at any time. 27. And the relationship between Nen Beast and me is not that close. Even if the other party has a special nun, they can't hurt me through Nen Beast. Jianhua looked at Fan Ma's blade, hesitated for a moment, and nodded. Can. It was such a battle that Ron couldn't help not paying attention. However, Gino would definitely not agree to go to the main body, and Ron wouldn't be so irrational. In order to watch a battle, you risk your life directly. But let Nen Beast go, there's no problem at all. Ron's nun allowed the Fan Ma Saber to be so far away from Ron. After Fan Marinya saw it, Ron could read it directly. Because the distance is too far, it is impossible to achieve visual synchronization and sharing, but after Fan Marinya returns, or after he disappears. But that's not a big deal. It's almost time, I'm leaving. Goodbye, Grandpa Gino. Fan Ma Blade followed behind Gino. The automatic operation type Mind Beast has an advantage in this regard. On the other side, the Hunter Association also has hunters who have accepted this task. Ron looked out the window. I don't know who will solve the Kudo bandits this time. In the original plot, the person who solved the Kudo bandits was Kim Freaks, a very strong nun. At a young age, he has already been ranked as one of the top 5 ninjas in the world, tied with Netero, Maha Zoldyck. Who are the remaining 2? Ron doesn't know, but they certainly won't be weak. The strength of Gene Freaks is still higher than Gino and Silva. But now, because of the appearance of Ron, the situation has changed a little. The Kudo thieves just happened to meet Ron and Gino on Meteor Street, and Oldo even broke his arm. The elders of Meteor Street must have hired Zoldyck for this reason. Grandpa Gino and Uncle Silva are only in charge of one of the members of the Kudo thieves group. Who will be responsible for the remaining 3 people? Ron was curious about this. The wild beast kept retreating. They've been around for a long time. However, after all, there's a difference in strength. Boom! Old K showed a smile. Finally caught you. I've been running for several hours like a mouse, and now I'm almost exhausted, right? Diet to me. The shirtless young man was hit by Old K's Nen Beast attack and flew upside down. His entire chest was sunken. On the other side, the twins have already been seriously injured and are just struggling to support themselves. The situation of the bald butcher, the man in a suit, and the white-haired boy is pretty good. If it weren't for the continuous support from the elder subordinates, the wild beast would have lost long ago. As for the wild beast member who left before, he no longer dared to come again. How long will it take for them to come? When the elder heard his subordinates report, his face was so gloomy that water could drip out. Master Elder, the people from the Hunter Association and the people from Zoldyck are already on their way. They are very fast and are rushing here with all their strength. I believe that they will be there soon. But the elder was still worried, because the elder didn't know how long the wild beast and his subordinates could last. Once they can't hold on, the next turn will be themselves. The elder doesn't want to die. I don't want to die in the hands of Kudo bandits. At this time, some elders even regretted their previous decisions. If the wild beast hadn't been let out, would the Kudo banditry have left after completing their plan? But the elders are also very clear. Now, there is no chance to regret it. The conflict between them and the Kudo thieves group can no longer be reconciled, and it will end only when one party loses. A stream of blood splashed out. One of the twins was hit critically, and a huge blood hole appeared in the heart. Oldie took advantage of the victory and pursued. Die! The woman fell down. The complexion of the remaining woman became extremely ugly. Elder sister, Oldie snorted coldly. Don't worry, it will be your turn soon. And the bald butcher was almost consumed by Old T, panting heavily. The situation on Wild B's side is getting worse and worse. Aren't you here yet? The man in the suit kept looking back. Just at this time, boom, a loud sound resounded, and a gap opened in the ground. A huge, pure black creature emerged from the gap, looking around with both eyes. Squeak! This is a huge mouse, but not rats. But it is the same disaster as the huge cockroach that Ron encountered before. Appeared. All 4 members of the Kudo thieves group looked over. When they came to Meteor Street, the man-made actions of the Kudo bandits were disasters. It brought the introduction, and at the cost of millions of lives, led to the birth of the disaster. Wait until the disaster is born, and then kill the disaster to get the material of the mind. Use the materials of meditation tools to make meditation tools that suit you. Ron and others, Meteor Street and others, Wild Beast and others are all accidents to the Kudo bandit group. Old K looked around for a week. Stop entangled with them. Kill them as soon as possible. It's one. As a result, the members of the Kudo thieves group became more aggressive in their offensive. The white-haired boy was killed. The bald butcher is also shaky. The shirtless youth fell to the ground, basically unable to resist. Old K controls Nen Beast and walks towards the shirtless youth. But at this moment, the giant mouse sniffled and rushed to his side suddenly, knocking Old K's Nen Beast into the air. Then he opened his bloody mouth to the shirtless young man. A mouthful. Crack. Just chewed it twice and swallowed the shirtless young man into his belly. After doing this, Old K could clearly feel that the aura of the giant mouse had increased a bit. The huge rat stared at the other corpse on the ground again. However, at this time, Old K reacted. Don't let this mouse continue to devour the corpse, or it will become very difficult to deal with later. After the old you solved the other one of the twins, he hurried over. At this moment, the bald butcher also fell into the hands of Old T. Only the young man in the suit was left. Do you still want to resist? You wild beasts are almost dead. The old looked at the young man in his suit coldly. As a B-level nun, you can do this, which is pretty good. You have my approval. I can give you a chance. Stop now and deal with the disaster with us. When this matter is over, we will allow you to join the Kudo bandit group. This is much better than you on Meteor Street. The man in the suit did really well. Obviously a B-level nun, but the performance is better than A-level nun. This made the old a little appreciative. Originally, before the official establishment of the Kudo Thieves Group, members of the Kudo Thieves Group, there were also many battles. In Lao's view, this battle is not something that cannot be passed. The man in the suit looked around for a week. Get your approval? Killed me so many people. You still want me to join you? Be your lackey. Do you really think you are my opponent? Well, I'd be like this if you hadn't picked an inappropriate time. One-on-one. None of you will be my opponent. Don't underestimate our wild beasts. Don't underestimate our Meteor Street. Time is up. The next moment, the aura of the man in the suit changed. It was a little stuffy before, but in an instant, it became extremely sharp, giving people an extremely sharp feeling. Like the man in the suit before was just a scabbard. And now, the sword finally came out of its body. The aura of the man in the suit is constantly improving, and the aura displayed is also constantly improving, and he has crossed the threshold between B-level and A-level in one fell swoop. It is much stronger than the two A-level nun of the beast. Compared with the members of the Kudo Thieves Group, they are all in the same place. 0. Seeking flowers. Let you guys meet my real nun. The me after get-off-work hours is the real me. And it's only part of it. I will kill you one by one. Avenge my subordinates. Take you all same bar. Your luck is really good. Otherwise, they wouldn't have died at all. The man in the suit has red eyes. Even though the members of the wild beast belong to different elders, in the eyes of the man in the suit, they are all his team members, his brothers and sisters. The man in the suit is very attentive in managing the beast. The man in the suit looks forward to the fact that one day in the future, the members of Wild Beast can live the life they want. 0. However, before that day came, it had already been destroyed. Kudo, bandit. It's all because of you. Because of the emergence of the Kudo Thieves Group, the beasts faced this battle. The casualties were heavy. Except for the Wild Beast member who reported the escape, only the man in the suit was left intact. Most of them are already dead. The bald butcher still has a little breath left, but he is about to die. A gust of wind blew, and the man in the suit didn't feel the slightest coolness, but his whole body seemed to be burning with flames. This was an angry flame, billowing ragingly. Seeing the change of the man in the suit, the old narrowed his eyes slightly. So that's the case. Is it a restriction and an oath? It kind of disappoints me. Relying on restrictions and oaths to have such a performance. I'm sorry. I misread you. You are not worthy of joining our Kudo bandit group. I withdraw the invitation just now. Also, don't misunderstand one thing. Even if you have stronger strength now, you will definitely not be an opponent of our Kudo bandit group. Old K and Old U suppressed the giant mouse. The old faced the man in the suit alone. Old T completely ended the life of the bald butcher, hesitating a little. It is to deal with the giant rat first, or kill the man in the suit first. And these people didn't notice at all that there were 3 figures standing in the sky, not far away. A golden dragon hovers above the sky. On the dragon's back, it was Jianua and Silva and Fan Ma's sharp teeth. But the two didn't make an immediate move. Zoldyck's people pursue a 100% winning rate. Now the Kudo thieves still have the upper hand. On Meteor Street, only the man in the suit was left. If Jianua and Silva make a move now, the members of the Kudo bandit group can completely give up the disaster first and attack Jianua and Silva first, forming a 3-on-2 situation. In this level of battle, Fan Marinya's effect is limited. The vigilance of the Kudo bandit group has risen. Ron's previous strategy was hardly effective, especially when 10 arms have been broken in the picture. In this case, if Gino and Silva are 2 against 3, the probability of winning is only 50 to 60%. This is not acceptable to Gino and Silva. Coming. At this moment, Gino looked down. An aura of startling 440 approached here at an extremely fast speed. It was a man who didn't seem to be very old. The stature is not considered tall. Dressed in gray and white, with a scrawled beard and a dark blue hat, he looked a little sloppy. However, after seeing this figure, even Gino and Silva's expressions became serious. It's really him. That's fine. Golden freaks. Both Gino and Silva know about gold freaks. In the world of Nun, freaks is a very important family. Its history is even longer than the Zoldyck family. The Zoldyck family really became the world's #1 killer family, starting from Ma Zoldyck. But after Ma Zoldyck, everyone else is worse. Jaeger Zoldyck, Gino Zoldyck, Silva Zoldyck. None reached the level of Ma Zoldyck, but compared to ordinary Nun, is already extremely strong. Therefore, the position of the world's #1 killer family is still in the hands of the Zoldyck family. However, the Freaks family has already produced 2 amazingly talented people. One is Freaks from a long time ago, when the vast majority of human beings are trapped behind the human continent. Dong Freaks has already come to the Dark Continent and wrote a travel note about the Dark Continent. This is the only one Gino knows, possibly stronger than Netero. The talent of Gene Freaks is also extremely strong. At a young age, he has already been ranked as one of the top 5 naughties in the world. Then we should go too. Gino had a thought, and immediately the golden dragon disappeared. The 3 figures fell straight down. Ulti suddenly noticed something was wrong. Quickly and loudly remind. The other 3 looked over quickly. Their pupils shrank because in their perception, there were 2 extremely strong auras approaching themselves and others at a fast speed. One from the east, one from above. In this case, it is impossible for the members of the Kudo Thieves group to think that these people are here to support themselves. But it could only be to deal with oneself. The man in the suit smiled. Today you are all dead. Old T clapped his hands on the ground, outputting a large amount of chi above the ground. Trees broke through the ground, forming a wall to stop the rushing golden freaks. At the same time, it also controls the bending of the trunk to form a shield above, trying to stop the falling Zoldyck too. But it's useless. If this was the wild beast from before, it might really be able to stop it. However, the people who came this time were completely different from the wild beasts. They simply don't exist at the same level. Facing the sudden appearance of the tree wall, Gene Freaks did not pause at all, but directly rushed over. Boom! With the body, smashed the tree wall directly. No block to Gold Freaks' half point. In an instant, Gene Freaks came in front of the old T. He didn't use any fancy moves, but just concentrated his energy on his fist and aimed at the old T's face. Blast out with a punch. Crack! Old T heard the sound of his own facial bones shattering. The strength gap between the 2 sides is too great. Whether it's capacity, strength, or speed, Gene Freaks crushed Lao Guan. The moment Gino landed, he rushed towards Old Zero. Gino had fought Old O before, and among the commissions from the elders of Meteor Street, it was not clear which one of the Kudo bandits should be killed by Zoldyck. As the killer, Gino was naturally the easiest to choose. And Old O, for Gino, is the easiest. One is that Jin Nua understands the ability of Old O better. After all, he has fought, not just Intelligence Information 0. The second is that the Old has lost his arm. The man in the suit stepped aside immediately. Old O stared at Gino with a gloomy expression. Zoldyck, it's you again. What condition did Meteor Street give you? I will double it. For a killer, if he receives 2 tasks at the same time, he will naturally execute the one that is more cost-effective. Give up on the one with lower cost performance. But now, the task is already in progress. Giving up at this time to perform other tasks will damage the killer's reputation. Gino would never do such a thing. There's another point. That is, Gino can be sure that the Kudo bandit group will definitely die today. How can a dead person give commission money? Zoldyck helped the Kudo thieves kill the elders of Meteor Street. Where to get the entrustment money? Dragonhead drama. Gino is attacking the old with high frequency, and Silva is watching from the side, waiting for the time to come. Old was in a daze. Because of this scene, Old O felt as if he had seen it somewhere before. Soon, the picture remembered. It was the same when Gino and Fan Ma's blade attacked him last time. Gino attacked him fiercely, restricting his actions. When the opportunity arises, Zoldyck next to him delivers the coup de grace. This scene is exactly the same as last time. But the difference is that Silva's strength is much stronger than the 2.7 of Fan Ma's blade. At this time, Silva is already an A-rank Nen. Among the Nen of a rank, none of them are considered weak. And Fan Ma's blade is just a layer of Ron. Ron's talent may still be above Silva's, but he's short on time. Given enough time for Ron, Fan Ma's blade might grow stronger than Silva. Two groups of chi condensed in Silva's hands. Some faint bluish-purple colors appear. Just looking at it gives people an extremely dangerous feeling. It's not pure chi, it's completely different from Ron's chanting. Because Silva is a conjurer, Old O could feel that once he was hit, at least he would be seriously injured. In this case, serious injuries are no different from death. At this time, Lao very much hoped that someone could help him out. However, both Old T and Old U were suppressed by Golden Freaks. Two people join forces to get Gold Freaks has no way. Unlike Gino and Silva, Kim Freaks is not a killer, but a hunter. Will not pursue a 100% winning rate. Therefore, Gene Freak's shots will be even more violent. In addition, Gold Freaks is stronger than Gino and Silva. Who is this guy? You are so young. You are so powerful. Meteor Street can invite such a person? For the first time, the Kudo thieves were a little panicked. Gene Freaks is not too old at this time, but he is not very young either. He is nearly 30, and Gene Freaks' son, Gon, is now 5 years old and nearly 10 years old. However, Gold Freaks does not look like much on the outside, and Gene Freaks' abilities are weird. Old T and Old U found out that Gene Freaks was actually using the abilities of the two of them after fighting against them. Put this plagiarism aside. However, because Gene Freaks is stronger than Old T and Old U. What is one result of this 08? One result of this is that both Old T and Old U feel that they are fighting an enhanced version of themselves. There is no chance of winning at all. It's now. Gino's voice sounded. Silva jumped up. The two spheres formed by condensed air were held up in the hands, and toward the position where Gino and Lao were, they slammed down fiercely. At the very moment, Gino dodged and left. But Old O's figure was restrained by Jian Nua's leading play. Boom! Accompanied by a huge figure, the entire ground collapsed. A huge depression appeared. Before the dust fell, Gino rushed in again. A red horse streaked across the air. Boom! Old O's figure flew upside down. When it came to the midair, it rolled for more than 10 meters in the midair before falling. The moment he landed, Old O tried to get up. But I don't have enough strength. First, he was attacked by Gino's impenetrable attack, Silva's attack, which caused great damage to the old, and before he recovered a little, Gino's attack came again. The old man felt as if he had been ravaged by a set of inhumane conditions. All over the body, there's no injury. Zoldyck's attacks were too targeted. They are all headed towards the vital point. Puff! Old O spat out a mouthful of blood. A figure appeared behind Old O. Crack! Jian Nua directly twisted Old O's neck, completely ending Old Q's life. Mission completed. On the opposite side, Silva took out her mobile phone and called the elder of Meteor Street. Mission accomplished. After the elder received the call, he was very pleasantly surprised. Is everyone in the Kudo bandit group dead? Some elders somewhat regretted their actions against the Kudo bandits, but when things were irreversible, they all hoped that the Kudo bandits could be wiped out. Not yet. Silva looked around for a week and said, according to the mission content, we Zoldyck only need to kill one of the Kudo bandits. We've killed Old O. The rest of the mission entrustment money can be sent over. The elder was silent for a while. It is good. I'll have someone call you right away. What's the situation at the scene now? Silva first looked in the direction of Gene Freaks. Old T and Old U were suppressed by the Hunter of the Hunter Association. The defeat is only a matter of time. There's only one member of your wild beasts left, fighting against Old K. The elder was silent again for a while. By now, The elder knew that the loss of the wild beast would be heavy, but the elder didn't expect that it would be so severe. This is the wealth of Meteor Street. Wild Beast is the most elite nun on Meteor Street. At the same time, it is also the existence that the elders rely on most. Can I hire you again to kill Old K? Silva didn't answer, but looked at Gino. Gino looked at Old K, then at himself and Silva. Can. When Gino accepted the entrustment, the reason why he only accepted one person was because Gino and Silva were 100% sure about a member of the Kudo bandit group. And now Oldo is dead. Old T and Old you are suppressed by gold freaks. There's only one Old K left. Gino and Silva are in pretty good shape. Therefore, it is 100% sure to kill Old K at this time. There is no need for Gino to refuse this task. Pay the deposit first. The elder agreed, and quickly transferred the deposit to Zoldyck's account. Old K's eyes flickered. At this time, the giant mouse had been completely put down, and more energy was concentrated on the man in the suit. In fact, the moment Old K saw the old collapsed, he already had the idea of running away. In the current situation, it is impossible for the Kudo Thieves group to win. Only by being alive can revenge be possible. As for reading materials, if they are gone, they can only be near. But after seeing the Old K's actions, the man in the suit shot directly and stopped the Old K. The man in the suit had red eyes and wanted revenge, even if he knew it was dangerous. However, the strength of the man in the suit under the condition of restraint and oath is much stronger than usual. Even against the enemy Old K, he is not completely unsure. What's more, the man in the suit wants revenge. The other members of those wild beasts, 540, the man in the suit regards them as family. Even if it is a huge price, the man in the suit will kill the members of the Kudo bandit group, and they must not be allowed to leave, otherwise there will be no chance of revenge. A member of Meteor Street looked at this side from a distance, and felt that the current scene was very strange. There were a large number of corpses lying on the ground. Kim Freaks pinned down 2 members of the Kudo bandit. The man in the suit was doing his best to fight Old K, and Gino and Silva were standing beside them, talking on the phone, a look of staying out of it. Why don't these 2 Zoldicks take the initiative to shoot at Old K? Aren't they afraid of the Kudo bandits' revenge? Not only this person, but even the elders of Meteor Street didn't understand the actions of Gino and Silva. Only Zoldyck's own people know. The Zoldyck family is the family of killers. There is money to be paid for people from the Zoldyck family to kill. Killing is work. Who does unpaid work? And as for the Kudo Thieves' revenge, no threat to the Zoldyck family. However, when the elders of Meteor Street continued to entrust Gino and Silva would naturally attack Old K, and the 2 looked at Old K's aura. Old K's eyes fell on Gino and Silva, and he was very vigilant. But just before that, a figure came behind Old K. Famarinya raised the baseball bat in his hand high and slammed it towards the back of Old K's head. Boom! It was about to hit. A figure stood in front of Famarinya. This is a mind beast of Old K, an automatic type of beast. The rule that Old K set for him is that when he encounters an extremely dangerous situation, that is, when his life is in danger, this beast will automatically appear to resist the attack for him. The baseball bat hit the beast on the head. Next moment, the mind beast's head burst instantly. Old K was startled suddenly. Turning back, looking at Famarinya, his face was extremely gloomy. Nen Beast, is that kid here too? Oldo's severed arm was caused by you? It actually came behind me without me noticing it. If I hadn't owned a special Nen Beast, I might have really died in your yuan. Old K's eyes kept moving, trying to find where Ron was hiding. However, it is impossible. Ron wasn't even on Meteor Street. Gino and Silva walked towards Old K slowly. Old K looked at the situation of Old T and Old U on the other side. His face darkened. Hateful. The next moment, Old K turned around sharply and ran away. Go in the direction where the giant mouse is. Old K hopes that the giant mouse can play a certain role in restraining him. Gino, Silva, the man in the suit, and Fama Blade followed closely behind. The giant rat made a frenzied sound. Just at this time, Boom! A mountain of garbage collapsed. A burst of extremely strong momentum erupted inside the garbage mountain. A huge figure appeared. This is the fourth disaster. The Kudo thieves created a total of 4 introductions, at the cost of the sacrifice of millions of people, to gather negative spiritual energy, such as fear, resentment, disgust, and hatred. A total of 4 disasters. Huge cockroach, huge rat, and this huge fly that appeared now. The giant mouse became excited. The moment the giant fly appeared, it vibrated its wings and flew high above the sky, looking down at Xiaoji. White objects fell from the tail of the giant fly. This is the egg. The moment they hit the ground, the eggs hatch, turned into white, mantis chrysalis giant maggots. Gino and Silva's expressions didn't change. As killers, both of them have experienced the test and adaptation of the harsh environment. Fanma's blade is a mind beast. The man in the suit had nothing but hatred in his eyes at the moment. As far as Gene Freaks is in a more relaxed situation, old T and old you can't put pressure on it. After hearing the movement, they couldn't help but look over here a few times and raise their brows slightly. This is a bit disgusting. Those white and fat bugs rushed towards Gino and the others. Gino, Silva, the man in the suit, Old K, and even Fama Blade are all within the attack range of these bugs. And the giant mouse also turned its head. Attacks together with the larvae of the giant fly. Those are extremely delicious food for disasters. Gino and Silva completely ignored the giant rats and fly larvae. Instead, he went straight to Old K. As a killer, when performing tasks, you must not be distracted. Giant rats and fly larvae attack indiscriminately. Under this environment, it will become easier for Gino and Silva to take a shot against Old K. The man in the suit held a kitchen knife and was targeted by fly larvae. Kudo bandits are strong. I am no match. However, what can some maggots do to me? A touch of red appeared in the eyes of the man in the suit. In this case, it is different for the man in the suit to look at those maggots. The man in the suit can clearly see that there is a red line on the body of those maggots. Afterwards, the man in the suit slashed at those red lines. This is the ability of a man in a suit, which can capture the opponent's vital point. Once it hits, it will undoubtedly die. The man in the suit also used this ability against the Old K, but there is no room for play. Now, these maggots are obviously weaker than men in suits, and there is room for men in suits to play. Old K is running away desperately. Fanmarenya took a shortcut and stopped in front of Old K. Ron's order to Fanmarenya was that if he could participate in the battle, he would participate in the battle, and if he could help, he would help without caring about his life. After all, Fanmarenya is just a chanting monk. Even if he is dead, Ron can make it. There will be no real death. Old K's face turned cold when he saw Fanma's teeth. Go away. However, Fanmarenya did not leave, but raised his fist. The muscles behind Fanmarenya changed, and a grimace appeared behind Fanmarenya. Afterwards, Fanmarenya bent down, like a praying mantis, hunting. A shadow flashed in Old K's eyes. A new Nen Beast appeared and rushed towards Fanma Bladesmith. Asterisk bang. The two collided together. However, this is because Nen Beast did not retreat, but seemed to be stuck to Fanmarenya's body. The whole person turned into a liquid, mucus-like existence. Fanmarenya's body was restrained. A huge figure appeared. Blood Basin opened its mouth wide. Crack! He swallowed Fanmarenya and Old K's Nen Beast in one gulp. A golden dragon flew out of Gino's hand. Boom! The ground exploded, and Old K's path was blocked. The moment Old K paused, Silva rushed in front of Old K and formed a siege of Old K with Gino. Old K narrowed his eyes slightly. The other side, outside Meteor Street. Ron frowned slightly. Fanmarenya dead. With a thought in Ron's mind, a cloud of chi gushed out and condensed beside him, turning into the shape of Fanma's blade. At the same time, the memory of Fanmarenya, Qian's, also emerged in Ron's mind. The wild beast only survived one person. Kudo thieves basically have no chance of winning. The strength of gene freaks is indeed very strong. Because of me, Zoldyck was also involved in this matter. According to the original plot, even without Zoldyck's participation, the Kudo Thieves group is not the opponent of Golden Freaks. Seeing the state of gene freaks through FanFic, Gene fully has no pressure at all. It's more like being in the middle of a fight, the game. 2 new disasters have appeared. I don't know whose hands the materials for these 2 disasters will fall into. Sudden, Ron felt a strange aura on FanFic's body. A consciousness that does not belong to Ron, nor does it belong to FanFic, appeared on FanFic. Ron couldn't help looking over. His eyes narrowed slightly. Is there such a good thing? Because of entering into the belly of the disaster of the giant rat, FanFic merged with other people's thoughts. Now, this consciousness is attached to FanFic's blade. 2 strands of consciousness are fighting. But FanFic's blade is my Nen Beast. Ron had a thought. An invisible crystal ball that only Ron can see appears. A ray of light appeared from the crystal ball. Then it fell to FanFic's blade. It is to see that the other consciousness, under the action of this light, directly dissolves. Ron seemed to hear a scream. Immediately afterwards, FanFic became clearer. The extra consciousness disappeared, annihilated, completely disappeared. FanFic turned back into Ron's 100% mind beast. That consciousness has been eliminated, but the ability left on FanFic has not disappeared. Ma Saber got a new ability. Ron issued an order to Ma Saber. As soon as he saw it, FanFic clapped his hands together. The next moment, FanFic and Ron switched places. FanFic clapped his hands together again. This time, Ma Saber 987 switched places. It became Ron's scissors lying flat on the floor. This ability is not bad. Ron remembered that in the original plot, Garinu had a similar ability. It is possible to exchange positions between Nen Beast and Nun. Let Liza's dodgeball attack, and Guolianu couldn't stop it. He switched places with his own Nen Beast and survived, while Guolianu's Nen Beast died directly. However, this ability of FanFic is not just that. After all, you can exchange places with Ron, and you can exchange places with other items. This ability is actually more like another world, an ability named To Do Aoi. It was a world called Magic Return. Dongtang Aoi is a first-class magician. As long as you clap your hands, you can exchange positions with creatures that contain mana, as well as non-living things. This is a very practical ability in combat. Compared to the Killer Queen, the current FanFic is not bad. As Ron's beast, Ron can provide them with the same energy. However, FanFic is only good at melee combat, and in terms of the possibility of ability, it will be somewhat inferior, and the most important thing for Nun is the possibility of ability. Therefore, there is not so much room for Ron to use Ma Saber. But after filming, the situation changed. The possibility of Ma's blade increased a lot in an instant. It was a surprise. Originally, I asked FanFic to follow, just to watch the battles of those powerful Nun, and then absorb it as my own experience. I didn't expect FanFic to be able to obtain such an ability. The owner of this ability should have been swallowed by a giant rat, just like Ma Blade. By chance, the two merged together. This is a situation that cannot be replicated. Even if the operation is exactly the same, it is impossible for the same situation to occur. Total luck. With a thought in Ron's mind, FanFic's figure disappeared. Come to the window. While using Qi, wash away the bone covered with cockroach eggs. Ron was analyzing the situation on Meteor Street. After all, this is the place Ron has to go after. Crystal Ball has not yet absorbed the characteristics of Meteor Street. Ron's third mind beast has not yet appeared. In the original plot, Phantom Troop has a special position in Meteor Street and is not under the control of the Elders. The Elders are very tolerant towards Phantom Troop and sometimes even ask for Phantom Troop. However, the strength of this wild beast is actually not weak. Grandpa Gino said that all the members of the Kudo Thieves group, IAB, are already a level none. Then, the strength of the man in the suit will not be much worse than them. When the Elders of Meteor Street are sitting on wild beasts, Why does Phantom Troop have that attitude? What will be the strength of Phantom Troop? Etc. Suddenly, Ron realized something. That is, the wild beast is very strong. But the current Phantom Troop is still in the growth stage. In the future, after Phantom Troop grows up, he will formally face off with the elders. At that time, the wild beast is actually gone. Even without me, members of the Kudo Thief Group will appear on Meteor Street. Golden Freaks isn't even guaranteed to come so soon. Then, the wild beast will be completely wiped out under the attack of the Kudo Bandit Group. More than that, the Kudo thieves may even deliberately find the elders of Meteor Street, attack them, and kill them. After Phantom Troop grows up, the Meteor Street facing him will be a very dilapidated Meteor Street under the attack of the Kudo Bandit Group. Without the wild beast, even the elders have been changed. Most of the top Nen fighters died at the hands of the Kudo bandits. The Meteor Street elder at that time, of course, was Phantom Troop. There was nothing he could do. There's a good chance it is. In the original plot, when referring to Kim Freak's achievements in defeating the Kudo thieves, Meteor Street was not mentioned at all. At that time, the Kudo thieves may have already left the range of Meteor Street. The Kudo bandits' attack on Meteor Street created a strong opportunity for Phantom Troop. Ron thought for a moment. Based on Grandpa Jianua's performance in the original plot, as well as this time's performance and what he said to me, the strength of Krallo of Phantom Troop may be at the same level as the members of the Kudo Thieves Group. It's also at the same level as the man in the suit among the wild beasts. The specific strength cannot be determined, but there will not be a big gap. That is a level none. As for the other members of Phantom Troop, they're all worse than Krallo. Ron looked out the window. Because of my appearance, things in the Kudo Bandit Group have changed. The loss of the elders on Meteor Street is not that serious, and there are still some wild beasts who survived. The situation on Meteor Street is different. Can Phantom Troop still grow to the extent of the original plot? Ron was a little curious about that. As a time traveler, like a butterfly flapping its wings lightly, many things can be changed. Ron is looking forward to what kind of changes he will bring to these characters in the original plot. Not long after, Ron's cell phone rang. Ron took out his phone and connected. The matter is over. I will pick you up later. Are you still in the previous hotel? Still. It is good. Gino hung up the phone. A few hours later, a car stopped downstairs from the hotel. Gino sat in the back seat. The driver is no longer Parker, but is another person. Ron opened the door and got in the car. After asking Gino for instructions, the driver stepped on the accelerator. Silva was not there, and had already left first, probably returning to Zoldyck Manor, or carry out other killer tasks. The matter of the Kudo Thieves Group has been resolved, and only Gino is needed here. Grandpa Gino, how is the situation? You should know the previous situation, right? Well, I found out through Nen Beasts. Old K was killed under the joint attack of me and your Silva uncle. Old T and Old U survived, and were taken back by that member of the Hunter Association. What about the two disasters? One for us Zoldyck, one for the Hunter Guild. This time, Gino did not give Ron the materials for reading. Ron already had one. Ron isn't the only member of Zoldyck. According to Gino's idea, he wanted to give it to Killua. The materials for reading materials born of such a disaster are very good. And Killua, in a special case among the younger Zoldicks, is the heir. It is more appropriate to give a share of the reading materials. However, like Ron, Killua also needs to pay a price if he wants to obtain this device material. It is not a free gift. There is another reading tool material which was obtained by the members of the Kudo Thief Group before, but it was lost. I don't know where it fell on Meteor Street. We shouldn't have a chance to get that. Wait a minute. I'll take you to the battlefield to see. Before coming to Meteor Street, what Ron and Gino said was that they wanted to take a serious look at Meteor Street in order to get inspiration for making Nen Beasts. Then, this battlefield is naturally a place not to be missed. There are not many places where so many top Nen players fight in the entire human continent. It is good. After entering Meteor Street, Ron noticed that the progress of the crystal ball slowly increased again. The surrounding characteristics were absorbed into the crystal ball. This time the speed is much faster. especially the defeated battlefield of the Kudo Thieves Group. Grandpa Jianna, the members of the Hunter Association captured the members of the Kudo Thieves Group. What will they do? Usually put in death row, Gino said. However, they will not be truly executed. Men who have reached this level are extremely rare and have value for use. The Hunter Association will hold them. Wait until when it can be used, and then release it. These words made Ron think of Liza on Greed Island. Liza is an S-rank wanted criminal. After being caught by Kim Freaks, he was listed as a death row prisoner, but was not executed. Instead, he was guaranteed by Gene Freaks and joined the team of Gene Freaks. There is one creator of Greed Island. Death row prisoners actually have many uses. For example, in the Hunter exam, the death row prisoner can be regarded as a checkpoint to test the candidates. Even if it is dangerous, even if the examinee dies, it doesn't matter. After all, from the beginning of participating in Hunter, one is already ready to die. For another example, when entering a certain area that requires exploration, can let the death row inmates rush to the front. The progress of the crystal ball has been improved a lot. A group of 2 people were walking in Meteor Street, and the driver followed at a distance. When you need to drive, you will drive forward, from the new garbage area to the chaotic area. Then, Sun City came into the sight of the 2 of them. This is the old city. Ron looked at the city in front of him. He didn't expect it to be so prosperous. But after thinking about it carefully, I felt that it was reasonable. After all, there are only 12 seats in the entire Meteor Street. The area of Meteor Street is even bigger than that of many countries. This is equivalent to concentrating the resources of an entire country in 12 cities. The guard at the gate became vigilant the first time he saw the car. The driver stopped at the door and identified himself, but the guard still scrutinized Ron and Gino several times. This made the driver a little worried. Not worried about Gino and Ron. Instead, he was worried about the guard at the door, worried that the guard would offend Gino and Ron and be killed directly. 0. Seeking flowers. However, the driver did not dare to remind more, because the driver was more worried about offending Gino and Ron. The identities of the 2 are very clear on the same plane. This is Zoldyck's man. There were 2 members of the Kudo bandit group who couldn't even deal with wild beasts, and both died in the hands of Zoldyck. If Ron knew what the driver was thinking, he would definitely say that the driver was thinking too much and let Zoldyck's people kill people. What good things do you want? This is something you can get without paying. Even if the other party is a bit offensive and the attitude is not so good, Zoldyck's people will generally not make a move. Just like the Zoldyck Manor, where so many people come to challenge every year. Those people walked in through the small gate and were killed. That was their own business. If they didn't go through the small door, but just provoked at the door, Zoldyck's people would not bother with them at all. They can come and go freely. To put it bluntly, they were not taken seriously at all. What kind of person will be generous to others? One is the superior, who lives in a high position and looks down, and the people below do not pose the slightest threat to the superior. In this case, the superior will show a good generosity. There's another kind of generosity like AQ, but this is not really generous, but just helpless. The Zoldyck family is the former. The door opened, and Xiaoji drove in. Ron saw a lot of people queuing at the gate, queuing up to enter the Elder City. On the other side, some people were captured and thrown out of the Elder City, weeping and weeping outside, begging bitterly. But it didn't work at all. The driver noticed Ron's gaze and hurriedly explained. Entering the Elder City requires qualifications. If everyone is allowed to enter the Elder City, there will be chaos here, so the Elders set the rules. If you want to live in the Elder City, you must contribute to the Elder City. Submit your contribution, and you will be eligible to enter. When the contribution is exhausted, you must leave. The driver said the word contribution, but in fact, it is resources and money. Ron couldn't fail to understand this. My lords, are we going directly to the Elder's Manor? Before coming to the Elder's City, the Elder had already given instructions to the driver. But the driver still wanted to ask Gino and Ron for their opinion first. Ron looked at the driver. I'd like to take a look at the Elder City first. Is that okay? The 2 got out of the car, and the driver found a place to stop the car, and then followed at a distance. Ron looked around. After entering the Elder City, the progress of the crystal ball has increased a bit. In comparison, Jiannuo had some different feelings. When he was very young, Gino also imagined what kind of situation he would be in if he were a child of an ordinary family, and what kind of life he would live. But Gino never got such an opportunity from the beginning to the end. And when Silva was born, Gino did not give Silva such an experience. Miji. Until now, Gino suddenly realized a little bit of the life of ordinary people. There seems to be nothing wrong with the lives of ordinary people. Gino's eyes fell on Ron. At this moment, the two of them were like ordinary grandfather, 267, and his grandson, wandering around in the ordinary streets. For a moment, Gino couldn't help being a little distracted. There were more people on the street, and the driver got closer. Gino came back to his senses. But I'm Zoldyck. Killer is my destiny. Just look at the lives of ordinary people. Gino's aura returned to its previous state. However, Gino felt that he seemed to have found a feeling of a higher level of a person with cold ability. This surprised Gino. The number of Nen is very few. The Nen on the bright side are usually those from the Hunter Association. In fact, the number of Nen members is much more than the number of Hunter Associations. Players above the 200th floor of the Sky Arena are basically Nen players. There are also world gangs who have trained many naughty people. In Meteor Street, there are not a few Nen people, not to mention other forces. The Kajin Empire, V5. The number of these real, top-ranking forces in this world, the number of Nen is actually not a small number, much more than the Hunter Association. The Hunter Society is, after all, just an organization created by Netero. It has a certain cooperative relationship with V5, but not directly under the V5. Therefore, V5 will not have extreme trust in the Hunter Association. The 12 branches under the chairman basically joined because of Netero's personality charm, and even changed their dress and appearance because of Netero's preferences. Regarding this point, Ron had certain doubts in his mind. Ron felt that the appearance of Hunter's 12 teams should not be just because of Netero's preferences, but there are other reasons in it. However, even these ninjas in the open and in the dark all joined in. For ordinary people in the human continent, it is still a very, very small number. But purely by numbers, there are actually so many more. Different Nen have different upper limit. Dividing by letters is just a broad concept. From E grade to S grade, most of the Nen people stay at the F level and D level. There are very few Nen who can reach the C level, and the A level is already the limit for those people with amazing talents. Like Gino, like Silva, both are Zoldyck's heirs. In this world, talents are as good as two people, not many. A long time ago, Gino had already reached the level of a grade. After so many years passed, because of getting older, his body energy dropped a bit. But the spiritual energy is getting stronger and stronger. The current Gino is at his best. It can be said that in this world, few people are stronger than Gino. Among the same level, Jiannuo didn't think anyone would be his opponent. However, Gino still has a regret. That is not to the extent of Maha Zoldyck. This is what Gino longed for. Not long after, a figure trotted over here. Two adults. Youth take the initiative to identify themselves. I'm one of the stewards of the 9th Elders. When I heard that the two adults are coming, the elders have arranged a banquet, and it is almost ready. The elders asked me to invite the two adults to come over. Gino glanced at Ron. Ron nodded. Gino immediately said to the young man, "Lead the way." "Yes, my lord, this way, please." 3 cars stopped nearby. A car leads the way ahead. Ron and Gino got into the middle car. A car followed. As for the previous driver, he didn't get any new orders. After seeing the car carrying Ron and others leave, he stopped in place and was a little stunned. After hesitating for a while, he returned to his car. An extremely magnificent manor came into Ron's sight. It can be said like this: inside the Elder City and outside the Elder City are 2 worlds. And the inside of the manor and the outside of the manor are also 2 worlds. The gate opened, and the car drove directly into the gate. "My lord is here, please." A young man offered to open the car door for Ron and Gino. The degree of ritualization is very high, like the etiquette of some kind of noble family. Ron didn't like it, nor did he dislike it. Just do as the Romans do. In terms of area, value, and strength, the Zoldyck Manor is much stronger than this so-called Elder Manor. But Zoldyck Manor doesn't have so many rules. An old man walked over here, showing a sincere smile. Your Excellency Gino. This is Kid Ron, right? The elder had met Gino, but not Ron. Hi, Elder, I'm Ron. Please come in. The elder personally led Gino and Ron into the banquet hall. Few people. There are only 3 people who can serve the table. Elder, Gino, Ron. The maid next to her stood with a formulaic smile. The elder struck the bell on the dining table, and immediately the people below got orders. One after another, they walked in and began to serve the dishes. This time about the Kudo Thieves group, I will thank you, Your Excellency, Gigiet 2.5. If it weren't for your actions, our entire Meteor Street might have been destroyed by the Kudo bandits. These people are simply vicious. We have only roughly estimated that millions of people died because of them. We elders also suffered heavy losses. Not to mention those ordinary soldiers, even those who are none, don't know how many died. Especially wild beasts. Now, there's only one left. Meteor Street has suffered an unprecedented disaster. After this incident, Meteor Street doesn't know how long it will take to recover. The elder said and sighed. Your Excellency Gino, I have a request. I don't know if it should be said or not. Gino didn't change his expression. The elders can just speak directly if they have anything to say.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500-plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.